Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of a sprawling underground empire spanning over 20 square miles. Starlit ceilings beset with jewels, rivers of flowing quicksilver, lined with shimmering water birds, and guarded by a vast army of thousands. And all at the behest of Qin Shi Huang, China's very first emperor, a man utterly consumed by the pursuit of immortality. There on a misty plain in northern China rises a low green hill, easy to overlook, as it was always meant to be, and so it has remained for thousands of years. And beyond the hill, a fully functioning city stretching for miles in every direction, complete with palaces and halls, offices and storehouses, stables for hundreds of horses, and walled gardens stocked with exotic birds and beasts. Buried deep underground stand rank upon rank of warriors, arrayed for battle with razor-sharp weapons, each of them totally unique and turned forever to face their sworn enemy in the east. All of it created by the better part of 1 million laborers who across nearly 40 years dug down through the water table, raised ramparts that ran for miles round the city, and heaped a veritable mountain of earth over it all. Then, at the very center, the inner burial chamber of the emperor, sealed in bronze, an entire kingdom in miniature. Around him lay his treasures and his servants, and waiting in the dark, hidden booby traps set to loose a volley of arrows at the first careless step. Not that anyone has ever put them to the test, for to this day, no one has dared open that inner chamber to risk unleashing whatever further dangers may lie within. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll journey into China's ancient beginnings and through the centuries that rolled on overhead. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. On a wide plain in the north of China, in the cool of the evening, the light went soft and grey, and a low mist settled over the fields as it had for longer than anyone could remember. Ahead, across the flat and darkening land, there rose a single green hill. It was rounded and gentle, wooded over with grass and old trees, the sort of rise that seemed made for resting against while the day burned itself out. To any traveller on that road, it was simply a hill, and hills were nothing to remark upon. And yet it was not a hill at all. It had been raised by hand, a great mound standing where the ground had once lain level. Then grass had been coaxed over it, and trees had taken root, and season by season the thing had softened and settled and sunk into the look of the land around it, until it seemed as natural as the clouds above. That had been the whole intention. It was built to be overlooked, dressed to be forgotten, and made to sink so gently into the plain that no one would ever think to ask what lay beneath. For more than 2,000 years, that was precisely what it did. It was, in its own patient way, the best-kept secret in all of China. The plain around it suited such a thing. This was old country, the heartland of a people who had farmed and fought over these fields since before the keeping of proper records. Rivers wandered across it. Blue mountains stood distant at its edges, and through the long centuries, the wind came down off those slopes and combed the grass on the mound, just as it combed the grass everywhere else. Beneath the grass and the trees and the heaped-up earth, sealed in the dark, lay a man who had once ruled everything, from the eastern sea to the far western deserts. He had longed to be remembered forever, and he had longed, just as fiercely, never to be disturbed. The hill was how he managed both at once. It hid him so well that the world forgot he was there, and it held him so safely that for all that time no one came to trouble his rest. The evening deepened. The mist lay still across the fields, and the hill kept its silence over the buried empire, giving no sign of the world sealed beneath it. He came to power as a child. In the year now reckoned as 246 before the Common Era, a boy of 13 took the throne of Qin, one of several rival kingdoms that had spent generations tearing at one another across the land. A boy on a throne was usually a boy in name alone, a small figure kept safe behind older and craftier men. But this one grew, and as he grew, he gathered the reins into his own hands, and he did not let them go again for as long as he lived. The world he had been born into was a broken one. For centuries the great states had warred among themselves, rising and falling, swallowing their weaker neighbors and being swallowed in their turn, until the map was a patchwork of suspicion and old grudges. Many rulers had dreamed of drawing it all together. None had managed it. And then, kingdom by kingdom, across a span of hard years, this king of Qin did what no one before him had done. One after another, the rival states fell to his armies, until at last no rivals remained, and the whole of the known country lay under a single hand for the first time in memory. The wars had been long, and the price was paid in ordinary lives, in soldiers who did not come home, and villages emptied for the fighting. When the conquering was finished, the labor was only beginning, for hundreds of thousands of common people were set to work at his command, raising walls and roads and palaces across the new empire. His was a heavy rule, exact and unforgiving, and it pressed hard on everyone beneath it. But it held. The pieces stayed together, and the man at the center of it took for himself a title grand enough to match what he had made. He would be Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, the beginning of a line he meant to run for 10,000 generations. Yet even a ruler who had gathered a whole world into his arms could feel time pulling at the edges of it. He had everything the eye could see, and still there was one thing he could not command, and it troubled him more with every passing year. He could not command his own death to keep its distance, so he set about trying. Messengers and physicians and seekers of every kind were sent out to the corners of the empire and beyond, some of them as far as the shore of the eastern sea, in search of an elixir that might grant a life without end. There were tales of islands out in the mist where such a thing might be found, and expeditions were fitted out and sent sailing toward them. The potion was hunted for years. It was never brought back. The islands, if they had ever been there at all, kept whatever they held. And slowly, as one search after another came to nothing, the first emperor turned his mind in a darker direction. If he could not carry his life down the length of the years, then perhaps he might carry his empire down instead, into the ground, into the dark, arranged about him exactly as it had stood above, so that death itself might feel less like an ending and more like a change of rooms. The making of that resting place did not wait for the first emperor to need it. Work had begun in the earliest days of his reign, when he was still a young king with rivals yet to conquer, and it went on through nearly 4 decades, longer than most people of that age could hope to live at all. A tomb was being dug for a man who was very much alive, and it grew year upon year while he went about the business of building and breaking an empire overhead. Once the last of the rival kingdoms had fallen, and the whole country answered to one throne, the work swelled beyond anything the land had seen before. Some 700,000 people were gathered from across the empire and set to labor on the site. A river of human effort poured steadily into the ground, shift after shift and season after season. The diggers replaced as they tired or fell, and the pit widening and deepening beneath them all the while. And down they went, far deeper than seemed reasonable for any grave. The old records told of the diggers pushing through one layer of underground water, and then a second, and then a third. 3 hidden streams passed on the way down into the dark. At that depth, with the wet earth trying to seep and flood around them, the floor of the great chamber was sealed against the water with bronze, poured molten into the ground, and left to harden into a barrier nothing could cross. Some who began the digging never saw the end of it. Their sons took up the same tools in the same pits, and perhaps their grandsons after them, the work handed down like a family trade, while the hill above rose a little higher with every passing year. Every basket of earth was filled by hand, and carried out by hand, and tipped onto the growing mound by hand, and then the hands went back down for the next. The ramps would have been thick with people at every hour, moving up laden and coming down empty in a slow and endless turning, their torches guttering in the damp air far below. And the lower the pit sank, the harder each journey became, the load hauled up from further and further beneath the world, out of a blackness that grew colder and closer with every stride downward. Down there, the sounds of the surface faded away, and there was only the scrape of tools, and the drip of water, and the shuffle of countless feet on the packed earth. Little by little, out of all that toil, a hidden world took its shape underground. The floor was sealed, the walls were raised. The vast rooms stood waiting in the dark, beneath a mountain of heaped earth, ready to be filled with everything an emperor might wish to keep beside him for the rest of time. Down in those finished rooms, far beneath the grass, the laborers had built something far stranger than a grave. They had built a world. The court historian Sima Qian, setting the story down perhaps 100 years after the emperor was sealed away, told of a place almost past believing. There were palaces down there, he wrote, and towers, and halls laid out for a full 100 officials, as though the whole business of ruling had been carried down the stairs and told to carry on. Into these rooms had been gathered rare and wonderful things from every quarter of the empire, treasures beyond counting, the finest that a united country could offer up to its first master. Whatever a ruler might want for himself, whatever marked a man as lord of all he surveyed, was brought down into the dark and arranged with care, so that nothing of his former greatness would be missing from his new and lasting estate. The whole of it had been made secure against intruders. According to the old account, hidden crossbows were rigged behind the doors and along the passages, loaded and drawn, and set to loose their bolts at anyone who came creeping in where they did not belong. The traps were left there armed. As far as anyone has ever been able to tell, no thief ever came to spring them, and the boughs may be waiting still. The men who had fitted those traps and hidden the treasures knew the inside of that place better than anyone alive. They knew every door and every hollow and every buried thing. And so, when the emperor had been laid to rest, and the moment came to close the tomb for good, the great doors were shut, while many of those same builders were still within. The outer gate was let down, the way was sealed, and the knowledge of the tomb was shut inside, along with the men who held it, kept in the dark forever, so that it might never be spoken aloud in the light again. It was all meant to be final. Nothing about the place had been built to be opened, or visited, or seen again. It was shut the way a heavy book is shut, and set on a high shelf, and left, complete in itself, and needing no reader. A whole empire had been folded down small, and shut into the ground, palaces and treasures and traps and all, and then the earth had been drawn over the top of it, like a blanket over a sleeper. Above, the grass grew on. Below, the sealed world waited in the dark, exactly as it had been left, with no one at all to disturb it. Down in the sealed heart of the mound, in the great chamber that no living person had ever entered, the old account told of wonders. The court historian set them down with care, and the room he described was stranger than any other in all the world. Overhead, across the ceiling of that buried room, the heavens had been laid out in pearls and precious stones, so that the emperor might rest forever beneath his own private night sky. As the old record put it, above the heavenly bodies, and below the features of the earth. The whole of creation had been brought down into the dark and fixed in place around him, the stars set glinting over his head, and the wide world spread out beneath, so that even sealed away in the ground, he need never lie beneath an empty roof. And that lower world was a marvel of its own. Across the floor of the chamber, the great rivers and seas of China had been laid out and filled with quicksilver, that strange and shining metal which flows like water and yet weighs heavier than stone. Ordinary water would only have drained and dried and turned foul across the centuries, and so the rivers of the buried empire were made of running silver instead. The Yellow River and the Yangtze and the broad Eastern Sea all wound across the floor in gleaming mercury, and by some cleverness now lost, the old account said, the silver had even been made to move, to flow along its channels the way a living river flows, a whole country traced in liquid metal in a room no eye would ever see. Light had been provided as well. Lamps were set about the chamber, and by the historian's telling, they burned the rendered fat of a creature he called the manfish, a fuel reckoned to hold its flame slow and long, so that the light might keep back the dark for years upon years, with no hand to tend it. Somewhere in the sealed blackness, so the account went, small lamps had been left to burn on alone, keeping a lonely watch over a resting king, for as long as there was anything left to feed them. Long afterward, in modern times, the soil of the great mound was tested. The ground was discovered to hold mercury far above the ordinary amount, gathered there in the earth above the sealed chamber, and it did not lie evenly across the site. It pooled thickest toward the middle of the mound, and thinned away toward the edges, spread through the soil in something close to the shape of the rivers and the coastline of old China. Beneath the grass, in a chamber long since closed, the silver had been rising slowly up through the earth all the while, seeping toward the daylight in the faint outline of a map. And whatever remained of that starlit ceiling and those rivers of running silver kept to the dark, unseen and undisturbed, holding still to the shape its maker had given it long ago. Beyond the inner chamber, out under the fields to the east, stood the guardians. They were made of clay, life-sized and drawn up in their ranks, and there were some 8,000 of them standing in the dark, an army of earth, formed to keep watch over a sleeping king, and left to hold that watch for as long as the world should last. Every one of them had been shaped by hand, with a care that was hard to fathom across such numbers. No two faces among the whole host were quite alike. One had a broad and open brow, another a long and narrow jaw. Here stood a man with his hair gathered up in a topknot, there one with a beard cropped close against his cheek. A slight frown sat on this one, a settled calm on that, and further along a look of patient waiting, as though the fellow had been standing at his post a good while, and had made his peace with standing a good while longer. Some had the bearing of officers, tall and straight-backed, and stood a little apart with the ease of men used to being obeyed. Others were plain foot soldiers, set shoulder to shoulder in their long lines. There were kneeling archers down on one knee, with their backs held upright, and standing bowmen with their feet apart and their weight settled, and charioteers with their arms held out before them, as though the reins had only lately slipped from their fingers. Rank upon rank of them, an arm's length apart, filling the great pits from end to end. To walk down the corridors between them, had anyone been able to, would have been to move among a crowd of living men who had altogether fallen asleep on their feet. The likeness held even up close. The faces were the faces of real people, each with its own cast and humour, so lifelike that it seemed the sculptors had not invented them at all, but had gone out into the streets and villages of the empire, and brought back a true image of every man they met. The making of such variety was a craft of many parts. The bodies were built up from coils and slabs of clay. The arms and hands and heads formed apart and then joined, and every figure finished at the last, with its own features pressed and carved and smoothed into place. Ears and noses and mouths, the line of a brow, the set of a chin, all of it given by hand to each man in turn. And so they stood in the blackness beneath the fields, 8,000 strong, breathing no breath and casting no shadow, an army that would never march and never tire and never once be dismissed. They had not always stood in bare and sober grey. When the army was new, every soldier among them had blazed with colour, painted from head to foot in bright and living hues. There were deep reds and grass greens, soft lilacs and warm earthen browns, pale tones for the skin and black for the hair, each shade laid down over a fine coat of lacquer that made the clay ready to hold it. Row upon row of them had stood in the lamplight, fully dressed in colour, their tunics and trousers and armour all picked out plain, a painted host arrayed in the dark and glowing like a field of flowers. The lacquer beneath the paint was the delicate part. It had been brushed on in thin layers to grip the surface of the clay and give the colours something to cling to, and for 2,000 years underground it had done its work and held fast. But lacquer that had lain all that time in the cool, damp earth had grown as tender as a moth's wing, and it lived only so long as the damp stayed around it. When, thousands of years later, the first figures were lifted up out of the pits and into the open air, the change came over them fast. Away from the moisture that had cradled it for so long, the old lacquer began to dry, and as it dried it curled, and as it curled it lifted away from the clay and carried the paint up with it. By one account, the colour started to flake and fall in about as long as it would take to draw 30 slow breaths, peeling and scattering, while the diggers looked on, powerless to hold it in place. And so the soldiers that came up into the daylight came up fading, shedding their reds and greens onto the earth around their feet, until they stood as plain and grey as the clay they were made from. The colours that had outlasted kings and dynasties, and the slow turning of the centuries, could not outlast their first meeting with a dry breath of wind. There was a soft sorrow in the sight of it, in hues so old undone so quickly, gone almost before anyone knew to mourn them. The diggers learned from the loss. In time, gentler ways were found to bring the painted figures up, keeping them wrapped in moisture and easing them into the air by slow degrees, so that some fragments of colour could be caught and saved and held. Here and there, a soldier still carried a trace of his old brightness, a patch of red at a collar or a green edge along a sleeve, small survivors of the great fading. But the sight of that whole host in its full colour, drawn up ablaze in the dark, belonged now to the makers alone, and had gone back down into the past with them. And the grey ranks that remained kept their places all the same, none the less faithful for having lost their paint, standing on in the pits beneath the fields, where the light had taken their colours and given them over to memory. The soldiers were only the beginning of what lay buried out there. Further off through the ground, in pits and chambers of their own, waited the rest of the Emperor's world, and the deeper it went, the more it stirred with life. Along the bank of a hidden waterway stood birds of bronze, swans and cranes, and geese and ducks, each one caught in a moment of stillness, as though the flowing of the water had stopped them mid-step. Some bent their long necks down toward the stream as if to feed, and others stood tall and watchful at the edge, and a few seemed poised in the very act of taking wing. Close by them had been set figures of musicians, seated and ready at their instruments, gathered to play for waterfowl that would never fly, and an audience that would never come. Elsewhere stood stranger companies still. There were tumblers and strong men shaped from clay, their bodies caught in the poses of their art, bare-chested and heavy-limbed, the entertainers of a court arranged for a performance without end. There were slender officials, with their hands folded into their sleeves, the scribes and clerks and stewards of the buried kingdom, standing by to see to the business of a realm that no longer had any business to do. Nor had the emperor been parted from his horses. In long stalls beneath the earth lay the bones of real animals, teams of them laid down in their rows, and near them the stable hands set to tend them, so that the beasts might be fed and groomed and harnessed in the world below, just as they had been above. And somewhere in that spread of pits had been gathered rare birds and animals besides, the makings of a royal park sunk down into the ground, a walled garden of the dead stocked to match the gardens the living emperor had loved. 20 paces or so to the west of the tomb itself lay a pair of chariots cast in bronze, each built at half the size of life, and each drawn by 4 bronze horses standing in their traces. They were things of astonishing making, put together from many thousands of small fitted pieces, harnessed and bridled in gold and silver, painted over in fine designs, complete down to the parasol that shaded the driver and the little window that could slide open and shut. A whole royal carriage, shrunk small enough to lift in both arms, made ready to carry its master wherever he wished to go across his sunken domain. And around the far edges of it all ran the walls, long ramparts of rammed earth thrown up to enclose the buried city, mile upon mile of them squaring off the ground into an inner bound and an outer, so that even underground the emperor lay within his own defended capital. The soldiers, meanwhile, all faced one way. Every rank of them, every archer and spearman and charioteer, had been set with its eyes turned to the east, out toward the lands of the old rival kingdoms that the first emperor had fought so long and so hard to bring to heel. There they stood in their thousands, gazing east into the dark, keeping guard against enemies long since conquered, holding a line that would never again be tested, and watching for an attack that would never, in all the centuries to come, arrive. For all those long centuries, the whole of it stayed lost. The mound settled deeper into the plain, and the fields grew over the pits, and the memory of what lay beneath faded out of the world, until even the notion that anything was down there had been forgotten by all but a few old tales. Then, in the spring of 1974, in a dry stretch of farmland near the city of Xi'an, a handful of farmers set out to dig a well. The ground had gone hard with drought, and they needed water, and so they chose a spot and began to sink a shaft down through the earth, expecting nothing more than the labor of it, and with luck, a spring at the bottom. A good way down, the digging struck something that was neither soil nor water. It was clay, fired hard, and as the diggers cleared the earth away from it, a shape began to show itself, and then a face, the face of a man staring up out of the ground, where no face had any right to be. More followed as they widened the hole, broken limbs and shattered torsos, and pieces of fired clay scattered all through the soil, and among them fragments of old bronze weapons, gone green with age, some of them still keen enough to cut after 2,000 years. Word reached the right ears, and before long, men who knew about such things came out to the field to look. What the well-diggers had blundered into was the edge of one of the great buried pits, and the strange broken clay was the lost army of the first emperor, come back into the daylight at last. They did not find that army standing to attention. They found it fallen. The pits had been roofed over long ago, with timber and matting, and then covered over with earth, and across the long centuries, the great wooden beams had rotted through and given way, and the heavy roofs had come down upon the ranks below. Fire had passed through parts of the pits as well, in the years after the emperor's death, and between the flames and the falling roofs, and the slow crush of the settling earth, the soldiers had been broken where they stood. Thousands of them lay in pieces in the ground, arms parted from bodies and heads from shoulders, a whole army smashed to fragments and buried in the ruin of its own shelter. So began a labor that has carried on ever since, slow and patient and endlessly careful. Piece by piece the broken soldiers were lifted from the earth and carried away to be studied and sorted, the countless fragments laid out and matched one against another, an arm found for a shoulder, and a hand for an arm, and a head for a body, until a shattered figure could be eased back together and made to stand again. The people who did this work came to speak of it fondly as a kind of hospital, a place where the wounded warriors were brought in, broken, and slowly, gently, mended. It was work without any end in sight, for the pits held thousands upon thousands of them, and each ruined man was a puzzle all his own. Yet one by one they rose again under those careful hands, lifted out of the wreckage, and set upright once more, until rank by rank the fallen army came back to standing in the light of a world that had forgotten it entirely. Yet for all the stirring in the fields around it, the deep centre of the mound had never stirred at all. While the diggers worked, and the broken soldiers were carried away to be mended, and the bronze birds were lifted one by one into the light, the chamber at the very middle of the hill lay untouched beneath its mountain of earth. It was shut behind doors that no living hand had opened since the day they were first drawn closed. The place where the first emperor himself was said to rest, beneath his ceiling of pearl-set stars and beside his rivers of running silver, remained sealed exactly as the last of the builders had left it when the great doors came down long ago. No living eyes had ever looked upon it. It was not for any want of wondering. The mound had been studied with the greatest of care, sounded and measured and searched over with clever instruments that could feel out the shape of things buried deep in the ground, and all of them returned the same answer. The chamber was still down there, far below, whole and unbroken and undisturbed. To break in and go down would have been no small undertaking. The crossbows were still drawn behind the doors, the quicksilver still gave off its poison, and the painted soldiers had already shown how fast what the dark preserved could crumble in the open air. Whatever lay in that chamber had endured by being left alone, and to open it might be only to lose it, to let 2,000 years of survival scatter like dust in the first rush of daylight. So the choice was made, and made again, to let the door stay shut. The tools that might have opened it were set down. The seal was left whole, and the first emperor was left to his long rest beneath the grass, alone with his painted heavens and his flowing silver and all the treasures of a world he had gathered down into the dark. In the resting place he had spent the better part of a lifetime making ready. Above him, the seasons went on turning as they always had. The mist came down soft across the plain in the evenings, and the grass grew green on the slopes in the spring, and the rain ran down into the fields, where the farmers worked the land as their fathers had before them. And the low green hill, that was not a hill, kept up its long watch over the sleeping emperor below, holding his last secret close and giving nothing away, just as it had done for more than 2,000 years, and might yet do for 2,000 more. There, with his chamber sealed, and his lamp perhaps still dreaming of light, the first emperor was left to the dark, and to the deep, and to the slow turning of the years. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Jack Sheppard, a nimble-fingered burglar and master escape artist whom no shackles or jail cell could hold, and whose string of impossible escapes transformed a common criminal into a celebrated folk hero and the most notorious prison breaker in English history. Orphaned at a young age, Jack was lifted from the poorhouse by a kindly draper who secured for him an apprenticeship with a master carpenter. Regardless, he would eventually turn to a life of crime, robbing even the draper who had once been his rescuer. But once the authorities caught up with him, they shut him behind a heavy door, though they might as well have just left it open. Because as it turns out, clever hands taught to fit a lock as a carpenter's apprentice can just as easily pick one. And so the crafty Jack made his escape, though he was caught not long after. But then he broke out again and again, until these vanishing acts of his began to seem less a crime than a conjuring trick the people couldn't get enough of. But this didn't attract the attention of his admirers only. And here we meet a man called Jonathan Wild, who hunted the city's wanted men for profit and rarely lost his mark. One by one, he drew the strings tight, until at last Jack stood trial before the High Court of the Old Bailey. By all accounts, the trial for his life was going swimmingly, and it looked as though Jack would slip the noose after all, until one man rose to give evidence against him, and it was none other than the kindly draper. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Jack Sheppard through the lamplit streets of old London to meet an uncertain fate and an ending stranger than any fiction. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Three centuries ago, there was once a London you would not recognize. A dense and foggy knot of a place, no wider than an hour's walk, crowded against the bank of the Thames and threaded through with the din of church bells. The streets ran narrow, and the houses leaned their upper stories toward one another, as though sharing some old confidence, and above the rooftops, the smoke of 10,000 chimneys rose and lost itself in the dark. Lamplight pooled in the doorways. Long shadows gathered in the lanes between. In the parish of Spitalfields, a crowded district of weavers, where the clack of the loom sounded all through the daylight hours, a carpenter's wife gave birth, in the spring of 1702, to a small and pale son. She named him John, though before very long the whole of the city would come to know him by another name, and that name was Jack. His beginnings were as humble as any in that quarter. His father, a carpenter, as his own father had been, slipped out of the world while the boy was still an infant, and his mother was left with far too little to keep herself, let alone a growing child. And so, as many a poor mother was driven to do in those hard years, she gave the boy up to the poorhouse at Bishopsgate. It was a plain and cheerless place, where the abandoned children of the city were fed and clothed and set to simple labour. It was a roof and a meal, and little more besides, the sort of beginning that closed over a small life and left scarcely a ripple behind it. Yet there lived in the city a woolen draper by the name of William Kneebone, a man of some standing and a softer heart than most, who had once given the boy's mother a little honest work. When word reached him of the child left behind in the poorhouse, he took pity. He brought the boy into his own household at around the age of 10 and gave him a place beside the fire and food upon the table. He taught him his letters so that the orphaned son of a dead carpenter might learn to read and write in the manner of gentlemen. For a child who had known nothing warmer than the cold charity of the parish, it must have seemed a door swinging open onto a kinder world. But William did not stop at simple kindness. In the fullness of time, he looked to the boy's future, and he arranged for young Jack to be bound over to a master carpenter, so that the lad might learn a solid trade with his own 2 hands and make a steady and honest way through the world. So it was William who reached down and drew the boy up out of the dark, and set letters in his head and a trade before him, and the promise of a decent life. For 7 long years, the boy was bound over to his master, and he took to the carpenter's craft as though he had been born to it. There was a patience in the work that suited him, and a pleasure in it too, in the clean smell of fresh shavings and the honest weight of a good tool settled in the hand. Day upon day, leaning over the workbench in the pale light of the shop, Jack learned the whole hidden grammar of timber. He learned the way one piece of wood might be coaxed to hold fast to another. He learned the swing of a hinge and the turn of a key within its lock, and the particular manner in which a bolt sat snug in its housing. He learned, board by board and joint by joint, very nearly all there was to know of how a house was fastened together from floor to ceiling. He carried none of this in his face or his frame, though. Jack was a slight and unassuming figure to look upon, standing barely 5'4" in his shoes, pale of face, and with a slender frame that never quite filled out. When he spoke, there was a faint stammer upon his words, a small catch that made him seem younger and softer than he was. But the fingers were always quick and always sure, forever busy at something, and behind the mild eyes there worked a mind that let very little slip past it. And in all those honest hours at the bench, he was gathering something quite apart from anything his master meant to teach him. For a door made to be fastened held somewhere in its inner workings the secret of how it might be opened again. A single loosened board, or one worn and rusted bolt, or a length of iron filed thin across a long evening, and the stoutest chamber in England might swing open as easy as a book falling open in the lap. None of that troubled the young man yet, for there were no prisons in his thoughts, and no ropes, only timber and lamplight, and the long ordinary days of the shop. He was very good with his hands, and better still with the workings of a lock, and content enough, for the while, with the small and steady life his kindly draper had built so carefully around him. What such a gift might one day be worth to him, he had not yet paused to wonder. With but a single year of his long apprenticeship still to run, the workbench slowly loosened its hold upon him. 7 years was a great while in a young life, and the shop that had once felt like a haven had come by degrees to feel a little like a cage. Beyond its door lay the whole city in its noise and colour, and the pull of it grew harder to resist with every week that passed. The taverns of Drury Lane undid him. They were warm places, loud and bright and crowded, full of laughter and cheap drink, and the easy company of folk who asked a man no questions and looked for no honest day's labour from him. For a young carpenter with clever hands and a growing thirst for more than sawdust, such rooms were a kind of heaven. And in one of them, amid the smoke and the din, he fell into the company of a woman called Elizabeth Lyon, known all through the district as Edgeworth Bess, who would stand at his side through very nearly everything that came after. The thefts, when they began softly. A little taken here, a little there, almost carelessly, the way a man might drift by slow degrees from one manner of living into another, without ever quite meaning to. He had spent the better part of 7 years inside the fine houses of the well-to-do, mending their doors and fitting their locks and studying the sitting of their windows and shutters. And he had taken note exactly where each house was weakest and how a careful man might let himself inside. The doors he had once made fast, he now knew how to open, and the city that had raised him, all its lanes and yards and rooftops learned by heart in the daylight, opened itself to him again in the dark. He knew which yards a man might cross unseen, which windows sat loose within their frames, and which walls could be gone over in the space of a few breaths. For a time, the taking stayed small, and the danger smaller still. But word of the light-fingered carpenter began to travel the streets, and the authorities, in no great hurry, began to take notice of him. Then somewhere across the great sprawl of the city, a very different sort of man had caught wind of him. The man who had begun to take such a careful interest went by the name of Jonathan Wild, and there was no figure in all of London quite like him. He styled himself the Thief-Taker General of Great Britain and Ireland, a grand and weighty title, and he carried it as though it had been granted him by the king's own hand. He went about finely dressed and finely spoken, a very picture of respectability, with a silver staff borne before him as the mark of his office, for all the world like a true officer of the crown. To the honest and frightened citizens of the city, he seemed a hero, and something close to a miracle. In an age with no police force to speak of, no body of men set to guard the streets or win back what was stolen, here at last was someone who could help. A merchant robbed of his stock, a lady relieved of her jewels, a whole household stripped bare in the night. Any of them might come to Jonathan Wild, and Jonathan Wild, for a fee, would set about recovering whatever had gone. Time and again he handed thieves to the courts and property to its grateful owners, and the people blessed his name for it. The truth of him ran along a darker channel. Behind the mask of the public benefactor, Wild kept the largest and most cunning criminal enterprise the city had ever seen. The thieves who did the stealing were his own men, working at his own word. When the theft was done and the alarm was raised, he would come forward with a grave and helpful face to recover the very goods his people had carried off, and he would take a fat reward from the owner for his trouble. The robbery and the rescue were two halves of one design, and he grew rich upon the seam between them. There was a colder trade in him still. Any thief who dared to work without answering to him, or who kept back more than his share, Wild would simply give up to the law. He would gather the evidence, name the man, and see him carried off to the gallows, and for that too a reward lay waiting to be collected. So he thinned the ranks of his rivals, and was paid for the thinning, and every wretch he sent to the rope left his own place a little safer, and his purse a little heavier. He was the shepherd of the flock, and the wolf that fed upon it, both at once. Such was the man who now turned toward the young carpenter, for the gifted housebreaker had made a small and serious mistake. He had passed some of his stolen goods through one of Wilde's own trusted men, and yet he had never once bent the knee, never sworn himself into service, never agreed to labor beneath the great thief-taker as all the rest of them did. He took what he pleased, kept what he earned, and answered to no living soul. Wilde could not abide such a thing, and so, without noise and without the least haste, the way a spider feels the first faint tremble along a distant strand of its web, Jonathan Wilde began to close his hand around the young man who would not be owned. The first time the law laid hands upon him, they shut him in the little roundhouse lockup of St. Giles, a rough and simple holding place, and left him there to sit and wait. Below him, the keepers went comfortably about their evening, their prisoner safe overhead behind a good bolted door. And in that bare little room, alone, the young man did the one thing not a soul among them had thought to guard against. He looked up. The ceiling above his head was plain timber, and timber held no mysteries for a man of his training. Working with whatever came to hand, he broke a small opening in the boards, just wide enough to squeeze through, and pulled himself up into the roof space and out over the tiles. He was up and away and gone before a soul below had thought to raise his eyes to the ragged gap where the ceiling had lately been. They ran him to ground before very long, and this time they were set on holding him properly. He was taken up together with Bess and lodged now in the new prison at Clerkenwell, behind a stouter door and thicker walls than the little lock-up had offered. It changed nothing at all. Across one long spring evening, the two of them set patiently to work in the gathering dark, the file rasping softly against iron as the hours wore on. They cut clean through the manacles at their wrists. They worked a heavy bar free of the window, and they climbed down some 25 feet on a rope of knotted sheets and Bess's own gown. And there before them, when their feet found the ground, rose one last obstacle the prison had kept in reserve, a high wall of sheer standing stone, more than 20 feet of it, set squarely between the pair of them and the open street beyond. He climbed. Up and over that great wall he went in the darkness, finding what few holds the cold stone would give him, and then he reached back down and handed Bess to safety after him, and the two of them slipped away together through the sleeping city. And now the city itself began to notice. Through the crowded markets and along the narrow lanes, over the busy workbenches and behind the shop counters, the ordinary working folk of London passed his name from one mouth to the next, and they smiled to say it. In the taverns, the tale of his last escape was told, and told again, each teller adding some small flourish of his own, so that the wall climbed higher and the night grew darker with every round. Grown men laughed aloud at the wonder of it. Here, they said to one another, was a man that no lock in all the world could keep, and that pleased them more than they could rightly say, for he was one of their own, a stammering workman who could walk out of any room. His betters cared to shut him inside. Trouble caught him properly in the end, and when it came, it wore a face he knew well. Among the many shops he had broken into across those busy months, one had belonged to William Kneebone, the same draper who years before had taken him out of the poorhouse and set his small feet upon an honest road. Whether the young carpenter had known the house for what it was in the dark of the night, or whether he had thought little of it and simply gone where the easy pickings lay, the goods were carried off all the same, and in time the taking of them was traced back to his door. They brought him at last before the court at the Old Bailey, the great criminal court of the city, to answer for what he had done. 3 charges in all were laid against him. On the first 2, the evidence proved thin and uncertain, and the court, weighing what little there was, let both of them fall quietly away. For a while it seemed the day might yet go in his favor. Had the matter rested there, the young man might have walked out into the London afternoon, a free soul once again, with the whole of his luck still holding. But there remained the 3rd charge, the breaking of the draper's shop, and on that one, the case against him was made complete. The man who had once been his rescuer rose to his feet in that crowded courtroom and gave his evidence against him, plain and steady and certain. The record of the day set down only that the charge had been fully and clearly proven in the flat, unbending language of the law, and against a thing so proven, there was nothing left to be said in his defense. And so the sentence came down upon him. The boy the draper had raised beside his own warm fire, taught his letters, and set upon a good trade, was to be carried from that court to a cell, and from the cell in its due time to the gallows. He was 22 years of age. He stood there slight and pale to hear it, with the faint stammer still upon his words, and those clever busy hands hanging idle at his sides, the very hands that had carried him out of every room they had thus far tried to hold him inside. The 2 men who between them had brought him to this pass stood near to one another in the body of the court. The one had opened the first door of his life, and now, all unwilling, had helped to shut the last. The other had spent long, patient months making certain it stayed shut. Now, the pair of them looked on together as the boy from the poorhouse was led away under sentence of death, out through the corridors of the Old Bailey and back into the dark, to wait upon the coming of his final morning. Even with the shadow of the rope now laid across him, Newgate could not keep him. They had placed him in the condemned hold, the grim room set apart for those who waited upon death, and there he set to work in the way he always had. Above the door of the place ran a stout iron spike, and across the long, slow hours he filed patiently away at it, until at last it gave. Bess came to visit him, and with her a friend of hers, and while the 2 women drew the keeper into easy talk and held his notice upon themselves, the prisoner folded himself through the narrow gap he had opened and stepped out past the 3 of them unseen. His visitors had carried in a set of women's clothes beneath their own, and dressed in these, he passed out through the gates of the prison and into the falling evening, unremarked among the passing crowd. For a few weeks he was gone from them, but his face had grown far too well known across the city by now, and one day one of Wilde's paid informers marked his face in the open street and chased out beyond the last of the houses to the fields at the very edge of London, and there taken and brought back. This time the keepers had no patience left for surprises. They carried him to the strongest room in all of Newgate, a cell the place called the castle, and there they set out to make an end of his escaping once and for all. They clapped heavy irons upon his wrists, weighed down his legs with great chains, and fastened those chains to a thick staple driven deep into the very floor, so that the young man could scarcely so much as shift his weight. When some of the keepers came by afterward to look upon their famous prisoner, he obliged them handsomely. With nothing more than a small bent nail, he slipped his hands clean out of the manacles that bound them, and held the freed hands up for the men to see. They stood and gaped at him. Then they heaped yet more iron upon him, and shuffled off, shaking their heads, not rightly able to credit the thing their own eyes had just shown them. A clergyman came and sat a while with him, and urged him gently to give over all thought of escape, and turn his mind instead toward his soul and the end that was drawing near. The young man heard the good man out, and answered, by the account later written of his life, that one file's worth all the Bibles in the world. Then, on a night in October, alone in the castle in the dark, he began. Free of his irons once more, he climbed up into the black throat of the chimney and broke his way clean out through it, and beyond it he passed through door after door, 6 of them all told, each one locked and bolted fast against him, opening every single one until he came out at the last onto the roof of Newgate beneath the open sky. From there, a borrowed blanket carried him down onto the roof of the house next door, and the most closely watched prisoner in the kingdom let himself softly down into the street and walked away into the night. 4 times in a single year they had shut him away behind lock and bolt and iron. 4 times he had let himself out again. His last taste of freedom was a short one, and it was his own high spirits that brought it to a close. After some days of hard celebration, he was found in a brandy shop off Drury Lane, so far gone in drink that he could put up no manner of fight at all, and he was gathered up and carried back through the gates of Newgate without the least struggle in him. This time the keepers watched him day and night without pause, and loaded him once more with all the iron that his slight body could bear, and swore among themselves that they would not be made fools of again. Out in the streets of the city, meanwhile, something had shifted. In the space of that one extraordinary year, the carpenter's boy had become the most famous man in all of England. His name was upon every tongue, carried from the low taverns of the poor, right up into the panelled drawing rooms of the great and the titled, and everywhere it went, it was spoken with a kind of wondering delight. The fashionable and the well-born paid good money at the very gates of the prison, simply to be let inside and stand before the young man in his chains, and look upon the housebreaker no cell could hold. Their carriages drew up in the street outside, and in they came in their fine coats and their silks to gaze at him, and he received them all with an easy grace that only made the tales of him grow the taller. The newspapers set down his every word, and printed each fresh account of his doings for a public that could not read them fast enough. The ballad singers made songs of his escapes, and sang them out in the crowded markets and along the narrow lanes, until the whole city seemed to carry his adventures about with it, and hum them softly under its breath. And one day there came to that cell the finest painter of the whole age. Sir James Thornhill, the very man whose brush had covered the great dome of St. Paul's Cathedral in its glory high above the rooftops of London, took his seat before the little carpenter in his irons and set about painting his portrait. It was a strange and wonderful meeting. The grand painter of cathedrals and kings bent to his work before a poor thief out of the poorhouse. Yet all the city clamoured to know that face, and so it was carefully set down in oils, the slight frame and the pale features, and the clever, watchful eyes, so that the likeness of Jack Sheppard might be kept and looked upon long after the man himself had gone from the world. The boy now sat for his portrait like a lord, weighed down with chains, and more talked of than any nobleman in the land. On a grey morning in November, they came to carry him to Tyburn, where the gallows stood at the western edge of the city. Even then, he had not entirely let go of hope. A small penknife was found hidden away within his clothes, and it was said afterward that he had meant to work his bound hands loose with it upon the road and slip one final time from the open cart that bore him along. But the little blade was discovered and taken from him before ever the journey began, and this time there would be no slipping away. The whole of London, or so it seemed to those who were there, had emptied itself into the streets to watch him go by. Some 200,000 souls lined that long road running west, near enough a third of every living person in the city, pressed close along the way, and leaning out from the windows and standing upon the very rooftops to catch one sight of him as the cart rolled slowly past. A bell tolled out across the morning as he went. The great crowd pushed and murmured and strained for a better view, and yet there was something almost gentle in the vast gathering of them, as though the city had come not to see a criminal punished, but to bid one of its own farewell. As the old custom of the day allowed, the cart was halted at a tavern along the route, and there, out in the open air before that enormous multitude, the young man was given a last drink, and took a pint of strong, sweet wine of that age, unhurried, for all the world as though he had the whole long day laid out before him yet. Women dressed in white were said to have walked alongside the cart as it went on its way, scattering flowers upon the road ahead of him, so that the slight figure in his heavy irons passed on through the waiting crowds strewn about with petals. And at Tyburn, before that silent gathering, the short life of the carpenter's boy came quietly to its close. The clever, restless hands were stilled at the last, and the great crowd that had come in their countless thousands to cheer his daring stood and watched him go from among them, and a great many of those hardened city folk who had laughed so long at his escapes now found that they were weeping. His legend was already moving before the cart reached the gallows. Along the ride, he had pressed a small printed pamphlet into a printer's waiting hands, the whole account of his own robberies and his escapes set down plain for anyone to read. And it was very likely written for him by none other than Daniel Defoe, the same man who had written the widely popular story of Robinson Crusoe. It sold, and then it sold again, passing from hand to eager hand across the length of the city and far beyond it. They gave him fond names to remember him by. Honest Jack, some called him, and others Gentleman Jack, and others still Jack the Lad, and that very last of them lingers upon the tongue to this present day, spoken often enough by people who have not the faintest notion of the stammering housebreaker for whom it was first of all coined. As for Jonathan Wild, the great thief-taker who had laboured so long and so patiently to bring him to the rope, his own vast web of lies came apart within the year. The truth of his double dealing was dragged at last into the full light of day, and the following spring he too was carried down that very same road, to that very same gallows, where the young carpenter had gone before him. But the crowd that had wept so freely for Jack had no tears at all left over for Wild. They lined the road as they had done before, and they met the great thief-taker with jeers and with curses and with filth flung the whole length of the way, and saw him off out of the world with nothing but their scorn to carry him. And so it came about that a stammering carpenter's boy was remembered and dearly loved long after the powerful man who had destroyed him was cursed and then forgotten. His face hung kept in a great painter's portrait. His story sat printed upon the page, and his name lived on in the mouths of people who would never once hear the tale of him. The mightier of the two men had gone down into the dark and stayed there. The boy he had sent ahead of him into that dark had somehow outlasted him entirely, and outlasts him still. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of dogs, and how the bristling, wild-eyed wolves of the Ice Age eventually transformed into our loyal, tail-thumping companions, forging what is perhaps the most enduring and deeply symbiotic bond humans have shared with any other species in all of history. Picture a dark night, tens of thousands of years ago, in a world far colder and emptier than our own. A small band of prehistoric people is huddled about the fire. And just beyond the edge of the light, something is taking their measure, lean, wary, and far from tame. Now leap forward through the ages, and that half-wild creature would follow us to every corner of the world, taking on every conceivable shape. And whatever manner of job we put in front of them, those downy ears, once perked and alert, now hung low to the ground like a bloodhound's, to sweep up even the faintest scent. Broad and woolly paws that once spread like snowshoes across the drifts became the webbed feet of a Newfoundland to help them haul drowning humans out of the freezing seas. And every so often, one of them did something the world would never forget. The first living creature to orbit our planet was not a man, but a friendly pup called Laika. A Siberian husky named Balto helped save hundreds from diphtheria by leading the final stretch of a nearly 700-mile relay through a brutal Alaskan blizzard. And a Skye Terrier in 19th century Scotland kept watch over his master's grave 14 years after his passing. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the entire journey. From a hungry shape at the edge of the camp to these kindred souls who have left their mark devotedly and indelibly on us all. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Tens of thousands of years ago, the stars turned over a world that would have looked almost nothing like our own. There were no cities to glow against the dark, no roads, no fields, only the wind and the cold and the long, empty land beneath. Great sheets of ice lay heavy over the north. The seas had drawn far back from the land, and the plains ran on for longer than any person could walk in a single lifetime. Across that huge emptiness moved small bands of people, following the herds from season to season, carrying their fire from one camp to the next, like a treasure that could never be allowed to go out. On one such night, in one such camp, a handful of them sat close about the flames. The dark beyond the firelight was vast and brimming with cold, and somewhere out in it, just past the last reach of the glow, something lay watching. It was a wolf. Lean and wary and wholly wild, it lay low in the grass, with its breath smoking in the black air, taking the measure of these strange, upright creatures and their small, captive son. It was hungry, as everything was hungry in that season of the world, and the smell drifting out from the camp was the smell of marrow and fat and warm cooked meat. Most of the pack would come no nearer. Fear held them back. It was the same fear that had kept every wolf before them alive through 100,000 winters. But there was always one willing to risk it. In very nearly every litter, there was a pup, a shade bolder than its brothers, and a shade tamer too, slower to bare its teeth, and quicker to grow curious. and it was that one, or one very like it, that crept a few careful steps in toward the bones the people had cast aside at the edge of the light. By morning it had gone again, melted back into the grey country beyond the camp. But the next night it returned, and the night after that as well, and when the band gathered up their fire and moved off across the plain, the wolf, having found an easier living with these two-legged creatures, simply followed along behind. Its pups were born a little nearer the fire, and theirs nearer still. Across more lifetimes than any soul alive could ever have counted, they kept drifting closer, until the gap at last had closed. And so, the oldest friendship the earth has ever known began by pure accident over a scattering of thrown-away bones. The change, once it had truly begun, ran on very largely of its own accord, the best-fed and tamest wolves raising the most pups of all. And something curious came along for the ride. As the fear drained slowly out of them, their very bodies began to change in ways that no one had asked for and no one had planned. Ears that had once stood sharp and upright to catch the smallest far-off sound went soft and folded and flopped over. Tails that had hung straight and low began to curl up over the back in a cheerful question mark. The long wolfish muzzle grew shorter, the heavy brow grew rounder, and the whole face kept something of the softness of a cub long after the animal was fully grown. For a great long while, no one could say why the taming of an animal should also round its face and fold its ears. Then, in the deep cold of Soviet Siberia, a scientist named Dmitry Belyaev set himself to watch it happen. He took silver foxes, sharp and snapping and altogether wild, and he bred them by one single rule, choosing in each new generation only the very few that were calmest and least afraid of a human hand. He paid no mind whatever to their ears, or their tails, or their coats. He selected for friendliness, and for friendliness alone. And still, the foxes changed. Within only a handful of generations, and far sooner than anyone had dared to expect, newborn fox pups began to appear with floppy ears and curling tails, and blotches of white across their fur. They whimpered for attention, and licked the hands that fed them, and wagged their tails at the approach of the keepers who had raised them. In chasing tameness, and nothing besides, Belyaev, and those who carried on the work long after him, had somehow summoned up, almost overnight, the soft and friendly shape of a dog. The very same slow spell had been cast over the wolves back at the fire, though there it took the whole long length of the Ice Age to run its course. And as their bodies grew softer, the old bargain began to turn both ways at once. The people gave the animals warmth and shelter, and a steadier meal than the hard wild had ever once offered. And the animals, for their part, gave back a great deal more than mere company. They gave warning. Their ears and their noses were keener by far than any human sense, and a camp with dogs asleep in it woke at the first strange footfall in the night, long before a person alone would ever have stirred. They gave help in the hunt, running down the deer and the boar, and holding the most dangerous quarry at bay. And they gave warmth of another kind entirely, a living heat curled tight against a sleeper on a bitter night, and the plain, deep comfort of another heartbeat close by in the dark. Wherever it first happened has been forgotten so long ago that no name for the place has survived, but it likely began in the far north, in the great white breadth of Siberia, where the winters ran long and hard. It was no soft green country. It asked a great deal of everything that dared to live in it, and out upon that hard and hungry ground, the wolf and the wandering hunter found one another early, and found one another useful, and were slow ever after to let one another go. The wolves themselves were the strangest part. The great animals that first walked in out of the dark, the true founders of every dog alive, were no longer anywhere in the world. They had not been the grey wolves that still sang across the tundra and the northern woods. Those were something more like distant cousins, sharing a grandparent far back down the ages, and then going their own separate way ever after. The real founders had belonged to an older and a greater line, and that line had faded from the earth entirely, until not one of its own true kind was left standing anywhere beneath the sky. And yet they had not altogether gone. They had left their children, that old and vanished breed of wolf, whose howl had died out of the world untold thousands of years before, lived on still in gentler shapes. In the animal stretched out asleep at the foot of a bed, in the pup rolling head over heels after a stick thrown across a summer lawn, and in the wet nose pressed to a cold window, waiting for their human that is finally coming home. Once there was a tame and a willing animal ready to hand. People set about shaping it, slowly at first, and then not so slowly at all, choosing this dog and then that one, across thousands of years. The soft clay of the wolf was pressed into 100 different forms. Some of those forms looked peculiar to the eye, and behind each peculiar thing there lay some old piece of work. The bloodhound went about with its ears grown so long and so heavy that they trailed along the ground beneath it, and as it walked, those great soft flaps stirred the scent up off the earth and wafted it toward a nose so keen that it could follow a single wanderer across days and miles of open country. The water dogs were bred with the skin grown wide between their toes, so the paw spread out like a flipper and drove them strongly through the cold. And the dogs of the frozen north slept with their thick plumed tails curled forward over their faces, a warm scarf drawn across the muzzle, so that every freezing breath was gentled before ever it was drawn inside. Nowhere had the shaping gone on for longer than in the New World. Far away in the south, in the warm heart of Mexico, there lived one of the most ancient companions of them all, a tiny creature that would in time be given the name Chihuahua. Its small forebears had trotted along at human heels in that country for longer than any memory could reach, kept and loved by peoples whose great stone cities rose and fell and rose again, while the little dogs simply carried on. The empires that had once treasured it crumbled away into dust, and still the small dog remained, older by far than the thrones it had curled beneath. Far away in the north, along the raw and frozen coast of Canada, a wholly different animal took shape for a wholly different life. The Newfoundland grew huge and calm and enormously strong, wrapped about in a dense oiled coat that shed the water and shut out the killing cold, with that very same webbing spread broad between its toes. It had been made for a thing that almost nothing else alive would ever willingly do. When a sailor went over the side into the grey and the heaving sea, it would throw itself in after him without so much as a moment's hesitation, take a firm and gentle hold, and haul the drowning man back through the waves toward the shore. One animal had come in from the northern dark, and out of it, passed along through the patient hands of one people after another, had come a creature small enough to doze in the fold of a sleeve, and another great enough to carry a grown man in, out of the ocean, and very nearly every shape that could be dreamed of lying somewhere in between. On the far side of the ocean, in the older world, the same patient craft turned its hand to milder country, to the field and the hedgerow and the high mountain pass. The dogs shaped there were made less for the open hunt, and more for the gathered flock, the walled farm, and the long, slow day's work close to home. In the green valleys of Wales there grew a most peculiar and delightful little creature, all chest and barrel, and next to no leg at all, a big dog's body set down upon the very shortest of limbs. Its work lay among the cattle, hurrying them along with a smart nip at the heels, and a dog that spent its days snapping at the feet of cattle had best keep a good answer, ready for the kick that was bound to come. The corgi's answer was to stand too low to be reached. When the great hoof lashed back, it swept clean over the little dog's head, and the corgi, altogether unbothered, went straight back to the heels it had been nipping. In the wet hedgerows of England and of Wales there worked another and a merrier sort, a busy bright-eyed spaniel with a coat like poured silk. It lived to plunge headlong into the thickest and dampest tangle of bushes and drive out the birds that sheltered there, and one bird above all the others handed the little dog its name. The woodcock, flushed up startled from its cover, made this the cocking spaniel, and the cocker spaniel it stayed ever after, a small dog carrying the name of its quarry down all the long years that came after. And high up, where the green gave out and the snow never wholly melted, in the terrible passes of the Alps, there came the greatest and the gentlest of them all. The monks of a lonely mountain refuge near the very roof of the mountains kept a breed of enormous and warm-hearted dogs, the St. Bernard, and set them to the hardest and the kindest of all tasks. When travellers were lost in the blizzards that screamed down those high roads, or buried beneath the snow that came sliding off the slopes without a word of warning, they went out into the white to find them. They sought out the fallen and the freezing by scent alone, dug them free with their broad paws, and pressed their vast warm bodies down against the cold until help could reach the place. Across the long years, those mountain dogs were said to have carried many hundreds of souls back safely home. One among them grew famous above all the others, a dog remembered ever since by the name of Barry, who was said to have brought some 40 travellers into safety across his long working life. The little cask of brandy that so many would one day picture swinging beneath such a dog's chin was only ever a painter's flourish, dreamed up a good while afterward, and the animal beneath it, plodding out all alone into the storm for the sake of a stranger, had never once had need of the invention. Further east, the land rose, climbing up and up toward the roof of the world, and the dogs of those heights rose along with it. In the thin, cold air of the Tibetan mountains, where the wind came off the snow with nothing at all to soften it, there lived a dog grown huge against the cold, the Tibetan mastiff, wrapped about the neck and the shoulders in a great mane of fur that lent it the look of a lion. Through the long nights it kept its watch. It guarded the walled monasteries perched high upon the passes, and it guarded the flocks scattered across the mountain pasture. And through hours of dark and freezing wind that few other creatures could have borne, it lay awake and listening, ready to throw its whole great weight against the wolf or the leopard that came down out of the black after the sheep. Its bark rolled down the valleys like something falling. Travellers who heard it come booming off the stone in the small hours never forgot the sound, and the monks behind their walls slept the easier for it, knowing well what lay awake beyond their gates. Down from those killing heights, carried down into the palaces, there came a far smaller and far softer creature that shared, of all things, the very same borrowed name. This was the Shih Tzu, the little lion dog, a bundle of long flowing hair with a face like a chrysanthemum, bred for no hard labour whatsoever. Its whole purpose in the world was to be adored, and adored it duly was, carried in the sleeves and the laps of emperors and their households, warming royal feet and dozing upon silk cushions, while, far above on the frozen passes, its distant giant cousin stood its ground in the snow. And then, far away to the south, on the red and sun-baked earth of Australia, the long story of the dog folded gently back upon itself. For there lived a creature called the dingo, and the dingo was a dog that had once walked at the human side, and had then, long ago, chosen to walk away again. Its forebears had come to that land with people, carried across the water in the boats of ancient travellers thousands of years before. And somewhere across those thousands of years, the dingo had loosened the old bond and slipped free of it, drifting back out of the camps and into the open country, until it ran wild once more across the plains and the deserts and the forest edges of the whole continent. It hunted for itself again. It raised its pups in dens dug into the bare earth, far from any fire, and it answered to no one. And yet it was no wolf. It was a dog still, carrying the old softness somewhere down in its blood, a wild thing that had come by its wildness the long way round, by turning back from a fire it had once been offered, rather than by never having known one. The door between the tame and the wild, so patiently built across all those years, had never truly been locked at all. It swung both ways. Most who passed through it came inward toward the warmth and the company, and stayed. But now and then, out on the far edge of the world, one of them turned and looked a last time at the light, and went back out alone into the country it had come from. Westward now, across a whole continent of heat and grass and forest, and the shaping of the dog ran on to wonderful extremes. Along the green thread of the Nile, in one of the oldest kingdoms the world had yet seen, the dog had already climbed about as high in human regard as any animal could hope to climb, for the people of ancient Egypt had made a god in its likeness. His name was Anubis, and he had the head of a jackal set upon the body of a man, his fur the deep black of the rich Nile mud and of the night. It was Anubis who watched over the dead. It fell to him to guide each departed soul down through the dark into the hall of judgment, and there to attend the great weighing, where the heart of the dead was laid upon one pan of a golden scale, and a single feather of truth upon the other, and the whole of a life hung trembling in the balance between them. That the guardian of the dead should wear a jackal's face was no strange fancy. The lean desert dogs and their wild jackal cousins were forever slipping in among the tombs at the desert's edge, drawn to the resting places of the dead. And so to Egyptian eyes it seemed only fitting that a creature of that kind be set to keep the graves in the world beyond as well. The living dogs of that kingdom were cherished too. Slender hunting hounds, the elegant long-limbed Saluki among the oldest of them, coursed down the gazelle across the sand for noblemen and pharaohs, and their lithe shapes were painted upon the walls of the tombs, so that the hunt might carry on forever in the life to come. A favourite dog, when at last its days were done, might be wrapped and preserved with as much love and care as a person, and laid to rest close beside its master, so that the two of them might journey on together, and neither need make the crossing alone. Away to the west, out along the burning southern edge of the great desert, ran a very different hound. The Azawak was whip-thin and long in the leg, its skin drawn so fine over the muscle that every sinew showed, and it kept easy company with the camels and the wandering herders of the Sahel, loping tirelessly beside them across the shimmering plains and guarding their camps beneath skies enormous with stars. And out upon the open grasslands moved one last creature that carried the name of dog and had yet never once been tamed. This was the African wild dog, the painted wolf, its coat thrown together from swirls of gold and black and white and tan, no two of them marked alike anywhere in the world. It ran in close and loving packs across the savannah, tending its wounded and feeding its young with a devotion that would have shamed many a gentler animal. But it had branched away from the friend at the fireside so unimaginably long ago that the two could no longer even read each other's blood, a far cousin that had never come to the hearth, and never would, and had no need of it at all. Some of these animals stepped clean out of the ordinary run of things and left their names behind them in the world. High over Moscow, on a cold November night in the year 1957, a small dog went up into the sky. Her name was Laika, a stray from the city streets before she was chosen, a little mongrel of no fine breeding at all, gentle and patient under the strange hands that trained her. Sealed into a tiny craft called Sputnik 2, she was flung up beyond the air itself, and so a homeless dog from the Moscow gutters became the first living creature ever to circle the whole turning earth, before any man or woman ever did. There had been no plan to bring her down again, and she did not come home. But she had gone up first of all living things, and long afterward, one of the men who sent her still spoke of her with sorrow and with tenderness, wishing it could have been otherwise. Then there was a bitter Alaskan winter, and a little town called Nome shut in by ice, where people had begun to sicken and to die of diphtheria, and the one medicine that might save them lay hundreds of frozen miles away, with no road to carry it. So it was carried by dogs, A great relay of sled teams was strung across the wilderness through blizzard and deadly cold, each running its own stretch of the trail and passing the precious serum on to the next. The longest and the most dangerous stretch of all fell to an old led dog named Togo. 12 years old and small for such work, he led his team out over the cracking sea ice of a frozen sound, through wind that could freeze a man's skin in minutes, and across ice that might have given way beneath them at any step, covering far more of that desperate road than any other dog upon it. His musher, Leonhard Seppala, said afterward that he had never in all his life known a finer dog, and it was another of the same kennel, a dog called Balto, who led the final team the last cold miles into Nome, and brought the medicine to the door at last, arriving in the dark before dawn, with the town still asleep and the people saved. It was Balto's name the world caught up and cheered. Balto, who was raised a statue in a great New York park, while the older dog, who had run the hardest miles of all, stood a long while in his shadow. Yet the years proved kinder in the end, and Togo too came to be remembered and honored, and set beside the friend whose fame he had done the most to win. And in a churchyard in old Edinburgh there was a little Skye terrier called Bobby, whose master had died and been buried there, and who lay down upon the grave and would not leave it. 14 years he kept his place beside that cold stone, through rain and frost and the long, slow turning of the seasons, fed and sheltered by the kindly folk of the town, who gave him a collar so that none might ever take him for a stray. Only when his own long watch was ended did he leave his master's side at last. And here, at the far end of it all, lay the quiet turn of the tale, that in the long, slow making of the dog, the maker had been transformed as well. Something had changed in the animals across those thousands of years at the human side, some new sense grown up in them that no wolf out on the open plain had ever needed or possessed. A dog learned to watch a human face and to read the weather passing over it, to catch the lift of good humor and the gathering of a storm, and to soften itself or to brighten itself to match. It came to discern a raised voice from a gentle one, a welcome and a warning, long before it understood the meaning of a single human word. Strangest of all was the matter of the pointing hand. A person had only to lift an arm and point away towards some far thing, a dropped scrap or a hidden ball or a path to be taken, and the dog would turn its head and follow the line of that finger straight to the mark, as though the meaning ran down the arm and off the fingertip like water. It seemed the simplest thing in all the world. Yet the wolf, for all its cleverness, would only stare at the hand itself, baffled, and even the nearest of human cousins, the clever apes, could scarcely manage the trick at all. Somewhere across the long years at the fireside, the dog alone had learned to see the world the way a person saw it, and to follow where a person's attention led. And there was a deeper thing still, hidden away down where no eye could reach it. When a person and a dog looked softly and steadily into each other's eyes, something rose in the blood of both of them at once, a slow, warm tide of the very chemistry that bound a mother to her newborn child as she held and gazed down upon it. The same tender current that ran between parent and infant could now be found between a human being and a creature descended from wolves. A look passed back and forth, and both were bound the closer by it, and neither had the least idea that anything at all had happened. The bargain begun so long ago, out in the cold over a few cast-off bones, had by now sunk down far beneath warmth and shelter and the sharing of the hunt. It had gone all the way into the body, into the reading of a glance and the chemistry of a shared gaze, until the animal once kept at arm's length in the dark had become something a person could love with the same deep intensity of the heart, once saved for kin alone. And so the wary wolf at the edge of the firelight, lean and hungry in the dark, beyond the reach of the flames, came in the end to be the friend asleep nearby in the warmth. Before it settled, it did a curious old thing that no one had ever taught it. It turned itself slowly about, once and twice, and 3 slow times, treading down a circle of grass that had not grown wild for 100 centuries, flattening a nest in a wilderness long since gone, before it lay itself down at last upon the rug beside the bed. Nose tucked warm to tail, it let the day go, and presently, deep in its dreaming, the paws began to twitch and to paddle, chasing something away across a wide dark field that no waking eye would ever see, some hair or some scent, or some memory older than itself, running on through a country that lived now only behind its own closed eyes. A soft sound escaped it, half a whimper and half a sigh, and then it lay easy once more, and only the slow rise and fall of its breathing moved in the dim of the room. In that sleeping shape, had we only paused to look, was written the whole of an ancient and wondrous story, and that, in the end, is all of it. 2 lives that were never meant to meet, bound now so closely that we can scarcely picture the one without the other. Whatever we became together, and of all the countless companions our long journey has given us, none has ever walked more faithfully at our side. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Babylon, a marvel of the ancient world, so extravagant in its grandeur, so complete in its mastery of the heavens, and so formidable as a military power that the world would never again see its equal. The story of Babylon is one of a dramatic ascent and of an end that no one could ever have expected. Rising from the sun-baked flats just outside of modern-day Baghdad is a low mound of mud bricks said to mark one of the 7 wonders of the world, Babylon's Hanging Gardens, terraces of emerald green stacked above an endless dusty plain. But it was not always a ruin. A traveler entering the city first met the lions, over 100 of them, life-sized and snarling. Then a towering and magnificent gateway, glazed in vibrant lapis blue and set with golden beasts. Beyond it, a tower called Babel, stretching impossibly upward into the heavens like a grand staircase. And surrounding the city, an impenetrable wall so broad, it was said a chariot pulled by 4 horses could turn around upon its top. Thousands of years later, clay tablets pulled from the rubble would detail a man formed from the soil, following the creation of the world, and a colossal wooden ark built before a great deluge covered the earth. Stories that would predate the Bible, or even the Torah, by over 1,000 years. But this isn't their only contribution to survive into the modern era, because every clock still counts minutes and hours the very same way the Babylonians did. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll witness one of the greatest civilizations in human history rise out of the desert, knowing that somewhere beyond the walls, something inevitable waits patiently in the shadows. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The land lay flat in every direction, pale and dry, the color of old bone. 2 rivers moved through it slowly, the Tigris on the one side and the Euphrates on the other, and between them, the ground baked hard under a white sky. Even after the sun went down, the heat kept rising off the earth, as though the day were reluctant to leave. Nothing broke the flatness for miles, only the shimmer of the hot air, and low against the horizon, a long brown mound. It was an unremarkable thing to look at. A traveler crossing that plain might have taken it for a natural rise, a wrinkle in the ground, and passed it by. It gave nothing away. Sheep tracks crossed it, and the wind had worn its edges soft, and that was all. But a spade turned into that mound brought up something that did not belong to the desert at all. Under the crust of sand and crumbled brick, there was a color, and the color was blue. A deep, glowing blue, the blue of a summer evening, or of deep water, fired into the clay and buried for centuries beneath the pale earth. There were animals in it too, cast in gold against the blue, walking in slow procession where no one had walked for a very long time. The men who first uncovered it stood over their trench in the heat and understood, little by little, that they had found a gate. The mound had a name among the local people, worn smooth by long use, and the name went back further than anyone living could account for. Followed back through the layers of the earth, and back through the centuries, the mound became a city, and the city became a town, and the town became something smaller still. 4,000 years earlier, there had been almost nothing here worth the mention. A cluster of low houses on a bend in the river, mud walls and reed roofs, and a few hundred souls going about the small business of living. Farmers mostly, and fishermen, and men who moved goods up and down the water. The river gave them their fields and carried their boats, and beyond the fields, the same flat country ran out to the same dry horizon. In the cool of the evening, the smell of baking bread and wet river mud hung low over the rooftops, and the fishing boats came in one by one, and the children were called indoors. The place had a name even then, and it was a grand name for so modest a settlement. In the old tongue, it meant the gate of the god. Yet nothing about the town suggested a future. It had no great walls, and no famous temple, and no king whose name travelled beyond the next river bend. And it was far from alone. The plain between the two rivers was scattered with towns exactly like it, each on its own stretch of water, each with its own god and its own patch of barley, and each quite convinced of its own small importance. Some were older, some were larger. Any one of them might have been the one the world remembered. No one crossing that plain in those early days would have singled that town out above its neighbours. But the river ran on, and the years ran on with it, and the town on the bend began, very slowly, to grow. The town on the river bend grew, one wall and one field, and one good harvest at a time. And in time it produced a king with a longer reach than his neighbours, a patient man named Hammurabi, who over the long years of his reign drew the scattered river towns together into a single kingdom. He took them by treaty where he could, and by force where he could not, and one by one the little cities with their little gods came under the rule of the gate of the god. For the first time, the name meant something beyond its own walls. What the king left behind was a pillar of black stone, taller than a grown man, polished smooth and rounded at the top, and covered from top to bottom in the small wedge-shaped marks of the old writing. Row upon row of them ran down the stone in tight columns, so many that the eye lost count. A man could stand before it for the length of a morning and still not reach the end of what it had to say. They were laws, nearly 300 of them, gathered in one place, so that any man might know where he stood. Some were hard, measuring out an injury for an injury and a loss for a loss. Most of them dealt with the ordinary business of the day, what a doctor might charge for setting a bone, and what he owed if the patient died under his hand, what a boatman earned for a season on the water, what was to be done if a builder's house fell down, or a shepherd let his flock stray into another man's corn, and set down among the rest what a decent jug of beer ought to cost, so that no innkeeper might water it down and charge the full price all the same. Near the top of the stone, a figure had been cut, the king standing before the God of justice and receiving the authority to rule. And beneath it, the king had set down the reason for the whole enterprise, that he had come, as the stone put it, so that the strong should not harm the weak. For the better part of 600 years, the pillar stood where all could see it, in the heart of the city, its promise cut into the rock, where it could not be forgotten. In the centuries after Hammurabi, while the first Babylon still stood, but its brightest days had already passed, an army came for the city. It came down the river itself, out of the far north, a people from the high country who had marched an astonishing distance to be there. They fell upon the city, and the gate of the god was thrown open by force. Fire went through the streets, and the houses of mud brick that had stood for centuries came down into ash and rubble. By morning, the smoke stood in a single tall column over the plain, and could be seen for a day's walk in every direction. But when the raiders turned for home, they left the gold where it lay. What they loaded with great care and carried the long road north was a statue. To the people of the plain, this was no ordinary carving. The statue was the god himself, the divine lord of the city, dwelling in the image the way a man dwells in his house. So long as he sat in his temple, the city was whole, and the world was in its proper order. His presence made the rains come, and the barley grow, and the king sit rightly on his throne. And now his place stood empty. The god had not died, which would have been terrible enough. He had been taken, carried off a captive into a foreign land, and the people were left in a city that still stood, but no longer held its heart. The absence settled over the city, like a grief with no grave to visit, the feeling of a household whose master had been carried off, and whose rooms waited, swept and ready, for a homecoming that might never come. The priests kept the empty shrine. Prayers went up for the god's return, and the years went by. The city did not empty, though. Into the space left by the old rulers came a new people, newcomers down from the mountains, who took the throne and then largely left the city to be itself. They did not stamp their own ways upon it. They learned its language, honored its gods, rebuilt its fallen houses, and settled in as though they had always belonged. They kept the old festivals in their proper seasons, joined the same processions through the streets, and called on the same gods by the same names, until it grew hard to tell the newcomers from the people they had come to rule. For 400 years they governed, and those 4 centuries left few grand stories behind them. And in that long, ordinary stretch, the tongue of the little town was spreading far beyond its own walls, so gradually that no one thought to remark upon it. From the palaces of Egypt to the courts of the north, rulers who had never seen the 2 rivers wrote to one another in Babylonian, pressing their treaties and their complaints and their offers of marriage into damp clay in the old wedge-shaped script. The little town on the river bend had given the world its common speech, and in time, or so the old tellers had it, its god came home at last, carried back through the mountains to the shrine that had waited so long. Centuries turned, and the city passed through more hands than could be named, until it came at last under the shadow of a hard new power to the north. The kings of Assyria had built the most formidable war machine the world had yet seen, and Babylon, proud and old and forever restless under their rule, was a thorn they could not seem to draw out. The city rose against them, and was put down, and rose again. There came an Assyrian king whose patience finally ran dry. He had set his own son over Babylon to keep it obedient, and the Babylonians, with the help of old enemies from the eastern hills, had seized that son and carried him off, and the young man was never seen again. His father's answer, when it came, was without limit. He resolved that Babylon should not simply be defeated, but erased entirely from the face of the earth. In the year that followed, the great walls were pulled down and tipped into the river. The temples were leveled, the houses broken open, and the treasures of the gods carried away to the north. And then, when the buildings were rubble, and the rubble was scattered, the canals were opened, and the river turned loose across the ruins, so that water ran where the streets had run, until the whole site was a marsh, with nothing standing above it. Where the markets had been, there were reeds, and standing water, and the calling of marsh birds, and a traveller passing that way would never have known a city had stood there at all. But the erasure did not hold. Within a handful of years, the same Assyrian throne passed to the destroyer's own son, and that son set about undoing every stroke of what his father had done. In his own telling, the great gods had first laid down 70 years of ruin for the city, and then, their anger softening, had turned the reckoning around and called for its raising far sooner than that. So he gathered the scattered people. He called the exiled gods home. He had the mud dug out, and the ground raised up, and the temples founded again on their old plans, course by course, as though the flood had never come. And so the marsh was drained, and the mound rose once more above the plain, brick by patient brick, up out of the water that had been meant to bury it forever. The Babylon that rose from the drained marsh became, within a few generations, the greatest city the world had ever held. Its rebuilders were a new line of kings, and the greatest of them, a ruler remembered as Nebuchadnezzar, came to the throne with an army at his back that no power in the region could stand against. He broke the strength of Egypt on the field, took the lands along the whole eastern shore of the sea, and sent the wealth of 3 continents flowing back up the river to his capital. Gold and silver, cedar from the western mountains, and precious stone and fine timber, and the tribute of conquered kings, all came home to Babylon, and the king poured every measure of it into the grandest building the ancient world had seen. A traveller coming to the city in those days approached along a broad paved road, and the first thing to meet him was the lions. More than 100 of them ran the length of the processional way, each moulded in glazed brick and set at the height of a living beast, striding forward with bared teeth against a background of that same deep blue. They seemed to pace alongside anyone who passed between them, a slow escort of stone the whole length of the road, until the walls themselves rose up ahead. At the end of that road stood the gate. It rose some 60 feet into the air, faced from footing to parapet in brick the colour of deep lapis, and across its shining blue marched rows of golden bulls and strange horned dragons, the sacred beasts of the city's great god, Marduk. Of those creatures, the king who raised the gate left a boast in the brickwork that he had set them there in such splendor that all mankind might gaze upon them in wonder. Passing beneath, through that cool blue shadow, a traveller came out into the wide streets of the city itself, and above the rooftops, higher than anything near it, climbed the tower. It went up in great stages, each set back from the one below, a mountain made by hands rising step over step toward the sky, with a temple at its summit and a long stair running up its face. This was the tower that a later book would remember as Babel, the one that reached for heaven. Around the whole of it ran the walls, and the walls were the wonder that travellers found hardest to believe. They were so thick and so broad across the top that it was said a chariot, drawn by 4 horses, could be driven along them and turned completely about without once checking its pace. Watchtowers stood at intervals down their length. The river ran through the middle of the city beneath the walls, bridged in the very heart of the town, and great gates of bronze closed the end of every street that came down to the water. At night, the watchfires burned all along the parapet, a ring of small flames circling the sleeping city. For the moment, the city stood at its brightest, gold and cedar and lapis gleaming along the river, the walls whole and the towers manned, and no one who lived behind them had cause yet to look to the shadows beyond the plain. Of all the wonders that clung to the name of Babylon, the strangest was a garden that no spade ever found. The story reached the wider world through Greek writers who came centuries afterward, and most of them were setting down a marvel they had only heard described. In their telling, the garden rose in terraces, one broad step above another, climbing high over the flat brown plain, like a green hillside set down, where no hill had ever stood. Full-grown trees stood upon it, their roots held in deep beds of earth laid across the stone, and from the topmost terrace the long branches leaned out over the drop. Water was the heart of the wonder. Somehow it was drawn up out of the river far below and carried to the very crown of the terraces, so that it ran down through the beds and kept the whole green mountain alive under a sky that saw almost no rain. Travellers said a person walking beneath the terraces passed into cool shade and the sound of falling water in a country where shade and falling water were the rarest things of all. It was a beautiful picture, and it had one difficulty at its heart. The king who built the great city had written down everything. He had left his name pressed into countless bricks, and long inscriptions listing every wall he raised, and every gate he faced in blue, and every temple he restored, sparing no detail and no praise. In all of it, across all those crowded columns of boasting, there was not a single word about a garden. And when the diggers came and lifted the processional way and the blue gate and the foundation of the tower out of the mound, they found no trace of terraces either, no great beds of earth, no vaulted stone to carry them, and nothing to show where the water might have climbed. But away to the north, in the old Assyrian city that had once loomed so hard over Babylon, there had lived a king who did write of such a thing. He was the same restless conqueror who had once tried to wash Babylon from the earth. In his own capital, he had raised a palace garden of exactly this kind, a high place, thick with trees fetched from distant lands, and he had been very proud of it. To water it, he had done something remarkable. He had cut a channel for miles through the hills, carrying it across a whole valley on great stone arches to bring a stream to his city, and he had set screws of bronze, turning to lift the water up to the terraces. He wrote of it in stone, and called it a marvel for all peoples to behold. 2 cities then, and 2 gardens, and only one of them ever set into the ground by its maker's own hand. Over the long centuries, the northern city fell, and its name grew faint, while the name of Babylon only grew, until it drew the wonder to itself, the way a great name draws every good story toward it. Whether the terraces ever truly climbed above Babylon, or whether all that green had belonged from the first to another king in another place, the mound never said. It gave up its gate. It never gave up its garden. Night after night, on the flat roofs of the city, men climbed up to watch the sky. They were the scholars of the temple, and their whole craft was patience. When the sun was gone, and the great heat had loosened its grip, they took their places on the rooftops and turned their eyes upward, and they kept watch on the moon and the wandering planets as these moved slowly against the fixed stars. What they saw, they wrote down at once, pressing the marks into a tablet of soft clay, while the night was still around them, and the lamps burned low beside them, where the moon stood, when a planet turned back upon its path. Which stars first rose as the year came round to their season? And they did not stop at the sky. On the same tablets, in the same small and careful hand, they set down the world below. How high the river had run that day against its banks, what a measure of barley, or dates, or wool had cost in the market, whether the day had brought cloud or wind, or a fall of rain. A death in the royal house, or an army on the move, went down beside the price of grain and the phase of the moon, all of it woven into the one long record. They kept it up for 700 years. No single man's lifetime could hold such a thing. It was a chain of watchers, each handing the task on to the next, so that the record ran unbroken through the rise and fall of kings and the coming and going of whole empires. Nowhere else on earth had anyone looked so steadily at the heavens for so long, or set down so faithfully what they found. Their counting was the strangest gift they left behind. They reckoned by 60s rather than by 10s, dividing and dividing again by that same round number, and the habit ran so deep into their measuring of the sky that it never came out again. The circle they cut into 360 parts, the hour into 60 minutes, and the minute into 60 seconds beneath it. Every clock that ran in the ages afterward, and every dial marked off in degrees, still kept its time and its angles the way those rooftop watchers had first set them down in clay. Yet the clay held more than stars and prices. It held the small human noise of people simply living, and few scraps of it were more human than a letter that survived in a merchant's house in one of the old southern cities. The man who wrote it had bought copper from a dealer, and the copper had been poor, and he was furious. He sat down and set out his complaint in full, and it was carried across the town and kept, and it lay in the ground for the better part of 4,000 years, with its temper wholly undimmed. He listed every slight. He had been promised good metal and handed bad. His own servant had been sent away empty and insulted, and he demanded, at the last, to know what the dealer took him for, that a man of his standing should be treated with such contempt. The stars wheeled overhead, and the river rose and fell, and the kingdoms turned, and a bad load of copper was remembered, as long as any of it, pressed into the same patient clay. Among the broken clay lifted from the mound were tablets that told a story whose shape would echo far down the centuries. They spoke first of a man. In the beginning, before there were people to do the labor of the world, the gods had shaped one out of the soil itself, mixing clay with something of the divine and breathing purpose into it, so that a living thing rose up from the ground to till the fields and tend the temples. And they spoke, further on, of a flood. The gods, grown weary of the noise and the trouble of mankind, resolved to wash the world clean with water. But one man was warned in time. He was told to build a great vessel of wood, sealed tight against the coming flood, and to carry into it his family and the beasts and the seed of every living thing, so that life might ride out the deluge and begin over again. The rain came, and the waters rose and covered everything, and for days the vessel drifted on a drowned world with no land in sight. When at last it came to rest against the peak of a mountain, the man did a careful thing. He sent out a bird to search for dry ground, and it flew and found none, and came back to him. He waited and sent another, and it too returned. And he sent a third, and that one did not come back, and by its not returning he knew the waters had fallen somewhere, and the earth was ready to be walked again. These tablets had lain in the clay a very long time. They had been written and copied and written out again by fathers teaching sons the old signs, for more than 1,000 years before the same story of a maker and a flood and a saving boat and a bird sent out over the water was set down in the Bible or the Torah. The older telling had been sleeping in the ground of the 2 rivers all the while. And there was another memory pressed into the story of this city, one its own scribes had never written down at all. It was carried in by people brought here against their will. When the great king marched west and broke the little kingdom of Judah, he carried its people back to Babylon in their thousands. The skilled and the noble and the young, led away from a ruined Jerusalem to live out their years beside a foreign river. They did not forget the home they had lost. Long afterward, their grief was set down in words that would outlast every wall of Babylon, the words of those who sat down by the rivers of that city and wept for the hill they had left behind. They lived there and labored there, and some of them prospered there across the generations. But the river running past their doors was never the right river, and the great blue city, with all its wonders, was never home. In time, some of their children would go back, and some would stay. And the song of the ones who had sat by the water and grieved for another place travelled on out of Babylon and into the world, and was still sung in far countries the city's own kings had never so much as heard of, long after the city itself had gone down into the mound. The last king to rule Babylon in its own right was a solitary and curious man, and he did not much care for his own capital. He worshipped the moon above all the other gods, which sat ill with the priests of the city, whose great god was another. And for reasons that baffled everyone around him, he left Babylon altogether for years on end, and went to live at a far oasis out in the northern deserts of Arabia, among the palms and the caravan roads, leaving his son behind to hold the throne. 10 years he stayed away in that distant place, and the city's grandest festival, which needed the king's own hands to perform it, went unheld season after season while he was gone. What drew him, more than a crown or an army, was the deep past. Where other kings dug foundations to lay their own upon, he dug to find what older kings had buried long before, and when his workmen struck the footing of some ancient temple, he would pore over it with delight, working out how many hundreds or thousands of years had passed since the stone was first set. He rebuilt old shrines to their original plans, hunting down their earliest foundations to get every line of them right. A ruin that could tell him its age pleased him more than a room full of gold. That love of old things ran in the family. His daughter, a priestess in the ancient southern city of gathered a collection of objects far older than herself, relics dug from the ground and carried in from fallen places, and she kept them set out in order in her rooms. Beside each one, she laid a small label of clay, naming the object and telling where it came from and how old it was, written out plainly so that any visitor might understand. Thousands of years later, when diggers uncovered that little collection with its careful labels, some of them called it the oldest museum in the world. While the old king sifted the dust of dead temples, a new power had risen to the east and the north. A Persian king named Cyrus had gathered the lands and the armies of half the known world, and in the year counted since as 539 before the Common Era, that great force turned toward Babylon. The city that had drowned others and been drowned itself, that had raised the mightiest walls ever built and lined its roads with lions, braced for the worst. The worst never came. The defending army met the Persians away from the city and was beaten, and after that, the city simply opened. The tale was later told that the conquerors turned the river aside and walked in along its drained bed beneath the walls, and however it was truly done, they were inside almost before the people knew it, and there was no long siege and no burning. The conqueror took care to present himself as a rescuer rather than a destroyer, a man sent by the city's own great god to set things right, and the priests who had chafed so long under the moon-worshipping king were in no hurry to mourn him. And so, the last night of Babylon, as a kingdom of its own, passed without the sky ever turning red. No wall was thrown down, no temple was burned. In the morning, the gates stood open, new banners hung above them, and the markets opened along the streets, as they had opened on 10,000 mornings before. 2 centuries after the Persians walked in, the city met the most famous conqueror the world had yet produced, and for a moment it seemed Babylon might rise once more. A young king out of the west, Alexander, having overthrown the whole Persian Empire in a handful of years, came at last to Babylon and was received into it in triumph. He looked at the ancient city on its river and saw the seat of a world empire, the natural center of all he had won, and he set his mind on making it his capital. He gave orders for the great tower to be cleared and raised again, and grand plans began to gather about the old walls. And then, in the very palace of the king who had built the city to its height, the conqueror fell ill and died. Still a young man, his empire barely made, and not yet settled beneath him. He too had come to Babylon, and Babylon had kept him. The empire he left was carved up among his generals, and one of them, taking the eastern share, chose to build himself a fresh capital a little way north, on the Tigris. It was a new city, laid out to his own design, and it pulled at Babylon like a slow tide. There was no massacre and no expulsion. They went of their own accord, chasing the work and the wealth that the north seemed to promise, and left the old streets of Babylon to the wind. A family would go, and then a neighbor, and then a whole street, over years and lifetimes, and the better part of 300 slow years, until the city of the Blue Gate and the 100 Lions stood half empty inside its own enormous walls, its broad avenues far too wide for the few who still walked them. Yet even then, the watchers had not come down from the rooftops. In the emptying city, among the crumbling temples and the sagging houses, a small band of scholars kept to the old work, climbing up night after night to track the moon and the planets as their forefathers had. They followed the slow, bright wandering of Jupiter, the star of the city's own great god, across the fixed patterns of the sky. The crowds were gone, and the kings were gone, and the glory was long departed, and still the clay was worked, and still the heavens were written down. The last of those tablets to carry a date was an almanac, a plain forecast of where the planets would stand through the seasons of a coming year. The date it bore fell around the year 75 of the Common Era. After it, the long line simply stopped. The oldest writing on earth, those wedge marks first pressed into river mud by a people at the very dawn of cities, came to its quiet end in a half-ruined town, in the hand of an old astronomer, setting down where Jupiter would be. No army had brought Babylon to this. No fire had taken it, and no flood had washed it away, and no last battle had thrown down its walls. The end that had waited all along in the shadows beyond the plain was the gentlest end of all. The people had simply risen, a few at a time, over lifetimes too long to feel, and walked away towards somewhere new, until there was almost no one left to walk. The great city sank back into the flat brown country it had once climbed out of, and became again a low mound that gave nothing away, keeping its blue gate and its lost garden and its tablets full of stars folded down into the dust, waiting patiently to be uncovered. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Marco Polo, a legendary explorer who disappeared beyond the edge of the known world and returned with a sprawling chronicle of the Far East, marvelous to the point of fabrication, yet too exact in its detail to be a work of pure invention. Our story begins in Venice, a city bustling with sailors, unloading barrels of fragrant spices and bolts of silk carried in from a land scarcely anyone could find on a map. But Marco Polo's father knew that land well, and when he set out for it again, he took his son Marco along with him. In China, this young Venetian encountered black stones that burned hotter and longer than any firewood, and money made not from gold or silver, but from paper. At the edge of the Gobi, he came across a peculiar cloth that was spun from a fiber dug out of the mountainside. When soiled, it was not washed, but went into the flames and came out clean again. Then at last, the court of the great Khan, where he passed the better part of 2 decades in the emperor's service. On the long voyage home, he happened upon a rhinoceros, and believing it to be the fabled unicorn, remarked with irritation that it was rather ugly and not at all as he had supposed. Upon his return from China, Polo recounted his travels, but nobody would believe a word of it. Today we know much of it was certainly true, and yet in all that time, it's curious he never mentioned their custom of drinking tea or the unique characters they wrote with. Still, the feeling is hard to shake that something in his account is still waiting to be discovered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk alongside Marco Polo, over mountains, across deserts, and sail out onto a dark and unfamiliar sea. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The fog came in off the water before dawn that autumn, and stayed as long as it pleased. The tide worked at the stone the way it always had, and each time a warehouse door swung open, there came pepper and cinnamon and ginger and the dry sweetness of cloth that had come a long way in the dark. A boy of 15 had breathed that air all his life. Of his mother, he had no memory. She had gone when he was very small. His father, he had never met at all, having gone to sea before the boy was born. So the raising fell to aunts and cousins in a crowded parish behind the Rialto, in a house belonging to a family that had traded for more generations than anyone had bothered to number. He was taught without anyone calling it teaching, to lift one end of a bale and know its weight, to reckon in the coin of Constantinople, Alexandria or Damascus, and keep it all in his head, to take a boat through a running current, or to give away nothing in his face while bargaining for a fair price. In place of a father, he had a word, and that word was East. East was where the silk came from, and the cloves, and every story worth hearing in that house. And somewhere far beyond all of it were two men of his own house, his father and his father's brother. They had sailed east with a purse of jewels and had not been heard of since. And then one ordinary afternoon, two men came up from the harbour. They were burnt dark and wore nothing that looked Venetian. When they stopped to speak briefly to a stranger, the words came out slow, as if it were a language they had not used in years. The boy watched them pass without any particular interest, not realizing he had just seen his father for the first time. What his father and his uncle had been doing all those years came out one piece at a time over the course of the winter. They had sold everything they owned in Constantinople and put the money into jewels. Then across the Black Sea and north, out onto grass that ran 3 weeks together without a wall or a hedge in it, to the camp of Berka Khan on the Volga. They gave him the jewels. He housed them a year, asked them a great many questions, and sent them off with twice what the stones had been worth. Then a war closed the road behind them. The Khan had fallen out with a cousin of his, and the way home filled up with men riding the other direction. The only road still open ran further in, so they took it. 17 days of desert without a town or a well, and then Bukhara, where they sat for 3 years, unable to go on and unable to turn back. An ambassador got them out. He was going east on his master's business and stopped in the street to look at them, never having seen men of that kind. His master's master, he said, was the greatest lord alive, and had never in his life set eyes on a Latin, so too would be a marvel. The road was safe in his company, but the journey took a year. At the end of it, they came to Kublai Khan, who was as glad to see them as the ambassador had said he would be. The Khan kept them at his court long enough to ask a great many questions about the Pope, the Church, and the way the Latins lived. He had found the answers worth hearing, so he sent the two of them back with a request for 100 men, learned men, versed in the learning of the West, able to stand in front of his own priests and astrologers and show by plain reasoning that the Christian faith was the better one. If they managed it to his satisfaction, he said, then he and all his lords would take it up. He asked for one thing more, a little oil from the lamp that burned over the tomb of Christ in Jerusalem. And so that no one along the road would trouble them, he gave them a tablet of gold with writing on it, saying that the bearers were to be given lodging, horses, and escort wherever they went, and that any man who failed in this would answer for it. They came to Acre, carrying all of that, and found the Pope was dead. Clement IV had been in his grave a year. The cardinals had gone into conclave, and had not come out again. Weeks passed, then months, then the seasons came round and started over, and still there was no name. The waiting stretched on past anything the church had known. 2 years of that proved enough for the brothers. They decided to go back without the 100 wise men, and to take the boy along. They stopped first for holy oil, and for letters from a legate of the church, setting down why they were returning late, and without what had been asked for. They had sailed a long way down the coast, when a rider came after them, with news no merchant would have dared invent. The legate who had wished them well had been elected pope. The citizens of Viterbo had lost patience at last, locked the cardinals in, cut their meals to bread and water, and taken the roof off the building over their heads. It had worked. They turned round. He was Gregory X now, and he gave them letters under his own seal, gifts of fine crystal for the Khan, and the men they had been sent for. 2 of them, 2 preaching friars, carrying authority to ordain priests and consecrate bishops, which was a considerable weight of power to rest on so small a delegation. The friars lasted as far as Armenia. The Sultan of Egypt was in that country burning his way through it, and the war grew close enough to be discussed at every stop along the road. The 2 men looked ahead at the country they were being asked to cross, then back at the Templar house behind them, and they came to a decision. They handed over the letters, the papal privileges, and the gifts, and went home. The road they handed back ran on for another 4,000 miles. So the party that carried on east numbered 3, a father, an uncle, and a boy of 17, who had known his father for 2 years. 24 more would pass before any of them saw the lagoon again. The road took its own pace. Pack animals decided how far a day went, water decided where it ended, and a caravan moved at the speed of its slowest camel. Days unspooled slowly. There was time on that road to look at things properly, and Marco looked at everything. In Greater Armenia, they passed a mountain so high and so thickly covered with snow that no man had ever climbed it, and the snow never melted off it from one year to the next. The people there said the ark had come to rest on the summit after the flood. Nobody had been up to check. Further along, near the shore of a great salt sea, there was a spring that gave out oil. It came up through the ground of its own accord, and in such quantity that 100 camels could be loaded from it at one time. It was no good at all with food, though it burned beautifully. He kept some of it and moved on. Then Persia opened out in front of them, and the road went south. Tabriz first, full of merchants from Genoa, Venice, and every country in between, where pearls and precious stones changed hands in a walled garden of a bazaar, and a man could lose a fortune in an afternoon. Then dry country, and salt flats where the water ran green and undrinkable. Then towns that had stood on that road long before the Latins had heard of any of it, where the 3 Venetians were shown the tombs of the kings who followed the star and told the whole story as though it were local news. In the hills above that road, men still pointed north to a valley and told him about the old man of the mountain. There had been a lord in the high country, in a valley shut between 2 peaks, who had made a garden there. Streams ran through it, carrying wine, milk, honey, and clear water. There were pavilions gilded and painted, fruit of every kind, and young women who sang and played and lacked for nothing. No one was allowed to see it. The only way in lay through a fortress no one had ever taken by force. The Lord chose young men out of the hill villages, boys of 12 and upward, and gave them a drink that put them to sleep where they stood. They were carried in sleeping. They woke in the garden and spent 4 days there in the belief that they had died and arrived. Then the drink again, and they woke a second time on the wrong side of the wall, in an ordinary room, with an ordinary man telling them that paradise was real, that he held the key to it, and that there was a way back for anyone who served him properly. After that, they would go anywhere and do anything he asked. For 100 years or so it worked. Then a grandson of Genghis Khan came into that country with an army, sat down in front of the fortress for 3 years, and starved it out. The walls came down, the garden went back to grass. By the time the 3 of them rode through, all that remained of it was the telling, offered at the roadside to anyone slow enough to listen. After Persia, the country began to climb, and it did not stop. The air thinned, the nights sharpened, villages came further apart, and the people in them grew harder and less curious. The mountains closed in properly, and the party came into a country that had always been poor and had always sat on top of remarkable things. Rubies were dug there, out of one mountain and one mountain only, and no man could put a pick into it except by the king's order and on the king's behalf. The stones were kept scarce on purpose so that the price would hold. Out of another hill came the finest blue in the world, ground down and carried west to end up in the robes of painted saints in churches whose builders had no notion where it came from. There were horses in those valleys, said to descend from the horse of Alexander himself, bearing his own horse's mark upon the brow. The strain had belonged to one family, and by the time the Venetians arrived, it had lately died out altogether, which was explained locally by a quarrel of the sort that families have and horses pay for. And in that high country, Marco fell ill. Whatever took hold of him took hold hard, and it kept him for the better part of a year. He was carried up into the hills to recover, because the people there held that the mountain air would do what nothing else could, and by his own account, that was exactly what happened. He came back down thin, older, and with more of the road's languages in his head, learned flat on his back, with nothing else to do. Then they went higher again, up onto a plain that took 12 days to cross, and lay above every other thing in the world. There was grass up there in the summer, and grass of an extraordinary kind. The leanest, sorriest beast in a caravan could be turned loose on it and would be fat inside 10 days. Wild sheep grazed the slopes with horns as long as a man's arm, curled round twice, and the shepherds made bowls and platters out of them, and piled the rest into heaps beside the track to mark the way when the snow came down. But the thing he noticed most on that plain was the fire. It would not burn properly. The flames came up pale and low, and the wrong colour altogether, and they gave out far less heat than the same wood gave in the valleys. Food set over them would not cook however long it was left there. Water went to the boil and stayed stubborn, and meat came out of the pot much as it went in. He had no idea why. Coming down off the roof of the world took as long as going up. They came down at last into orchard country, into walled towns full of gardens, cotton and flax, where merchants lived, who travelled to every corner of the earth and were famously careful with money. Vines grew there, water ran in channels. After the high plain, it must have seemed almost indecent. Further on lay a province where the rivers came down out of the hills, carrying stones, and among the ordinary gravel were pieces of jade, green and white, which men waded in to gather and sold east at prices that made the wade-in worthwhile. And then the towns gave out, and the road arrived at the town of Lop. Lop was the last place. Every caravan stopped there for a week, resting the animals and buying up food, because what lay beyond it ran 30 days across at the narrowest point, and was said by the people who lived nearest to run a full year from one end to the other. There was no crossing it at the wide part. They loaded a month of provisions, and donkeys to eat if it came to that, and went in. It was sand and low barren hills, and nothing growing. Water came at about a day's march, sweet in some places and bitter in others, and in most of those places there was enough for 50 or 100 travellers with their beasts, and not one drop more. No army had ever come that way. There were no birds and no animals, since there was nothing out there to keep either of them alive. Before setting out, travellers were told the thing that had to be told. Keep close. A man who fell behind the column, whether from a broken saddle strap, a moment's sleep, or simply from letting his mind wander, would sooner or later hear voices out on the sand. They would be calling his name. They would sound exactly like people he knew. He would turn towards them and go off after them, and by morning he would not be with the caravan, and the caravan would not find him. At night, it was worse in a different way. Companies camped out there heard drums beating somewhere off in the dark, and instruments playing, and now and then a noise very like a body of armed men moving across their front. There was nobody out there at all. So they hung bells about the necks of the animals, so that the road itself always carried a sound, and a straggler had something to steer by. And before lying down, they set up a sign pointing the way they meant to travel in the morning, because a man half awake in that place could not be trusted to remember it. The nights were bitter, and the days were long, and every one of them looked much like the last. The bells went on ahead and behind. Now and then the sand made its noise off in the dark, and the drivers looked at one another and said nothing about it, and the column kept moving. 30 days later, they came out the other side, at a town on the desert's far edge, with the animals thinner, and the bells still on them. Beyond the desert, the country softened, and the road that had been running for 3.5 years began at last to run out. Word had gone ahead of them. The Khan, hearing that 3 Latins were on his roads, sent riders 40 days out to meet them and bring them in, and from that point on, everything they needed was set in front of them before they thought to ask for it. They came to the summer city in the warm part of the year. It stood in grassland with a wall around it, and inside the wall lay a park 16 miles about, with meadows, springs, and streams running through them. Stags, roebuck, and fallow deer grazed in it, kept there to feed the hawks. Grooms rode out with hunting leopards sitting up behind them on the horse's back, and set them down at the sight of a deer. White falcons sat hooded on the wrist by the 100. Somewhere in that park ran a herd of white mares and stallions, 10,000 of them and more, whose milk no one on earth was permitted to drink, except the imperial family, and one clan that had earned the privilege in Genghis Khan's day for holding a line in a battle long ago. At the heart of the park stood a palace made of cane. The canes were thick as a man's leg, split down the length, gilded and varnished, and joined so cleverly that rain ran off them like tiles. More than 200 cords of silk held the whole thing steady against the wind. When the court moved on, the palace came down and went with it, whole, to be raised again wherever it was wanted. The 3 of them were brought before the emperor and knelt on the floor of that hall. He had them stand almost at once. He asked about the road, about the Pope, and about the errand he had sent them on 9 years before, and he took the letters and the little vessel of oil with every appearance of pleasure. Then he looked at the boy. Marco was 21 by then. He had left Venice at 17 and had spent the years between on horseback, and somewhere along the way he had picked up 4 of the languages of that empire. The Khan sent envoys out constantly to provinces 6 months distant, and they came back with the answer to the question they had carried, and nothing else at all, which wearied him. He said as much more than once, and the men who heard him took no notice. But the young Venetian did take notice. His first errand carried him half a year's journey off, and he came home with the business concluded, and a great deal more besides. Customs of the towns along the way, what the people ate, wore, worshipped, and traded. What grew there, and what did not. What was strange enough to be worth the telling. After that, he was sent out for the pleasure of it, as much as anything, again and again, into provinces the court had ruled for years and never really looked at. And the Khan, who had a world to run and could not go and see it, sat and listened to the descriptions of it come back to him in the mouth of a foreigner who had not yet turned 25. The wonders came thick after that. First, there was the money. It was made in a mint in the capital, from the bark of the mulberry tree, the thin inner layer of it, soaked and beaten to a pulp and pressed out into black sheets. The sheets were cut into pieces of different sizes, stamped by a row of officials, and finished with the emperor's vermilion seal. And after that, they were worth exactly what he said they were worth. Nobody refused them anywhere in his dominions on pain of his displeasure. Merchants came in from India with pearls, gems, gold and silver, handed them over, and walked out with paper, and went away content. When a note wore out, it was carried back to the mint and exchanged for a fresh one at a charge of 3 in the 100. This way, the Khan could make as much treasure as he pleased, out of tree pulp, and he did. Then there were the black stones. They were dug out of the hills all over the north of China, and they burned even better than charcoal, holding their heat through the night, so that a fire set at bedtime was still alive at dawn. There was also a cloth that would not burn. It came from a province out on the road they had travelled, where a substance was quarried out of the mountainside in fibres, pounded, washed, spun, and woven into napkins. Once soiled, the cloth was thrown into the fire and left there a while, and it came out white. In a city on a lagoon in the south, he was told there were 12,000 bridges, most of them high enough for a ship to pass beneath. Along every high road, at 25 miles or so, stood a post house with beds, silk sheets, and 400 horses standing ready, and between the post houses ran barefoot messengers with bells at their belts, hearing each other coming and passing the packet on without slowing. News moved across that empire in days when it should have taken months. Potters in the south dug their earth and heaped it, and left the heap out in the weather 30 or 40 years before their grandsons made it into porcelain. But one thing he went and saw for himself. An errand ran southwest, 4 months in the saddle, out past the last of the settled country, and into hills where the empire's writ was a new thing, and not much loved. He came at length to a country the court called Gold Teeth, and found it named for precisely what it said. The men there cover their teeth in fine gold, moulded to fit over them, and took the covers off to eat, and put them back afterwards. Nothing in that country was written down. A debt was kept on a stick, notched across and split down the middle, 1/2 to each man, and when it was paid, the 2 halves were burned together. And when a woman there delivered a child, she washed it, wrapped it, got up, and went back to her work. The husband then took to the bed and stayed there 40 days with the child beside him, receiving visitors and being congratulated. The South had not fallen yet when they arrived. It had been holding out for 40 years, and the thing holding it was a pair of walled cities on a river, sitting across the only road that mattered. The Khan's armies had been camped in front of them for years, without result. The place could be supplied by water from the south, and no engine in the imperial train could throw a stone heavy enough to matter. The book has all 3 of them standing among the carpenters when the answer was found. Engineers built the thing that was needed, and it threw stones of 300 pounds. The first of them came down through the roofs. The city sent out word that it would come to terms, and the terms were honourable, and the walls stayed standing afterwards with a new garrison inside them. After that, the road south lay open, and the last great kingdom of the old world went under in stages. The court in the southern capital gave up the imperial seals. The empress and the child on the throne were taken north and treated with courtesy, and given a household and a pension, and left to grow old in the north. What remained of the loyal fleet fought on down the coast for 3 more years, until it was pinned in a bay in the far south, and there a minister took the last boy emperor on his back and stepped off the side of a ship into the sea, and the dynasty ended in the water with him, and the years began to pile up. Marco went out on the Khan's business into Yunnan, into Burma, and down through the great cities of the south to the ports where the ships came in from India, and out of more than one of them by sea. He said afterwards that he governed one of those cities for 3 years, which was a large claim for a foreigner to make, and one nobody in Venice was in a position to check. Wealth came in steadily, so did honor. But the emperor was old. His favorite wife died. His finance minister was killed one night in the capital by men who had had enough of him, and the court was a long time quiet afterwards. Then the son he had raised up to follow him died too, and after that he grew heavy and gouty and stopped riding, and had himself carried to the hunt on a platform on the backs of 4 elephants. 3 foreigners in that court were rich because one man wished them to be. The father and the uncle had seen enough of the world to know what generally happened to such men when their protector died, and they began to ask leave to go home. Every time he found a reason. He was fond of them. He said that he valued them too highly to lose them, that the roads were dangerous, and that they wanted for nothing where they were. Years went by that way. The way out arrived dressed as somebody else's problem. Away in Persia, the lord of that country had lost his wife, and her last wish had been that no woman of any other house should take her place. So envoys came the whole way across Asia to the great Khan to ask for a bride of the proper lineage, and one was chosen. She was 17, and her name was Kokachin, and she was described as very beautiful and charming. The envoys started her overland, and got 8 months out before the wars in the middle of the continent turned them back. They came into the capital again, with the girl still on their hands, and there they fell in with 3 Venetians who had lately returned from the southern seas and knew something about ships. It suited everybody. The envoys asked for them by name, and the old emperor, cornered by his own courtesy, gave way at last. He gave them gold tablets again, the same kind that had carried them in, messages for the Pope and the kings of the West, and stores for 2 years. 14 ships were fitted out, 4 masts apiece, and 600 souls went aboard. They were 3 months to Java and its neighbours, and then the wind turned against them and held them 5 months on the coast of Sumatra. The company built a stockade of timber round the camp and stayed inside it, because the people of that shore had a reputation. Nothing came of it. They ate fish, drank the wine that ran out of the palm trees, and made bread out of the pith of a tree, and got along well enough. And on that coast, Marco went to look for a unicorn. Once he found the creature, he stood looking at it for some time. It was almost as large as an elephant, and its feet were much the same, but the hair was a buffalo's, and there was a single black horn in the middle of the forehead. It spent its days lying about in mud and water. It was, he said afterwards with some annoyance, an extremely ugly beast to look at, and nothing like the animal in the stories he had heard. They sailed on when the wind allowed. Ceylon, then the coast of India, then the long haul up the Persian Gulf. The sea took its share. Of the 600 who went aboard at the outset, 18 came off at the far end, and 2 of the 3 envoys were among the dead. The girl lived, and the 3 Venetians lived. And when they landed in Persia at last, the lord they had brought her for had been dead 2 years. She was given instead to his son, and she went to him. The parting was hard. They had been more than 2 years at sea together in the same danger, and she had come to look on the 3 of them as her own people, and she wept when they left her. They were on the road west when the news reached them that the old emperor had died in his capital, and after that there was nothing behind them to go back to. Customs men on the Black Sea coast took a good deal of their goods off them. Constantinople after that, then the sea, and then at last the lagoon of Venice. The house took them in, and the city looked at them sideways. Some 3 years passed, then a war with Genoa, a sea fight, and Marco in a prison cell in Genoa. There was a man in there with him from Pisa, a writer by trade, who had spent his working life turning out romances about King Arthur's knights for the courts of the West. The 2 of them fell to talking, and the talking went on for months, and the Pisan took it down. What came out was addressed to emperors and kings, to dukes and knights, and to all people who wished to know the various races of men and the peculiarities of the various regions of the world. It read, in places, rather more like a romance than a merchant's ledger, and the reason for that was sitting on the other side of the cell. Venice read it and laughed. They called him Il Milione, the million, and they meant 1,000,000 tall tales. The name stuck to him and to his house for the rest of his life and long after it. He came home, married a woman named Donata, had 3 daughters, went back into trade, and lived on into his 70th year. His will freed a servant he had brought back from the East, a man called Peter, and left him money to set up with, and it asked that God might absolve his own soul as fully as he had absolved Peter from all bondage. The story goes that on his last night, pressed by friends to take back some of what he had written for the good of his soul, he answered that he had not told the half of what he had seen. That came from a chronicler writing decades afterwards, so it is held lightly. The book was copied by hand, and then copied from the copies, and every copyist felt free to improve on what he had been given. No 2 versions that survive tell quite the same story. Something like 150 survive in a dozen languages, and they contradict one another about names, numbers, and whole countries. 2 centuries after the book was written, a sailor from Genoa sat with his own copy and filled the margins with notes in a small hand, and then went west across the Atlantic, looking for an island of gold roofs that Marco had heard about at second hand and never once laid eyes on. He did not bring pasta home, whatever is said. Italy had been eating it for generations before he was born, and the story itself is barely 100 years old. It has outrun every true thing in the book. And the siege in the south, where the book puts all 3 of them among the carpenters. The city had fallen some while before any Venetian reached that court. Somebody put them there. It may have been the man from Pisa, who knew what a good story wanted. So the argument has run for 700 years, and it has never quite settled. He puts the bridges of a southern city at 12,000, which is a great many more bridges than that city has ever had. He misses the T. he misses the writing. He does not mention the wall, though there was less of it standing then than there is now. And then he tells you that the paper money is made from the inner bark of the mulberry, and that a worn note is changed for a fresh one at 3 in the 100. That the black stones are banked at night and still warm at dawn. That the cloth from the mountain is not made of magic, but from a stone. That on the high plain the fire burns pale, but he does not know why, which no liar would ever admit, and which is exactly what happens at that height, for reasons no one on earth would understand for another 400 years. A man inventing a world does not put in the things he cannot explain. 6 centuries after he died, a scholar working through the cathedral library at Toledo took down a manuscript that had belonged to a cardinal, and opened it, and found inside it passages no one had read in a very long while. There were passages on the land of Tibet, and on the far north, and details of the road that every other printed version had lost. If Marco Polo really said it, that he had not told the half of what he had seen, perhaps he was boasting. Perhaps, somewhere in the 150 copies that disagree with one another, or in a library nobody has finished reading, the other half is still waiting to be found. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the earliest natives of Japan. And it begins a very long way back indeed. We're traveling beyond emperors or castles, beyond even the samurai, to the Stone Age, when the first human footprints were pressed into that cold and empty shore. During that time, The great ice sheets had locked up so much of the world's water that the seas had drawn back, bearing a vast plain of dry land that would soon be lost beneath the waves. And it was across this wilderness that the first people came, trailing the great lumbering herds of long-forgotten beasts into a land of dark forests and icy rivers that ran on without end. Before long, they gave up their wandering and settled, but not in the way you might expect. Everywhere else, farming was the price of a permanent home, and hunter-gatherers were tethered to the moving seasons. Yet these islanders somehow settled without ever taking up the plough. While people elsewhere were still chipping their tools from flint, these early settlers were finishing theirs with glossy red lacquer, so well wrought that many survive to this very day. Then most astonishing of all, despite living deep within the age of stone tools and animal hides, they mastered the open ocean, ferrying prized black glass from small islands across miles of frigid water, making them some of the world's earliest mariners. And on top of it all, they built a society so deeply peaceful and free from war that it endured, unbroken, for more than 10,000 years. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk among a people whose name and language are long lost to us. Yet we'll listen all the same for what they may still be able to teach us. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The sea came in grey out of the east and broke along a shoreline that had never once been walked upon. Nothing stood above the high water mark but rock and grass and the beginning of the trees, and there was no track through any of it, and no smoke anywhere along that whole enormous coast. The islands had no name, because there was nobody at all to give them one. They lay in a long curve at the eastern edge of Asia, a chain of green ridges pushed up out of the water by the slow grinding of the earth below. Volcanoes stood among them, some smoking gently into the weather, others sleeping under their own soft mantle of trees. Rain came in off the ocean and ran down through 1,000 streams to the shore. Then the world turned cold. It happened by degrees, over ages rather than lifetimes. Far to the north and far to the south, great sheets of ice thickened and spread, and they drank up so much of the world's water that the oceans themselves began to shrink back from the land. Along that eastern edge of Asia, the sea drew away from its old shorelines, and where there had been shallow water, there was suddenly mud, and then sand, and then dry ground with grass upon it. The islands grew broad and heavy. In the far north, they reached out and touched the mainland altogether, so that a walker might have gone from the frozen interior of Siberia to those cold northern hills without ever wetting a foot. The forest changed with the cold. Where the old broadleaf woods had stood there came spruce and fir and larch, dark and resinous, running up the slopes in close ranks. Further south the oak and the beech and the chestnut held their ground, though they drew back a little from the higher land. Between the trees lay open country, grassy and windswept, and it was good country for grazing. And so the animals came. Great elephants moved through those valleys, smaller than the mammoths of the far north, but heavy enough to shake the ground as they went. Deer came too, and among them one kind so large that the span of its antlers would have reached wider than a person could stretch. Away in the north, where the mammoths were, bison grazed the open ground. Bears took the salmon from the rivers in season, and wolves worked the edges of the herds with the old patience of wolves. There was weather in those years that would be hard to imagine now. Winters came down long and hard from the north, and the wind off the ice carried a dryness with it, a cold that got into the bones of the land. Rivers froze at their edges and ran black in the middle. Snow lay in the high forests for half the year and more. The elephants moved down their old paths because their mothers had moved down them. The deer went where the grazing was. The sea broke against the dark rocks and drew back into the mist, and there was no one at all upon that shore to watch it happen, and no one to remember. The island simply waited, as land does, without impatience. They had a very long time to wait, and it passed. In a season long since forgotten, the first of them came walking. They came down out of the north, in through the country the falling sea had opened, and they came slowly, in the way that people move when they are following animals rather than heading anywhere in particular. A family group might drift a few miles in a year and think nothing of it. They followed the herds. That was the whole of it. Where the great elephants moved, there was meat and hide and bone and marrow, and where the deer went, there was the same. The people went behind them across the exposed plains, camping in the lee of ridges, working their way along the river valleys, moving on when the ground was eaten bare. What they carried with them was mostly stone. They knew that certain rocks would break in a certain way if struck at a certain angle, and would leave behind an edge finer and crueler than anything found in nature. They made blades no longer than a finger, and set them in rows along a wooden shaft, so that a spear became a thing with a dozen small teeth. They made scrapers for hides and points for hunting, and in those islands, remarkably early, some of them began grinding the edges of their stone axes, smooth against another stone, patiently, for hours, to make a working edge that would hold. Elsewhere in the world, that trick would not be widely known for many thousands of years to come. They left their camps behind in scatters of chipped stone, and the remnants are still there, all across the islands, thousands upon thousands of them. But the stone told something else besides. Among the ordinary greys and browns of the tools, there was sometimes another material altogether, a black volcanic glass that broke into edges so sharp they could split a hair. It was prized above all other stone, and it came only from certain places, and those places could be identified afterwards by the particular chemistry each one had locked inside it. Some of that black glass came from a small island called Kozushima, sitting well out in the open water south of the main islands. And that island had never been joined to anything, even when the seas were at their lowest, when the plains lay bare and the northern land bridge stood open. It had remained an island, ringed about by miles of deep and moving water. There was no walking to it. There never had been. Yet its glass was found on the mainland shore, in camps 30,000 years old and more, which left one possibility, and only one. Someone had gone out onto that water. Someone had built a craft of some kind, of bark or hide or hollowed wood, and had pushed off from a beach with the swell running under them, and the island a smudge on the horizon, and had crossed, and had found the glass, and had come back again with it. Nothing of the boat survived. Nothing of the crossing was recorded. Only the black stone remained, sitting in the ground on the wrong side of the sea, and saying nothing about how it got there. The cold loosened its grip slowly, and the world turned green again. The dark conifer forests drew back to the high ground and the far north. In their place came the broadleaf woods, spreading out across the hills and dropping their harvest every autumn. And the people of those islands, somewhere in the middle of all that changing, did a thing that almost nobody else on earth had thought of yet. They took the soft, wet earth in their hands and shaped it into a vessel, and they set it in the fire, but the fire did not destroy it. The clay hardened and held. What came out of the ashes was a pot, small and round-bottomed and thick-walled, and it would hold water without leaking, and sit over a flame without cracking, and it changed everything about what could be eaten. Fragments of those first pots have been found in the north of the country, and they are something in the order of 16,000 years old. There are few older anywhere on earth. The strangeness of that is easy to miss. Across most of the world, pottery arrived in the hands of farmers. It came after the fields, after the harvest, after there was grain to store and porridge to boil. It was the tool of a settled agricultural life, and it followed the plough the way a cart follows a horse. Here it came first. It came thousands of years before anyone in those islands broke ground for a field, into the hands of people who still lived entirely by hunting and gathering and fishing. The order was reversed, and they went on making their pots while the map of the world changed underneath them. The ice sheets at the top and the bottom of the world were melting still, and all that locked water went back into the oceans, and the oceans rose. Year upon year, the sea crept up the beaches and took back the plains it had lent out. The land bridge in the north narrowed and then broke. The broad shelves of grazing ground went under. What had been a thick limb of the continent became once more a chain of islands, cut off and alone in the water, with the warm current running up their eastern flank. The great elephants and the giant deer, whose whole world had been the cold, open plains, dwindled and then were gone. In time, the potters began to decorate what they made. They would take a length of cord, twisted from plant fiber, and roll it across the wet clay before firing, and it left behind a pattern of small braided impressions, running in bands around the belly of the pot. It was a simple thing to do, and it looked well, and generation after generation went on doing it, for so long that the habit became the signature of an entire age. Thousands of years later, when scholars came to sort through what had been left in the ground, it was that cord marking they seized upon. They named the whole long era after it and called it Jomon, the age of chord marks. The name was theirs, not the potter's, a description of a decoration rather than anything those people had ever called themselves. Whatever name they used for their own kind, and whatever tongue they spoke it in, went into the ground with them and stayed there. And with those first pots began an age so long the mind can barely hold it. 10,000 years and more lay ahead. There was an old rule for people who lived by hunting and gathering, and it had held nearly everywhere since the beginning. The rule was to keep moving. A place gave up what it had, and then it was empty, and staying meant hunger. So the camp came down, and the group went on, following the game and the ripening and the runs of fish, tethered to the turning of the year, carrying everything they owned. A house of any substance was a foolish thing to build, because it would have to be abandoned within the season. Heavy possessions were a burden. Nobody put down roots, because roots were not survivable. Almost everywhere else, that rule was only ever broken in one way. People stopped moving when they learned to farm. They broke the ground and sowed it and waited on the harvest, and because the harvest could not walk, neither could they. A permanent home had to be bought with the plough, and the cost was a steep one, paid in labour and in bad years and in the narrowing of the diet down to a few grasses. In those islands, the rule was set aside without the price ever being paid. The reason lay in the land itself, which had become extraordinarily generous. Every autumn, the broadleaf forest let fall their crop, chestnuts and acorns and walnuts, in quantities almost past believing, tons of it lying on the ground beneath the trees waiting to be gathered. The acorns needed work before they could be eaten, but it was work that could be done at home, and the pots made it possible. The rivers filled with salmon in their season. The shellfish beds along every inlet were there even in winter, when little else was. So there was food in the spring, and food in the summer, and food in the autumn, and food stored against the winter. And when a place will feed a family from one year to the next without ever emptying, there is no reason on earth to leave it. They began to build properly. They dug down into the earth to knee height, set posts in around the hollow, raised a frame, then thatched it over with reed or bark or grass. Sunk into the ground like that, a house held its warmth through the coldest months and stayed cool through the wet heat of summer. A hearth sat in the middle of the floor, and the smoke found its way out through the thatch, and the roof timbers grew black and hard with it over the years. Around the houses the ground filled up with the evidence of staying. Rubbish heaps grew, and among them the shell mounds, great pale banks of discarded shell, built up handful by handful across so many generations that they became landmarks in their own right. The people had stopped moving, and they had not needed a single field to do it. The year came round in the same order every time, and life came round with it. Spring arrived first at the shore and worked its way up into the hills. The cold went out of the water, and the shellfish beds were at their best, and the tide drew further out that month than at any other time of the year. Whole families went down onto the flats with baskets and dug for clams in the wet sand, working fast while the water stayed away, coming back up the beach as the water turned. The mounded shells behind the village grew a little higher that month than any other. In the woods, the new shoots came through, bracken and bamboo and 100 other green things, and the young leaves came out on the trees. Fish moved up into the rivers. The nets and the traps and the fish spears came out from wherever they had been stowed since autumn. Summer brought the heat and the wet. The rains came in and turned the paths to mud and kept the fires smoking sullenly under damp thatch, and it was a season for being out on the water. Boats went along the coast and out beyond the headlands after tuna and the other big fish of the open water, and the lines were weighted with stone and hooked with worked bone or antler. Some of those journeys ran out to the far islands, the way they had since the days of the black glass. Autumn was the great season, and everything depended on it. The nuts came down, chestnuts first in some places, then the walnuts, then the acorns falling thickly enough to be gathered by the basket load. The whole community turned out for it, because the harvest lasted only weeks and had to see them through months. The nuts were carried back and sorted, and the good ones went down into the storage pits, and the acorns went into water to have the bitterness leached out of them before pounding. Stone mortars wore smooth and hollow with the years of that work. The deer and the wild boar were fat in the autumn too, and that was the time for hunting them. Dogs went out with the hunters, and those dogs were valued, and when they died, they were often buried with the same care given to a person, laid in the ground curled as if asleep. Then the cold came, and the work of the year turned inward. Winter was for what had been put by. Fires burned low in the sunken houses, and outside the woods stood bare, and the sea ran grey and hard. That was the season for the making of things, for the mending of nets, and the working of stone, and the shaping and firing of pots. It was a season for sitting close in the warm dark of a pit house, with the wind going over the roof. And then the light came back, and the shellfish beds opened again, and the whole round began once more. It went on like that for a very long time. For all that long stillness, the people of those islands were never a simple people, and the things they left in the ground gave them away. It began with the pots, which had done their work over the fire for thousands of years without asking much notice. Then, somewhere in the middle stretch of that long age, the potters began to lose their restraint entirely. The rims came up first. A vessel that had been a simple bowl grew a crown, and the crown grew arms, and the arms curled and doubled back on themselves and reached for the sky. Clay was worked into ridges and hollows and rolling coils until the whole upper half of a pot seemed to be in motion, leaping the way flame leaps or turning the way water turns in a race. Some of them stood as tall as a forearm and could hardly have been easy to carry, let alone to cook in. Nobody knows what possessed them. The pots still held food, and still sat over fires, and still cracked, and were thrown away. But for a few centuries in the river valleys of the Central Hills, the making of a cooking vessel became something closer to sculpture, and the results are counted among the treasures of the country to this day. The clay went into other shapes too. They made small figures of it, a few inches to a foot in height, and they made them by the thousand. Most were female in form, with the swell of a belly or the fullness of a hip worked into the clay. The faces are the strange part. Some are little more than a suggestion, a pinch of clay and two holes. Others are elaborate beyond any need, with patterned bodies and heart-shaped heads, and in the later ones from the north, huge slitted eyes bulging out of the face, like the snow goggles that Arctic peoples cut from bone against the glare. A great many of them were found broken, and broken in ways that looked deliberate, a limb snapped away, or a head parted cleanly from the body. Some think of them as figures of birth and healing, the sickness of a living person passed into the clay, and then the clay destroyed. Others think of them differently. The figures themselves have kept their own counsel for thousands of years, and show no sign of giving it up. And then there was the lacquer, which was the finest trick of all. At some point, they learned that the sap of a particular tree, cut and gathered and left to settle, could be brushed onto wood or clay or basketry in the thinnest of coats. Left in the damp and the warmth, it hardened into a skin that was glossy and tough and would not let water through. Mixed with red earth, it came out a deep and glowing crimson. The work was slow. The sap raised an angry rash on the skin of anyone careless with it. Coat had to be laid over coat, with drying between, and a single object might take weeks. They did it anyway, and they did it around 9,000 years ago, which is earlier than anywhere else in the world. Combs came out of that work, and bowls and beads and baskets, and hunting bows finished in red lacquer along their whole length. Most of the world at that time asked nothing more of a tool than that it should cut. These people asked that it should be beautiful as well. Some of those red objects are in the ground yet, and the color on them has not faded. Far up in the north of the main island, on a low terrace above a river where it ran out towards the sea, there stood a settlement unlike anything that ought to have existed. The place is now called Sanai Maruyama. They came to that terrace something like 5,500 years before the present day, and they did not leave for 1,500 years. At its fullest, the village held several hundred people. There were rows of pit houses sunk into the earth, their roofs weathered and settling, and there were long houses beside them, some of them 90 feet from end to end, big enough for a whole extended family, or for whatever gatherings such a place required. There were storage buildings raised up on posts to keep the damp and the vermin out of the winter stores. The dead were laid in pits along either side of a road running out from the settlement, so that anyone coming or going passed between the generations that had gone before. And at the heart of it stood the towers. 6 great holes were dug in 2 rows of 3, each one 4.5 feet across and nearly as deep, and into each went a chestnut trunk near enough 3 feet through. The posts were spaced with a precision that has not gone unremarked, the same measure repeated between each one. How high the structure rose above the ground cannot be known for certain, but timbers of that size, sunk that deep, were not put there for a small frame. It was several stories at least, standing over the roofs of the houses and visible a long way out across the water. No one has ever established what it was for. A lookout, perhaps, a marker for boats coming in, something to do with the turning of the sun through the year, or with whatever ceremonies filled that turning. The bottoms of the posts survived in the waterlogged ground, and the rest is gone. The other wonder of the place was quieter and took longer to notice. Chestnuts came out of the ground there in enormous quantities, and when the trees they had come from were examined closely, something odd emerged. Across the centuries, the variety in them narrowed. Wild woodland throws up chestnut trees of every kind and quality, all mixed together. The chestnuts of that terrace grew steadily more uniform, generation after generation, as though the good trees were being kept and encouraged, and the poor ones cleared away. The people there had been tending a forest, not sowing a field, and not breaking the soil, but working on the woodland around them across so many lifetimes that the woodland itself began to change to suit them. One tree gave them nearly everything. It framed their houses, it fed them through the autumn, and it stood in those great posts at the center of the village. They also had gardens of a sort near the houses, patches of burdock and beans and gourd, and they gathered a small grain from the grasses. It was not farming, as the rest of the world would come to know it. It kept several hundred people fed in one place for 1,500 years. What the ground gave back was mostly the shape of ordinary lives, and there was more of it than might be expected. A child born into one of those villages came into a crowded, warm dark, a sunken room with a hearth at its center, and the smell of wood smoke in everything. If the child lived past the first hard years, and a great many did not, there was a long apprenticeship ahead in the gathering of shellfish, and the setting of traps, and the leaching of acorns, and the working of stone, learned by watching rather than by telling. Then, somewhere on the edge of adulthood, came the ceremony. The teeth were taken out, not teeth that had gone bad, and not teeth loosened by any injury, but sound, healthy ones, chosen deliberately and removed. Most often, it was the eye teeth and the front teeth of the upper jaw, sometimes a matching pair below. The jaw bones show it plainly, the sockets closed over and healed smooth in the years afterwards, which means whoever it was had lived a long time with the gap. Different regions did it in their own way, and the patterns meant something. Certain arrangements of missing teeth seem to have marked the passage into adult life, and others may have marked a marriage, or a coming into a family from outside it, or a bereavement. Anyone meeting a stranger on a path could read a good deal in a smile. It was done everywhere for thousands of years by people who had every reason to want their teeth. The living went about heavily ornamented. There were earrings of clay and of stone, some of them so large they must have stretched the lobe over years of gradual enlargement. There were bracelets cut from thick shell, and combs worked fine enough to have taken days, and beads of green jade, that hard, bright stone which came from one river valley on the western coast and was carried from there to the ends of the islands. They wore the marks of the living too. Some of the clay figures show patterning across the face and body in lines and swirls that look very much like tattooing, though skin does not survive to prove it. And when a life came to its end, the dead were laid in the earth with care. Often they were placed on their sides, with the knees drawn up towards the chest, the position of sleep. Around them went the things they had used and the things they had been given, the beads and the shell bracelets, and sometimes one of the clay figures. Children who died very young were sometimes buried in pots beneath the floors of the houses, kept close. In one settlement after another, the graves lie in rings or in rows near the houses, so that the dead stayed among the living rather than being sent away somewhere else. What remains are the objects and the bones and the careful arrangements, and a strong sense of people who took considerable trouble over one another. Of everything those islands gave up out of the ground, the strangest thing was what was missing from it. Thousands of skeletons have come out of the burial pits and the shell mounds across the length of the islands, spanning that whole enormous stretch of time. When they were examined for the marks that violence leaves, the marks that any burial ground anywhere tends to carry, hardly anything turned up. A little over 1 in 100 showed a wound that had come from another person. Set beside almost any other ancient population, that figure is remarkably low. The settlements told the same story. There were no ditches thrown up around the villages, and no walls of sharpened stakes. Nothing was built on a hilltop for the sake of the view down the valley. The weapons that were made for deer and boar and fish, and no one seems to have spent much effort improving them for other purposes. There was no arms race in those islands. It was not an easy life. There were hard winters and thin harvests, and a great deal of early death from illness and childbirth and accident. A cooling climate in the later centuries pressed the northern villages badly and shrank the population by a great deal. Quarrels there must have been. But for something on the order of 10,000 years, across an entire chain of islands, people worked out how to live alongside one another without organized killing. Nothing else in the human record runs like that. Then, slowly, it ended. It came from the west, across the strait from the mainland, and it came first to Kyushu, the southernmost of the big islands, something like 3,000 years ago. Small groups of newcomers landed and settled, and with them came a way of living that the islands had never known. They brought rice, not the scattered small grains of the old gardens, but rice grown in flooded paddy fields, laid out and banked and channeled, worked hard in the spring, and harvested in quantity in the autumn. It fed more people from less ground than anything the forests had ever managed. They brought bronze and then iron. They brought the loom and new kinds of pottery, plainer and thinner, and turned on a wheel. And they brought, in time, the things that come with fields. Because a paddy field is a made thing, and a made thing can be taken. Grain can be stored, and a store can be stolen, and land that has been banked and leveled and irrigated by one family is worth fighting another family for. Within a few centuries of the newcomers arriving, the settlements in the west had ditches around them, and then palisades, and then watchtowers, and the dead began to be buried with wounds in them that no animal had made. The old people did not vanish. In the west and the south, they mixed with the newcomers, generation after generation, until the two were one people who were neither. The old world did not disappear. It went north, and it went into the blood, and it stayed. In the far north, on the island of Hokkaido, and on the cold islands beyond it, the rice never really took. The summers were too short, and the ground too hard, and the people there went on much as their ancestors had, hunting and fishing and gathering, taking salmon from the rivers and deer from the woods and sea mammals from the water. The paddy field stopped at the strait, and the old way of living carried on above it for 2,000 years and more. Out of that northern continuation came the Ainu, the northern people of those islands, who were still living there when the rest of the country was building castles and fighting the wars of the samurai. They had their own language, unrelated to anything else on earth. They had their own gods in the bear and the owl and the fire. They had patterns they wore and patterns they carved, curling and doubling in ways that anyone who had looked closely at the old pottery would have found oddly familiar. When the bones and then the blood came to be studied, the northern connection showed up plainly. The Ainu carry more of that ancient inheritance than anyone else living, a larger share by far than the population of the main islands to the south, though something of it is there too, threaded through nearly everyone, strongest in the north and in the far southern islands, and thinnest through the center and the west. Some who study these things hold that the ancient islanders came in one great wave, and the newcomers in another, and the two simply blended in different measures in different places. Others suggest more waves and more complicated mixing, and point to the deep genetic strangeness of those first people, who had spent 10,000 years and more cut off from every other population in Asia. The question drifts on, unhurried and unresolved, and there is no great harm in that. What is certain is that nothing was entirely lost. The cord-marked pots are in museums now, and the flame-rimmed vessels stand in glass cases under careful lights, and the clay figures with their wide goggled eyes stare out at the people who come to see them. At the great village in the north, the posts have been raised again on the old foundations, and the terrace above the river is looked after now, and visitors walk between the reconstructed houses in the northern weather. And the shore is still there, unchanged in the ways that matter. The waves come in off the ocean, break against the dark rocks, and draw back into the mist. They broke against those same rocks when there was no one upon the beach to see them, and they will be breaking there for centuries more, long after everyone now living has gone. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the origins of the dragon. For some, the name conjures a fire-breathing reptile coiled upon its golden hoard. For others, it's a leviathan rising from the black of the sea. And for others still, the dragon is a celestial bringer of good fortune, drifting across the heavens into eternity. Of all the mythical creatures throughout history, the dragon stands alone as a singular obsession that has gripped the collective imagination of humankind for thousands of years. The people of ancient China imagined a vast benevolent serpent, long and sinuous as a river, bearded and antlered, coursing through the clouds without a single beat of a wing. The Vikings carved theirs onto the very prows of their longships, their dragons riding out ahead of the oars, first over the horizon and first onto hostile shores. The Aztecs raised great temples to a feathered serpent who had given mankind the gift of knowledge and wisdom, while those who settled ancient Scotland carved twisting dragon runes into their standing stones. And all of this, remarkably, conjured by strangers isolated from one another by oceans and continents, ages and generations, languages, cultures, and religions. But why should a creature that never existed leave such a consistent impression? Or is it simply a case of mistaken identity? A crocodile in the shallows, a python in the underbrush? Or is it possible that an ancient beast, something like a dragon, once shared the earth with us? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander through flame and floodwater, earth and sky, to uncover the origins of the dragon. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Wherever people have gathered at the edge of the firelight, they have told their tales of ages past. Time and again, the same enigmatic vision has taken form in the darkness beyond and come gliding into the glow. Among the frozen fjords of the north, it lay heavy and cunning upon a deep bed of gold, a hoard no living hand had touched in an age. Far to the east, over the misted mountains of China, it wound bright and weightless through the clouds, trailing the soft grey rains behind it, gentle as a summer shower. And on the far side of the world, above the green forests of the Americas, it shook out a crown of shining feathers and climbed, slow and unhurried, into the open sky. The northern lands held it most strangely of all. There the Norse settlers came across the sea and made their homes among the standing stones of a people long gone. These newcomers loved to carve, and knotwork most of all, and so they set their runes winding down the long stone bodies of serpents. Some of those carved stones were standing yet, weathered and grey, and still legible after more than 1,000 years, across the north of Scotland and out among the low green islands of Orkney. Some of the beasts upon them had been cut by an older people still, long before the runes were ever added, so that two different hands and two different ages met upon the same grey stone. Then, in the mountains of Wales, there was a story told of a king and a hill that would not bear the weight of a castle. However high his men raised the walls by day, the whole of it lay tumbled by morning, again and again, until the king was near to despair. His wise men told him the remedy was a grim one. He must find a boy who had no father, and sprinkle that boy's blood upon the stones. So messengers went out across the land, and in time they found such a boy, fatherless and strange, and far too clever for his years, whom the old stories would later come to call Merlin. But the boy was not afraid, and he did not go meekly to his fate. Instead, he put to the king's wise men a question they could not answer. He asked what lay beneath the hill, and when they had no reply, he told them himself. Deep under the foundations, he said, there was a hidden pool, and in that pool 2 dragons slept, one of them red and one of them white. The king set his men to dig, and it was exactly as the boy had promised. The pool was there, and as the water drained away, the 2 great beasts woke and rose and fell upon one another, the red against the white, tearing at the roots of the hill. The white dragon had the better of it at first, but the red one gathered itself and drove the white one back, and that, the boy said, was the shape of things to come, for the red dragon was the people of Britain, and the white was the invader, and one day the red would prevail. And long afterward, the red dragon of that hillside was raised upon the banner of Wales, where it remains to this day. Long before any of these peoples had learned to write, a certain tale was already old. A hero went out alone against a great serpent, and the serpent was no common beast, but something far older and far worse, a coil of pure chaos, and the enemy of every living thing. And though there was little reason to hope, the hero won. In the hot river country of Babylon, they told of Marduk, a young god who rose against Tiamat, the vast saltwater serpent, out of whose body the whole world had first been shaped. She was the deep itself given form, and the mother of monsters besides. Marduk went out to meet her with the 4 winds at his back, and a great net in his hands, and when she reared up against him, he loosed the winds into her open mouth, and struck while she could not close it. When it was over, he split her body in 2, and made of one half the dome of the sky, and of the other the floor of the sea, and out of the ruin of the old dark he set the world in order. Far to the north, they told of Thor and the great worm that lay coiled about the whole of the world, down beneath the waves. It was a meeting long foretold and long dreaded. On the last day of all, when the world itself was burning, the 2 of them would come face to face at last. Thor would strike the serpent down and walk 9 steps and fall. In the old hymns of India, sung and kept in memory long before they were ever written, it was Indra who took up his thunderbolt against Vritra, a serpent who had wound himself about the mountains and swallowed all the waters of the world, so that the rivers stood still and the land cracked and dried. Indra struck him open, and the waters came roaring down out of the hills, and the people who had thirsted drank once again. Closer to our own age, a soldier on horseback rode toward a walled city in what is now Libya, where a dragon had held the people in terror for years. The people there had given up first their flocks and then their youth to keep the beast at bay, until at last the lot fell upon the king's own daughter, and she was led out in her turn. St. George came between her and the dragon, and freed her, and freed the whole town at a single stroke, and his name was carried afterward across half the world and painted onto 1,000 walls. Different lands, different weapons, and different gods, and yet the tale beneath them scarcely changed at all. It may be that all of them flowed from a single spring, that once, many thousands of years ago, before these peoples had scattered across the earth and lost all knowledge of one another, someone sat beside one fire and told, for the first time anywhere, of a hero and a serpent. And everything that came after, all the gods and all the weapons and all the long ages of the world, was the echo of that one night, carried outward and outward down the generations, changing its name at every telling and never once its heart. There was one dragon among all the rest that came to stand for the whole kind. It was enormous. It slept upon a deep bed of gold and jewels and old forgotten crowns. It breathed fire, and it was almost always undone in the end by the smallest and most human of things, which was that someone could not resist carrying off a little of its treasure. But not every guardian of a hoard was a fiery thing grown monstrous from its own greed. The Greeks kept dragons of a wholly different temper, set to their watch by the gods themselves, breathing no fire at all, and their whole virtue was that they never slept. At the far western edge of the world, where the evening sun went down, there grew a tree of golden apples, and coiled about its trunk lay a great serpent called Ladon, who guarded them without rest, and never once closed his eyes. Away in a dark grove beside a sacred spring, another such serpent lay wound about the golden fleece, sleepless season upon season, so that no hand might ever come near it. Yet these tireless watchers fared no better in the end than the hoarders of the north. For a hero came for the golden apples and carried them away, and another came for the fleece and carried that away too, and all their long years of watching were undone the moment someone reached out and took the treasure home. Greatest of them all, and best remembered, was the dragon of the north. There the storytellers told of Fafnir, who had not begun as a monster at all. He had begun as a son, until a great heap of cursed gold came into his family's keeping, and the gold began its slow work upon him. It hardened his heart and narrowed his mind, until he killed his own father to keep the whole of it, and crept away alone to a wild heath to brood upon his winnings. And there, little by little, the greed worked its way outward through his skin, and he grew and coiled and thickened into a vast serpent lying heavy upon the hoard, wanting nothing, giving nothing, and guarding gold he had no further use for. In the end, a young hero named Sigurd dug a pit across the path the beast had worn down to the water, and waited there in the dark, and struck upward as the great weight passed above him. The gold was won, but the curse upon it was not so easily unwound, and it went on to poison very nearly everyone who touched it afterward. Long years afterward, in the poem of Beowulf, the very same beast lay sleeping. This one guarded the treasure of a people long dead in a barrow beneath the earth, and it had lain there in peace for 300 winters. Then one day, a wanderer, ragged and desperate, crept down into the dark and stole a single golden cup. Only the one, but it was enough. The dragon woke and found the cup gone, and its fury was a terrible thing, for it took to the air by night and rained fire down upon the halls and homesteads of the land. An old king, who had been a great hero in his younger days, took up his shield one last time and went out to meet it. He was old by then, and he must have known the fight might be the end of him, but he went out to it all the same. But the story did not end there. It travelled on down the centuries. When a scholar of that very poem came to write a tale of his own, he reached back and lifted the sleeping dragon from its barrow and gave it fresh life beneath a mountain. He called it Smaug. And when the moment came at last for that long rest to be broken, it was broken in the oldest way there was. A small and frightened burglar slipped into the mountain and carried off, of all things, a single golden cup. Smaug woke and counted over his hoard, and knew at once that he had been robbed, and the rage that came after had been waiting to be told for well over 1,000 years. On a dark hillside above the southern coast of Anatolia, there was a stretch of bare and broken rock from which the fire came. No one had lit it, and no one could put it out. It simply rose from the stone, a scatter of flames in the open air, flickering up out of the bare ground through rain and wind and the long turning of the seasons. Sailors far out at sea could mark it in the night. It had been burning so, without pause, for as long as anyone could remember, and then for as long again beyond that, back into the deep past where memory failed, and only the flame kept its record. In later days, people climbed up to it to kindle their own torches, for a flame that never died was a rare and a holy thing. The people of that coast called the place the Chimera, after the monster they said lay beneath it. She had been a fearful thing in her day, a creature stitched together wrongly, with the head of a lion at the front, and a serpent for a tail, and the head of a goat rising strangely from her back, and out of her throat she breathed a roaring fire that laid the whole country waste. No ordinary man could come near her, and so Bellerophon, mounted upon a winged horse, was sent out against her, that he might strike from above and keep clear of that dreadful breath. The way the tale was told, the hero did not trust to strength alone. He fixed a lump of lead upon the point of his spear, and drove it down into the creature's burning mouth, and the fire that was her only weapon melted the metal and choked her upon it, so that her own flame became the ending of her. Yet she was not, in the story, altogether destroyed. She was buried instead, driven down beneath the mountain, and the fire on the hillside was said to be her breath still leaking up through the rock, unquenched after all the long ages, a monster dreaming out her fire in the dark below. The fire itself came from deeper still. Far underground the earth held pockets of gas, and where a crack ran up to the surface, the gas seeped out into the air, and once it had caught it, never failed, for there was always more of it rising up behind, It was among the oldest flames anywhere on earth, fed by nothing but the slow breathing of the ground. In China, the same great beast wore an altogether gentler soul. The dragons of the north had been hoarders and burners, things to be crept up on and put to the sword. The dragon of China was a giver, and no one in their right mind would have dreamed of raising a blade to it. It belonged to the water and the weather and the wide grey vault of the sky. It was a strange and beautiful shape, this eastern dragon, sewn together out of many creatures, and yet somehow whole. It had the antlers of a stag, and the long body of a great snake, the scales of a fish along its length, and the talons of an eagle at its feet, and a soft beard drifting about its face. It had no wings at all, and needed none. It rose and swam through the open air as easily as through a river, winding among the clouds, and wherever it went, the rains came following after. In a land where the rains meant the whole difference between a full harvest and a hungry winter, such a creature was welcome above all others. It stirred in the deep pools, and the rivers and the seas, gathered the storm clouds together, and led them out across the dry fields. And so the people loved it, and looked for it, and were glad when it passed overhead. In time, it came to belong most of all to the emperor. The throne itself was the dragon throne. The emperor's own face was called the dragon face, and the beast was worked in gold thread upon his robes, coiling and clawed, a sign that the man who wore it ruled with the blessing of heaven. The emperor was, in his way, a dragon walking upon the earth. Even the wisest of men bowed to the creature. There was an old story, set down by the historians, of the day the teacher Confucius went to seek out the sage Laozi. Afterward, his students asked what he had made of the old man, and Confucius, who was seldom lost for words, confessed himself thoroughly outdone. Birds he understood, he told them, for a bird could be snared, and fish, for a fish could be netted, and the beasts of the field, for they could be trapped. But of the dragon he said, I cannot tell how it rides upon the wind and the clouds, and ascends into the sky. And then, of the sage he had only just met, he added, Today I have seen Laozi, and he is like a dragon. And so, while other lands set out to hunt their dragons down, this one was left to drift overhead in peace, trailing its reign across the fields. Wherever people had settled beside deep water, the serpent had settled there too, and the two ideas had grown so tangled together, serpent and water and life, that no one could quite say which of them had come first. In the old stories of India, the rivers and the underworld belonged to the Nagas, a race of great serpents, part snake and part something wiser, who guarded the springs and the deep pools and hoards of treasure in the cool dark below. Greatest of all of them was Shisha, so vast that his coils held up the whole of creation. He floated upon the endless milk-white ocean that lay between one age of the world and the next, and there, cushioned upon his own loops, with a canopy of serpent hoods spread above him, the god Vishnu lay asleep. The world rested while the god dreamed, and when at last the god awoke, a new age began, and the serpent bore it all upon his back, and never once complained of the weight. Off the shores of Japan, the sea itself answered to a dragon. Ryujin was his name, And he lived in a palace built of red and white coral, far down on the floor of the ocean, with fish for his courtiers and turtles for his messengers. In his keeping he held 2 great jewels, and by them he ruled the tides. When he raised the first, the sea drew back and left the wet sand bare for miles, and when he raised the second, the water came rushing home again. The fishermen and the sailors, whose whole lives rose and fell upon those tides, spoke his name with care. Across the great dry heart of Australia, a story so old its beginnings are lost was being told and told again. In the time before time, when the land lay flat and unformed, an enormous serpent woke beneath it and began to move. Where it pushed up through the ground, it raised the hills, and where it dragged its long body along, it carved out the beds of the rivers, and where it sank down at last, to rest it left the deep water-holes behind. It carried the rains upon its back, and after the storm, it arched across the sky in bands of colour, and in the dry season, it lay watching from the green pools, and was best left undisturbed. And in the cold north, in the dark peat-brown water of a long highland loch, the very same shape was said to move. The oldest telling of it went back more than 1,300 years, to a life written of a wandering holy man called Columba. In it, he came down to the banks of the river that ran out from the loch, where a beast in the water had just seized a man, and as it turned back for another, the account said, Columba lifted his hand and commanded it, "Go no further, and do not touch the man." And the beast fled as though hauled backwards on a rope, and sank away into the depths, and troubled that crossing no more. Yet it never truly left the water, and the water never truly gave it up. Across the great western ocean, beyond the last of the islands and the setting sun, the peoples of the Americas had raised up dragons of their own, and theirs came robed in feathers and crowned with wisdom rather than dressed for war. Among the Aztecs, and among the older peoples whose temples they had inherited, the greatest of these was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a snake arrayed in shimmering green plumes. He was the breath of the wind and the light of the morning star, and the stories held that he had given humankind its most precious things. He had brought the maize up out of the heart of the mountain to feed the people, and he had taught them the cutting of stone, and the counting of the days, and the making of books, so that a man might set down his thoughts and hand them on to those who came after. He had opened his hands and given all of it away. In the green country of the Maya, that same feathered serpent went by the name of Kukulkan, and there the people built him something extraordinary. They raised a great stepped pyramid, and they set its stairs and its angles with such care that twice in the year, as the day and the night came into balance, the falling sun cast a line of light and shadow down the northern stair. Step by step, the shadow joined into the shape of a long serpent's body, and at the foot of the stair a carved stone head lay waiting, so that for a little while the feathered serpent seemed to come gliding down out of the sky to touch the earth, and then, as the sun went down, to slip away once more. Out upon the wide grasslands, the Lakota kept the memory of a very different creature. Unchagila was her name, a vast-scaled monster of the deep water, long and terrible, and where she passed the land was troubled, and people went missing and did not come home. High overhead ranged the thunder beings, the great birds of the storm, and between the monsters of the water and the birds of the sky, there was an ancient and bitter war. In the end, the water monsters were struck down, and their huge bones were left behind, buried in the earth of a strange, broken country of bare ridges and dry hollows. So the feathered serpent of the west took its place beside all the rest, and the beast had reached clear round the world, from the cold fjords of the north to the dry heart of the south, from the rivers of India to the shores of Japan, and on across the last wide ocean, the same great serpent had risen up. All the while, something had been waiting in the ground. Long before there was any word for a creature such as a dinosaur, and long before anyone had dreamed the world was old enough to have held one, people cut into the earth and brought up bones, enormous bones. A single thigh the length of a grown man, a skull as big as a boulder, teeth that matched no living animal, and ribs that curved like the timbers of a ship. Whoever turned them up drew the one conclusion that made any sense. Something huge and terrible had died in this place, long ages ago, and the shape of what lay there in the soil looked for all the world like a dragon. It happened nearly everywhere the ground gave up its ancient dead. In the dry hills of Greece, great bones were taken for the remains of giants and monsters slain by the heroes in the first days of the world. Along the northern coasts, a strange skull might be hung above a church door as proof that a dragon had once been beaten there. The bones were real, solid, and heavy in the hand, and a dragon seemed the plainest reason for them. Nowhere was that belief older or more settled than in China, where such bones had a name and a use. They were dragon bones, and ground fine into powder, they were reckoned among the most valuable of all medicines, sold across the counter in the apothecaries of every town. For hundreds of years, the farmers gathered them from the hillsides and the riverbanks and carried them in to be sold, and no one thought to ask too closely what manner of animal had left them behind. Then, well over 100 years ago, a scholar in the north fell ill, and dragon bones were brought to him as part of his cure. He was a learned man, deep in the study of the most ancient writing of his country, and as the bones were set before him, his eye was caught by something upon their surface. Marks and faint scratches, ordered and deliberate, and to his practiced eye plainly a kind of writing, stranger and older than any he had ever seen. He began to buy up every dragon bone he could lay hands on, and other scholars followed after him, and the trail led back in the end to the fields above an old and long-buried city. The inscribed bones, as it turned out, had never been any giant's remains at all, nor any medicine either. They were the shoulder blades of oxen and the shells of turtles, and more than 3,000 years before, the diviners of a forgotten dynasty had scratched their questions into them and held them to the fire and read the answers in the way the surface cracked. The questions were still upon them all that time later. Questions about the harvest and whether the days ahead would go well or badly. It was the oldest writing anyone in that land had ever found, older by far than any memory of it, and it had lain forgotten in the medicine drawers under the name of the dragon. Some of the dragons had needed no dreaming at all, for they were flesh and blood and already walking the earth. Along the Nile there lived a monster cased in ridged and pebbled hide that slid without a ripple into the brown water and could drag a full-grown beast under in a heartbeat. The people of Egypt knew the crocodile far too well to doubt it, and so they made a god of it and set its likeness in their temples. In the hot forests, a serpent grew as thick as a man's leg and longer than a room, coiling down out of the branches, able to wrap around a deer or a wild pig and swallow the whole of it down. Out of the deep sea, a stranger thing would sometimes rise, a fish all of silver, thin and flat as a ribbon, longer than several men laid end to end, with a red crest running the length of its head. It would break the surface glinting beside a boat, then slide away again into the dark, and on a scattering of far islands in the eastern seas there lived a true dragon, though the wider world was slow to credit it. Sailors and pearl divers brought back tales of a great lizard that ran down grazing beasts and carried the certainty of death in its very bite. For years the tales were set aside as sailors' talk. It was only in the last century that an officer finally went out to see the thing for himself, and he came home not with a story, but with the creature itself, a hide and a set of bones far too large to argue with. The great lizard of Komodo was real, 10 feet of it from nose to tail, the largest living dragon upon the earth, and it had been going about its business on those islands long before the wider world ever thought to look. Then there was one dragon that bled, though it had never once drawn breath. Far out in the ocean, upon a lonely and wind-scoured island, there grew a tree unlike any other in the world, its bare limbs spread wide and turned up at the ends like a great umbrella caught in the wind. When a knife was set to its bark, the tree wept. A thick, dark resin welled up out of the cut, and it was the same deep red color of blood. The old traders who sailed all that way to gather it had no doubt at all what they were looking upon. Here was dragon's blood, spilled in some battle long ago and dried into the living wood, and they carried it home across the seas to serve as a dye, a medicine, and a treasure in its own right. At the very last, there was a dragon that no story could reach and no explanation could ever bring down, for it had been set among the stars. High in the northern sky, wound between the two bears, there lay a long trail of faint stars that the old watchers had joined together into a serpent and named the dragon. Night upon night it wheeled slowly round the pole of the heavens, and never once dipped below the horizon, never set, never sank to rest, but turned forever about that single fixed point, while the rest of the sky rose and fell around it. In ages long gone, its coils had held the very center of the turning world, and the builders of the first great tombs had sighted along their stones to a star within its body, and called that their north, their one sure mark in a moving heaven. And though the slow wheeling of the ages had since carried that guiding star away from the pole, so that later travellers steered by another star altogether, the dragon itself wound on unbroken between the bears. Empires had come and gone beneath it, and still it kept its slow and steady round, exactly as it always had. Then there were times when a dragon seemed to reach down and take hold of the sun itself. Now and again, in the middle of an ordinary day, the light would begin to fail. A bite would go out of the sun, and then a second, and the world would turn dim and cold and eerie, and the birds would break off their singing as though night had somehow come at noon. In more than one land, the same fear rose up to account for it, that a great dragon in the heavens was swallowing the sun, and might yet swallow the whole of it. And so the people would pour out of their houses, and beat upon their drums and their pots, and raise the loudest din they could, all of them together, to frighten the beast away. And every single time, the sun slid back out of the shadow, whole and bright as ever, and the dragon loosed its hold and stole away again into the dark. The drums, it seemed, had never once failed. There was one dragon last of all, the oldest shape of any of them, and by far the calmest. Somewhere in the deep past, a hand had drawn a serpent curved right round upon itself into a ring. Its tail was brought up to its own mouth and held gently there. So it had no beginning that anyone might find, and no ending to it either. Round and round it went forever, swallowing itself with the close of each turn, the opening of the next. It had been laid in gold in the tomb of a boy king, and turned over in the minds of seekers ever since, and always it had carried the same untroubled meaning, that all things returned again in their season, that the old year gave way to the new, and the tide that drew out came flooding back, and the sun that was swallowed always returned. So the story of the dragon ends as it began, no nearer to being caught than when we first embarked on our search. It lies in the great bones turned up out of the ground, or in the crocodiles sliding through the shallows. Much of it can be accounted for that way, piece by piece. The flame on the hillside, the serpent in the river, the bones in the clay, and yet the whole of it always slips the net. So the dragon remains where it has always been, vast and half-glimpsed, somewhere out in the dark, and as far from being captured or understood as ever before. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of William Wallace. Not the roaring warrior depicted in blockbuster films like Braveheart, but the real man behind the legend, whose life was deeper, stranger, and in many ways far more compelling than what made it to the big screen. There were no kilts during Wallace's time, no blue face paint, and no forbidden romance. And Wallace wasn't a peasant plucked from the fields. He was the educated son of the lesser nobility, fluent in Latin and shaped by the echoing stone halls of Paisley Abbey, long before ever lifting a blade in anger. The real story is certainly one of courage, but more than that, it's one of strategic brilliance and a careful coaxing of a smouldering resistance. Wallace rose in a Scotland that had lost its king and very nearly its voice, a land subdued but not settled, its freedom stifled beneath a foreign hand. And from that growing unrest, he emerged. First as an outlaw, then as the leader of a growing rebellion. During that time, Wallace would defeat a far larger English army at Stirling Bridge, and for a brief while hold the title of Guardian of Scotland, ruling in the name of an imprisoned king. But his was a story of reversals as much as triumphs, where allegiances shifted like the winds across the Highland bracken, and every decision carried with it the risk of betrayal. But William Wallace wasn't chasing glory. He sought no throne. He was hunted and doubted, and at times nearly forgotten, yet he endured. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Wallace through shadowed forests and hidden glens, and discover how an unlikely leader became an enduring symbol of Scottish identity and defiance that endures to this very day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the waning years of the 13th century, Scotland was a kingdom without a centre. Its previous king, Alexander III, had died suddenly, falling from his horse down a steep embankment on a coastal road one dark and storm-blown night. With no adult heir to follow him, and only a young granddaughter in distant Norway left to inherit the throne, the country slipped into uncertainty. And it was here that Edward I, King of England, saw his opportunity. Not at first with open force, but with the weight of paperwork, envoys, and promises. He offered to judge Scotland's succession dispute, to help her choose a new king from the competing claimants, which he did. Selecting John Balliol, a noble of good blood but uncertain backbone. Balliol, now seated but not sovereign, found himself bound to Edward by terms that weakened his every move. Scotland had a king once more, but one who ruled with Edward's hand on his shoulder. The mood across the lowlands and borderlands grew colder. Edward's sheriffs enforced foreign laws with unfamiliar accents. Nobles were asked to send men and coin for English wars abroad. And in villages, Where the church bell had always been the loudest sound, now came the tread of foreign boots and strange new banners. People carried on, of course, but a sense lingered that something had tilted beneath their feet, and not in their favour. Among the smaller estates west of Glasgow, near the village of Elderslie, lived the Wallace family. They were not peasants, despite what many have claimed. They held land and bore a modest coat of arms, a white lion on a red field. William Wallace was the second son of Sir Malcolm Wallace, a minor landholder. This placed him in that curious space between the powerful and the poor, educated enough to read and write, trained enough to carry a blade, yet far enough from real authority to know its limits. His older brother was set to inherit the estate. William, by contrast, would be sent to the abbey. He grew up in a land full of murmurs. Elders whispered about kings who were no longer kings. Traders brought stories of new taxes, missing cattle, letters that now required seals from both Scottish and English courts. And Wallace, tall even as a boy, observed everything with a keen, restless mind. He was a child of a Scotland not yet at war, but already weary of being watched. Before he ever held command or bore the title of rebel, William was simply a second son, shaped by the slow rhythm of bells and parchment. He studied at Paisley Abbey, a sprawling stone complex, just a half-day's ride west of Glasgow. It was a place where candlelight flickered over carved arches, and scripture echoed softly beneath vaulted ceilings. Here, boys of good, respectable families, though not necessarily nobles, were given the tools of a different sort of power. It was expected that someone like Wallace might train to become a clerk, perhaps even take minor orders. The abbey taught him Latin, almost certainly, and possibly some French, the language still used in royal courts. He would have learned to read the Gospels, to recite prayers by heart, and to write in the careful, looping hand of monastic scribes. But beyond the lessons, Paisley offered something subtler, a sense of structure, of discipline, yes, but also of layered authority. Yet even in such a place, the outside world pressed in. Letters arrived bearing news of levies demanded by the English crown. Priests spoke openly of the weakening of Scotland's independence. And while Wallace took in his lessons, he was also absorbing the growing discomfort of a land slowly being hemmed in by foreign will. Though obedient in many respects, Wallace did not take easily to deference. What little survives hints at a young man who questioned more than he was meant to. Some sources speak of him leaving Paisley earlier than expected, whether by choice or persuasion. In either case, this much is clear. Wallace learned much from the abbey, but he would not be moulded by it. When he returned home, he did so as a young man able to read the laws imposed on his people, and able to see when those laws were not just. He had the words now, not just the feelings. He knew how power cloaked itself in process, how rules could be used to serve the strong while binding the weak. And perhaps more importantly, he had begun to understand something else, that if he were to have any future in a land where inheritance and titles meant everything, he would have to make it for himself. The road to open resistance does not often begin with fanfare. For Wallace, it began with damp weather, a restless mind, and a single act that would ripple across the kingdom. The town of Lanark, nestled where the Clyde runs narrow and cold, was little more than a market town, modest dwellings clustered around a wooden bridge and stone parish church. It was here, under the watchful gaze of an English-appointed sheriff, that Wallace made his first decisive move. By now, the young man had already been marked, not yet famous, but known. He had refused to swear fealty to Edward I when other landholders bowed. He had been seen arguing with tax collectors, skirting the roads less travelled, and speaking carefully in public, but with fire behind the eyes. There were rumours he had already struck out at soldiers along the western marches, small, isolated encounters dismissed as thuggery by English chroniclers. But it was seen differently by those who lived beneath that rule. In Lanark, Wallace killed William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of the town. Some say it was in revenge for the killing of Wallace's betrothed. Others suggest it was less personal, more political, a deliberate challenge to English authority. The truth may lie somewhere in between. This was no fit of rage. Wallace did not linger after the act. He disappeared into the surrounding woods before reinforcements could be summoned. To those in power, it was murder. But to many Scots watching from behind shuttered windows, it was something else entirely. It was the first breath of open defiance. In the days that followed, patrols doubled and proclamations were issued. But Wallace was gone, riding through the wet fields and low wooded hills of Clydesdale. Those who sheltered him did so at great risk, yet more than a few were willing. A baker might offer a crust without speaking. A stable hand might turn his back for just long enough. Already the legend was beginning, but almost imperceptibly, and with more fear than fire. There were no grand armies yet, no banners or charges, just rain in the gutters, the distant toll of a bell, and rumours of a man the sheriff's men couldn't lay hands on. Wallace had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, and the Crown knew it. From then on, Lanark would be remembered as a place where silence gave way to action. From this point onward, his life became a pattern of evasion and emergence. No fixed base, no standing army, just movement, message, and the slow gathering of trust. If rebellion was to grow, it would do so carefully, under the cover of deep forests and ancient stones. Much of Wallace's early organizing took place not in halls or castles, but in the open. Forest clearings served as council chambers, and those who joined him were not mercenaries, but farmers or tradesmen with little to lose. They came in twos and threes, some on foot, others leading worn horses. Many brought weapons handed down by fathers or fashioned by local smiths after dark. Few had matching arms or formal training, but they had purpose. Camps were set near ancient standing stones or deep within familiar glens, places where stories already held power. What drew them was steadiness, a man who did not blink under pressure and did not need to raise his voice to be obeyed. As word spread, raids grew bolder, targeting supply convoys, outposts, and tax depots. English officials responded with warrants and patrols, but Wallace remained one step ahead. At times, his men would vanish for days, only to strike suddenly miles away. These were not victories won with numbers, but with precision and daring. It was around this time that Wallace joined forces with Andrew de Moray, another leader rising in the north who shared his cause. Moray had led his own rebellion near Inverness, and their combined strength was now drawing attention far beyond the borders. Their forces were still uneven, their resources thin. The English crown dismissed them as rabble. But then came Stirling. The bridge at Stirling was narrow, just wide enough for two to pass abreast, and flanked by marshy ground. It was here, in the late summer of 1297, that Wallace and Moray chose to make their stand. English forces under John de Warenne and Hugh de Cressingham approached with heavy cavalry and supplies. Wallace, studying the lay of the land, saw what others did not, that this bridge, not the battlefield beyond it, would decide the day. As the English began to cross, Wallace waited. Only when a portion of their forces had moved past the halfway point did he strike. The trap was swift, brutal, and strategically flawless. Those caught on the bridge had no room to maneuver. Many fell into the river, others turned back too late. The rest never crossed at all. Moray fell wounded in the fighting, and within weeks he was dead, leaving Wallace to carry the cause alone. The victory at Stirling was not just a blow to English arms, it was a message. Wallace, once a fugitive, now stood as a commander capable of defeating a larger, better-equipped force. His name moved from whispered tale to spoken fact. But even as celebrations spread through the hills, victory brought attention, and attention in a land still divided could be as dangerous as defeat. In the days after Stirling, Scotland held its breath. The unexpected victory had sent tremors through the English ranks and stirred new energy among those who had once kept to the shadows. But with triumph came expectation, and soon eyes across the land, noble and common alike, turned to William Wallace. In October of 1297, Wallace was named Guardian of the realm of Scotland, ruling in the name of the imprisoned King John Balliol. It was not a royal title, but it carried enormous weight. As Guardian, Wallace was tasked with defending the kingdom, administering justice, and speaking on its behalf abroad. It was a role usually reserved for high-born nobles, men with lineage, influence, and deep political ties. Wallace had none of these. What he did have was momentum and clarity. It was a strange honor, one that placed him not above the people, but awkwardly among the ruling class, who had until recently ignored or opposed him. Many nobles resented his sudden rise. Few offered more than lukewarm support. In meetings of the realm's council, Wallace often stood alone, surrounded by titles but lacking allies. Still, he acted. From the small stronghold of Scone and later Perth, Wallace issued proclamations in the name of Scotland's freedom, though always in restrained legal terms. He sent letters to cities in Germany and the Low Countries, most famously to Lübeck and Hamburg, announcing that Scottish ports were open once again for trade. It was a bold move. Scotland, he was saying, had not been broken, but there were signs of strain. Supplies were short. Loyalty among nobles wavered. The church offered tepid blessing, and the English crown, far from defeated, had begun preparations for a renewed campaign. King Edward I, now returned from his continental wars, was determined to reclaim what he saw as his rightful dominion. Wallace, meanwhile, faced a growing dilemma. He had men who believed in him, soldiers, farmers, and craftsmen who had tasted something rare, the feeling of standing on their own ground. He knew that feeling alone could not win the future, but he also knew there was no going back. And so, as the days shortened and winter drew near, Wallace raised his banner with resolve. He sent messages to outlying regions, called for grain and arms, and mapped the roads southward. His next move would be a calculated risk, one meant to show the world that Scotland could act, not just react. He would march into England. The decision to cross the border was not made lightly. Wallace knew the risks. His forces were lean, drawn mostly from the central lowlands and the lands north of the Clyde. Supplies were limited, and winter crept ever closer. But in late 1297, he led a bold incursion south into Northumberland and Cumberland, English soil. This was not conquest, it was pressure. Wallace's aim was strategic: to weaken English morale, disrupt their preparation, and perhaps compel the nobility to think twice before committing more forces against Scotland. His movements were swift, sometimes harsh, but deliberate. He targeted garrisons and supply depots, not cathedrals or sacred sites. While chroniclers in England described burning towns and desecration, this was not the reckless pillaging of a marauder, but the deliberate work of a commander who understood battle tactics. Hardship followed them all the same. The campaign pushed Wallace and his men through hard country, moors, hills, frost-laced valleys. Snow came early that year, soft at first, then relentless. Roads became streams of mud, and the foraging parties returned with little more than thin oats and smoked fish. They made camp in ruined villages and abandoned steadings. Fires burned low, more for smoke than warmth. It's thought Wallace kept to himself during these nights, studying maps, listening to scouts, speaking only when he had to. It was in this bitter season that his men began to call him more than commander. They called him steadier things: protector, guide, sometimes simply him. But even as they pressed further south, Wallace must have sensed what was waiting in return. England was stirring. The time for delay was over. By early 1298, Wallace knew his men could not remain in the south. The land, scoured and barren, could no longer sustain them. He gave the order to return, and so they retraced their steps. They were worn and thinned, but largely intact. They had achieved what they set out to do, reminded England that Scotland could still strike. But Wallace also knew that warning bells had been sounded. The next time he faced the English, they would come in force. As he crossed the border once more and rode back toward the lowland farms, Wallace must have felt a strange sense of foresight. He had bought time, but he had also invited the full weight of the crown. The fields around Falkirk were soft in the early summer of 1298, grass just tall enough to sway in the breeze, the ground firm from weeks without rain. But beneath that calm surface, something heavier hung in the air, an unease that had nothing to do with weather. Wallace knew the English were coming. More than that, he knew Edward was coming. The king himself had crossed the border with one of the largest forces Scotland had yet faced. In the weeks prior, Wallace had tried to prepare. He issued fresh calls to arms, re-established field positions, and watched for movements in the south. Yet the deeper challenge lay not in the enemy's might, but in Scotland's own fractured leadership. He chose his ground near Falkirk carefully, placing his infantry in schiltron formations, tight circles of spearmen designed to hold firm against cavalry. His men dug shallow ditches, drove wooden stakes into the earth, and prepared for the worst. The English arrived in overwhelming force. Knights in armour, archers from Wales, foot soldiers hardened by years of campaign. Edward had brought nearly 2,000 cavalry alone. It was, in every sense, a reckoning. The battle, when it came, did not last long. The English archers broke the schiltrons from a distance, their arrows finding the gaps that even the tightest ranks could not fully seal. Cavalry surged in, cutting through the weakened lines. The Scottish nobles, many of whom had held back at the rear, gave little support. Most fled early, the rest simply watched. Wallace's forces held as long as they could. There was no collapse, only erosion, a slow, tragic unraveling of men outmatched and under-supported. When retreat became the only option, Wallace withdrew his remaining forces in order, protecting as many lives as he could. He did not die at Falkirk, but something else did. In the aftermath, Wallace resigned as Guardian of Scotland. It was not a gesture of defeat, but of clarity. He had seen the limits of his position, the ceiling placed upon him not by the enemy, but by his own countrymen. Without unity, there would be no lasting resistance, and if others wished to lead, he would no longer stand in their way. He withdrew from public life without ceremony. Only the fading sound of hoofbeats and the long quiet that follows a cause, caught in the hands of too many. Falkirk was not the end, but it was a turning point. The legend might live on, but the man, now stripped of title and command, would continue his journey alone. When the dust of Falkirk settled and Wallace relinquished his role as guardian, he did not return home, because in truth, he no longer had one. His name was now both shield and target, known across the kingdom, praised by those who saw him as Scotland's only true voice, and condemned by others who preferred order, even at the cost of independence. What followed was not well recorded. These years of Wallace's life slip through the grasp of history, mentioned only in fragments, stray letters and vague reports. And yet, It is in this absence, this misted chapter, that we find perhaps the truest version of him. A man moving by instinct, never staying long, always watching. He passed, it is believed, from glen to glen, taking shelter in the hills above Loch Lomond, the pine woods near Tyndrum, and the twisting paths of Glen Nevis. Despite his isolation, Wallace had not given up. He travelled beyond Scotland, perhaps even to France, seeking support from King Philip IV. Records suggest he carried letters with him, formal declarations from Scottish clerics or remaining councilmen requesting aid against Edward's encroachment. Some say Wallace hoped to travel to Rome to lay Scotland's case before the Pope. Whether he reached the Holy See remains uncertain, but the effort itself speaks to the kind of resolve he carried, a belief that even from the margins he could still shape the fate of his country. Back home, however, the tides were turning. With Wallace absent, new leaders emerged, nobles more acceptable to the political class, some of whom had once ignored or opposed him. Treaties were signed, compromises made. The cause for which he had risked everything was still alive, but it had changed shape, less about open resistance, more about negotiation, diplomacy, cautious steps rather than bold leaps. In many ways, Wallace had become a symbol more than a man. Songs were sung about his courage, tales spread of his escape through icy burns, his sword still gleaming despite the snow. And yet, in truth, he remained a wanderer, unseen, his thoughts likely far less grand than the ballads made them out to be. It's likely there were nights, long ones, where he sat beside a low fire, wrapped in wool and damp from the bracken, and wondered whether his choices had truly mattered, whether the freedom he had chased was now just a banner someone else would carry, or whether it had slipped into the fog like so many of the voices that once pledged to follow him. He moved, listened, planned, and perhaps that, more than anything, was what made him dangerous. Not what he commanded, but what he still believed. It was near Glasgow, they say, that it happened. After years of shadowed travel and narrow escapes, Wallace was finally captured, not on a battlefield by English knights, but through betrayal. The man who turned him in was Sir John de Menteith, a Scottish noble and once ally, who had aligned himself with the English crown. The details are sparse, but the effect is clear. No fight, no chase, just a trap, sprung with unnerving precision. We don't know exactly what Wallace felt in that moment, if there were words exchanged, if he suspected it before it unfolded. What is known is that he was seized, bound, and delivered to English custody. From there, he was transported south under heavy guard. It was a long journey, taking him from the wild hills of Scotland through English towns where his name was more accusation than legend. He passed through Carlisle, then through smaller villages, the faces at the roadside curious or hostile, depending on what they'd heard. Wallace bore no crown, no banner, no parade of loyal men. He was chained, cloaked in the dust of the road, and stared down by those who had once feared the mention of his name. When he arrived in London, the city was swollen with the heat of summer. Its streets were loud with commerce and rumour, Word of Wallace's capture spread quickly. He was held in the city to await trial at Westminster Hall. For the English crown, this was a triumph, a symbol that the rebellion, or at least one version of it, had finally been quelled. But even here, in the heart of his enemy's domain, Wallace did not bend. When brought before the court, he acknowledged no guilt. He denied the charge of treason outright, stating simply that he had never sworn loyalty to the English king. So how, then, could he betray him? For Wallace was a man of principle, who saw himself not as a criminal, but as a man who had defended his homeland from foreign control. In that moment, stripped of power, he still held to the one thing no one could take from him, his conviction. The trial was short, the verdict predetermined. He was condemned to death. Yet history remembers little of those who presided, and much of the man they hoped to erase. In the days before his execution, Wallace was held under close guard. We can imagine the moments he must have passed in reflection, alone in the cold stone of his cell, the sounds of London beyond the walls, the knowledge of what lay ahead settling in with clarity. He had lived as a hunted man for years, and now, at last, he was still. There would be no more glens to retreat into, no more hidden allies or forest paths. Only the closing chapter, and whatever dignity he could carry into it. But though the final hours were his alone, what came after would not be. Word of Wallace's death would travel far, across Scotland, into the courts of Europe, and through the halls of monasteries. Not because it was unexpected, but because of what it meant, that a man could defy the greatest power in his world, and face the end without apology nor bitterness. There are no known last words, no letter from the Tower, no final account from William Wallace himself. What remains is silence, the deep, historical kind that follows when a life ends, but its meaning lingers on. After his execution in late August of 1305, Wallace's name was meant to fade. The sentence had been carried out with spectacle and severity, designed to erase not just the man, but the idea of him. His body was quartered, his remains sent to various towns across England and Scotland, warnings nailed in wood and iron. But ideas, unlike flesh, do not scatter so easily. And in Wallace's case, it was not just the idea of resistance that survived. It was the idea of endurance, of a man who stood not because he believed he would win, but because he refused to kneel. Within Scotland, his legacy took root unevenly at first. The nobles who had once distanced themselves from him found his absence a useful symbol. Later uprisings, most notably those led by Robert the Bruce, who had once opposed Wallace's methods, drew quiet strength from his memory as the wars for independence deepened. In abbeys and among the clergy, his name was kept alive in small ways. Notes in margins, mentions in chronicles, the occasional prayer spoken with care. Across Europe, the letters Wallace had once sent from his position as guardian were preserved in archives, rarely studied at the time, but not discarded. The Hanseatic ports of Lübeck and Hamburg still held his letters in their archives. It was not until generations later that Wallace's story took fuller form, retold, reimagined, sometimes adorned. The truth, though simpler, is no less powerful. He was a man born into a time of confusion and uncertainty, who chose a path most would have avoided. But even in defeat, he remained constant, believing truth and justice are worth fighting for. And perhaps that is why his memory remains. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Titanic, the most magnificent ship of her day, helmed by a steady-handed seamaster who foresaw nothing in this routine Atlantic crossing but smooth sailing and a triumphant final chapter to his 40 years at sea. They called Edward John Smith the millionaire's captain. The wealthiest travelers chose their crossings just to sail with him, so the owners of the Titanic set their most reliable man upon their new flagship. Over 60, and bound for retirement, Captain Smith took the helm, only to see the vessel safely to New York on her maiden voyage. His decades at sea he summed up in one word: uneventful. Never once wrecked, never in peril of disaster. Yet beneath the polished decks, shadows were gathering. There were lifeboats for barely half aboard. Ice warnings arrived by wireless, but were overlooked or waved aside. And the sea lay smooth as a dark mirror, beguiling the night watch into a dangerous complacency while concealing the breaking white water that would otherwise have betrayed the invisible hazards adrift in the dark. But the most unsettling thing was not aboard the ship at all. Some have long pointed to a novel written 14 years earlier. In it, the largest ocean liner ever built is deemed unsinkable, but then strikes an iceberg in the Atlantic without enough lifeboats aboard to save its thousands of passengers. And the name of that ship, which he called the Titan, almost seems beyond the boundary of mere coincidence. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step onto the deck of the Titanic on her maiden voyage across the Atlantic. The warm lamplight, the sea air, and the great ship easing into the dark, with every heart aboard confident she would carry them home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The morning came bright and ordinary over Southampton, the sort of April day that promised nothing but blue water ahead. Along the quayside, the crowds gathered thick, craning their necks, for the ship at the dock was so vast that no single glance could take her in. She rose above the sheds and the rooftops like a moving piece of a city, her 4 great funnels set just so against the sky, and the people who had come to see her off fell rather still at the sight of her. On her bridge stood the most trusted man in the whole company. Edward Smith was his name, though the wealthy who booked their passages around him knew him more fondly as the millionaire's captain, for they liked to cross the ocean in his care and no others. He had a white beard and a steady, unhurried way about him, and a reputation for safety that had followed him for years. There was a pleasing tale hidden beneath all that gold braid. He had been born far inland, the son of a potter, and from those modest beginnings he had risen, ship by ship, all the way to the grandest vessel ever to leave an English port. This crossing was to be the crown of the whole long climb, the last voyage of his career before a well-earned retirement ashore. And then, before the great ship had even cleared the harbour, the sea offered a small and almost comic warning of its own. As she moved slowly out along the water, her enormous hull pushed aside such a weight of the harbour that the sea itself went sliding after her. Nearby, tied snug at her berth, sat a smaller liner called the New York. The sudden pull of all that shifting water snapped her mooring ropes one after another, the heavy cables parting with a crack that carried across the docks, and the stern of the New York began to swing loose, drawn out into the channel and turning slowly toward the passing giant. For a long moment, the 2 ships drifted closer together, and the watching crowd held its breath. A collision right there in the harbour, before the voyage had truly begun, seemed almost certain, but quick work by a nearby tug and a timely order to the great ship's engines checked her motion just enough. The gap held. The New York was brought back under control, and the 2 hulls slid past one another with only a narrow stretch of water to spare. It had been the near miss of a few feet, and no more. The passengers at the rails laughed it off, as people often do in such circumstances. A band was playing somewhere below. Stewards moved along the corridors with their trays and their warm smiles. The whole floating world of her went on about its comforts, certain of a smooth passage home. The word followed the ship wherever she went. It was printed in the papers and murmured along her promenades and set down in the trade journals, and that word was unsinkable. Not merely strong or grand, but unsinkable, as though the sea had been asked its opinion and had agreed. There was iron beneath the word, and that was what gave people such comfort. Far down inside her, below the chandeliers and the grand lounges and the wide staircases, the ship was carved into 16 great rooms, one behind another, the whole length of her, and between each room and the next stood a heavy door of steel. A man on the bridge had only to turn a single handle, and all through the depths of her, those doors would come sliding down together and seal each room away from its neighbors. Let the sea break into one of them, or two, or even four, and the ship would ride on as though nothing had happened, holding the water in its box and carrying everyone home to tea. Passengers were shown the trick of it and went away delighted. The comfort had a small shadow in it, though few noticed and fewer minded. The steel walls between those rooms did not climb all the way up. They rose a little above the waterline and then simply ended, open at the top, and any water that ever filled one room past the brim would spill over the wall and slide down into the next, the way water tips from one hollow of an ice tray into the one beside it. On a flat and easy sea, there seemed no way on earth for such a thing to happen. So the shadow lay where it was, unregarded, and the ship went on being unsinkable in everyone's mind. The captain shared the faith as fully as any man aboard. Some years before, stepping ashore in New York from another fine new liner, he had stood among the reporters on the pier and spoken of what shipbuilding had become. He told them that he could not imagine any condition which would cause a ship to founder. He was not a boastful man when he said it. He was white-bearded and courteous and careful, the sort of captain who had grown old at sea without ever frightening a passenger, and he simply believed, as nearly everyone believed, that the days of ships being lost had passed into history. Long before any of this, in a cramped study far from the water, an American author named Morgan Robertson had leaned over his desk and dreamed up a ship. He made her the largest afloat and the last word in luxury. He sent her out across the North Atlantic on a cold April crossing, and he ran her into an iceberg in the dark, and because he had given her too few boats, he let most of her people go down with her. He wrote all of that 14 years before the great ship's maiden voyage, and the name he had painted on the bow of his imagined liner, the great doomed ship of his story, was the Titan. Up on the boat deck, the lifeboats sat in a long, handsome row, snug beneath their canvas covers, swung out ready on their iron arms above the sea. Passengers walked past them in the salt air and thought no more about them than about the deck chairs or the railings. There seemed plenty of them. There were nowhere near enough. The rule book that decided their number was a tired old thing, written in the days of far smaller ships and never brought up to date since. It counted a vessel, not by the people she carried, but by her weight, by her bare tonnage, as though what needed saving were the iron and not the souls. And because the great liners had swollen larger and larger, while the rules stayed still, the ship met that ancient law with room to spare. She carried more boats than the letter of it asked of her. On paper, she was not just safe. She was better than safe. The paper did not go to sea, though. The people did. And if ever the whole ship were called to those boats at once, the mothers and the porters and the millionaires and the men shoveling coal far below, they would have found places along the benches for about one soul in every two, and the rest would have stood at the rail with nowhere to go. It had not always been meant to be so few. When the ship was first drawn up on the designer's board, there had been more of them in the plan, rows enough to carry a great many more of her people off into the night. But boats took room. They wanted heavy iron arms to swing them from, and those arms crowded the long, clean promenade where the first-class passengers liked to stroll and take the view, and a deck cluttered with lifeboats was thought a gloomy, fretful sort of sight for people paying so dearly to feel carefree. So the extra boats were rubbed off the plan, one row after another, until only the handsome few remained. A fine open deck had been chosen over a crowded one, and no one at the time had felt the loss. Nor did anyone feel it now, gliding westward under a mild spring sky. The boats were there after all. Anyone anxious could count them and be soothed, and the ship beneath them was the unsinkable one, the ship the whole world trusted, and an unsinkable ship hardly needed boats at all. They were there for the look of the thing, a kindness to nervous old ladies, and a row of quiet shapes to tip a hat to on an evening walk. All through that last full day at sea, while the passengers dozed in their deck chairs and took their afternoon tea and wrote their cheerful letters home, the air all around the great ship was alive with warnings. They came in the crackle and stutter of Morse code, tapped out by the wireless men of other ships scattered across the same cold waters. Vessel after vessel had met the ice, great fields of it drifting down from the north, and pale mountains of it riding low and dangerous in the dark. One after another, they sent word of what lay ahead, the positions of the bergs and the reach of the drifting pack, a steady scattering of caution passing invisibly through the air. Some of those messages reached the great ship. Several of them did not travel on to where they were most needed. For the two young men who worked the wireless set aboard were not, strictly speaking, the ship's own men at all. They were employees of the Marconi Company, and their true trade was a commercial one. All day and late into every night, they sat in their cramped little cabin with the instrument chattering away before them, and the work that filled their hours was the private traffic of the passengers, the steady stream of personal telegrams that wealthy travelers so loved to send from the middle of the ocean. Greetings and birthday wishes, instructions to distant offices, and small boasts about the fine ship they sailed upon. All of it had to be tapped out letter by patient letter and sent along toward the shore. It was paid work, and there was a great heap of it waiting, and it kept the two operators bent over their key for hour upon weary hour. The ice warnings, arriving in the thick of all that, were a kind of interruption. Some were carried faithfully up to the officers on the bridge. Others were laid on the desk to be seen to later, or half heard, or lost altogether in the sheer press of paid messages awaiting their turn. There was only a young man now bent over his key, hour after hour, his partner asleep in the bunk beside him, sending on the messages he had been set to send, the wires humming, and the heap beside him never going down, and no earthly reason yet to feel afraid. And late that evening, one more warning came, from very close at hand. A ship not far off, stopped for the night amid the very ice that lay ahead, tried to break in to say that she was surrounded by it, and had halted where she stood. But her signal came through loud and jangling, right in the ear of the great ship's operator, as he laboured to clear his backlog toward the land, and the answer that went back to her was short and sharp and weary. The other man was told, in so many words, to keep out and cease his chatter, for the operator was busy. Stung, or perhaps simply obedient, the wireless man on the nearby ship set down his headphones a little while later and took himself off to bed. The sea went strange and beautiful that night. The wind fell away to nothing, and the long ocean swell sank down and smoothed itself until the water lay flat and black and still as poured ink, without a ripple anywhere upon it. There was no moon. The stars came out in their thousands, hard and bright and doubled in the glass of the sea, so that the ship seemed to be sailing through the middle of the heavens. Far up the forward mast, in the little iron nest where the lookouts kept their watch, two men leaned into the cold and searched the dark ahead. They knew what they were hoping to catch. An iceberg on the move wears a soft white collar where the sea breaks against its foot, a ring of pale water that a good pair of eyes can find in the blackness while the berg is still a long way off. But the sea broke against nothing that night. Flat as a floor, it gave back no foam and no fringe of white, and so the great mountains of ice that drifted somewhere out in front of them lay low and dark and hidden, showing no edge against a black ocean under a starlit sky. The two lookouts had asked for their binoculars and had not got them. The glasses were aboard, right enough, shut away in a locker where they could do no good, and the key to that locker had gone missing in the oddest way. In the last days before sailing, an officer had been shifted off the ship at short notice, and he had carried the little key away in his pocket without a thought, and stepped off down the gangway and taken the train home. So the men in the nest had nothing but their own eyes to lean on, and their eyes met only the dark and the great sweep of stars and the flat, unbroken water sliding under the bow. And the ship did not slow. She ran on through the freezing night at very near her top speed, her engines beating steadily far below, driving her forward at better than 20 knots on toward the ice itself. Yet the night was fair, and the ship was sound, and on the North Atlantic, runner captain kept up his speed and trusted his lookouts to catch the danger in good time, and so she was allowed to run. The old man on the bridge had given his whole life to the sea. Near 40 years he had sailed, and never once been wrecked, and never, as he had said himself, been in any peril worth the telling. Nothing in all that long and easy career had taught him to be afraid of a calm and starlit night. So the great ship swept on, smooth and swift and certain, across the dark and silent water. In the warm cabins below, her passengers slept without a care. On the bridge, her officers watched ahead into the dark. And ahead of her, low upon that mirror sea, showing nothing, giving no warning, and drawing nearer with every beat of her engines, the ice waited in the night. For all the still evening, the great ship had run on through the flat dark. Then, 20 minutes before midnight, One of the lookouts, staring forward into the cold, saw the night thicken. A shape was rising out of the blackness dead ahead, darker than the dark around it, and growing larger with terrible speed. He reached for the bell above him and struck it 3 times, hard, and called down to the bridge that ice lay straight in the ship's path. Down below, the order went instantly to the wheel and to the engines. The great ship began to answer, swinging slowly to one side, for a vessel so vast could not turn as a small boat could. For a moment, it seemed she might yet slide clear of the iceberg, and then, along her starboard side, deep beneath the waterline, the ice touched her. It came as no great crash. There was no thunder of impact and no violent blow. Most of those aboard felt only a faint shiver run through the ship, a long, soft grinding somewhere far below, over almost before it began. A few who stood out on the forward deck saw the black wall of the berg glide past above them and drop lumps of ice onto the planking, and some of them laughed and gathered it up and tossed it about like snow. Down in the smoking rooms, the card players barely glanced up. The engines fell still a little while later, and the strange new steadiness was almost pleasant. Whatever had happened, it plainly had not been much. But far down in the belly of the ship, below the waterline, the sea was already coming in. The ice had opened her along a long seam in her side, a scattering of gashes rather than one clean wound, and through those openings the cold Atlantic was pouring into room after room in the dark. The captain came to the bridge, and word was sent for the one man aboard who knew the ship better than any other, the man who had drawn her lines and watched her built and come along to see how she behaved. He went down into her with a few others to look, and he walked back up knowing. The great ship had been made to live through a good deal. She could carry on with the first of her rooms open to the sea, but too many had been torn at once, and the water pouring into them would soon rise to the tops of those low walls and spill over, room into room, forward and down, and nothing that any man could do would hold it back. He said it plainly to the captain. She had only a few hours left in her, and no more. Not many miles off, another ship lay stopped for the night. She was a smaller vessel called the Californian, and her captain, wary of the same ice floes, had halted her there to wait for morning rather than risk the dark. Her single wireless set stood silent, for that same operator had gone to bed an hour before, and now lay fast asleep. Had he sat there a few minutes longer, he would have heard everything. He did not, and so the Californian lay there deaf. Up on her deck, though, her officers could see. Out across the still water, there stood the lights of a great liner, and as they watched, a curious thing began. Rockets rose from the distant ship, one after another, climbing high and bursting into white stars that drifted slowly down. The men of the Californian looked on and puzzled over them. They tried their signal lamp, flashing across the dark, and made nothing of the answer. Some thought the stranger was merely showing off, firing off company signals for the fun of it. No one aboard guessed that a great ship was dying out there under those falling stars, and calling with every light she had for someone to come. And so, the Californian watched the rockets fade, and turned in, and did nothing at all. Far away in another direction, a different ship heard the call. She was the Carpathia, bound the other way entirely, and it was only by good fortune that her wireless man happened still to be at his set, when the first desperate signal came stuttering in. He carried it at once to his captain, who was roused from his bed and needed only a moment to decide. What that captain did was a fine and daring thing. His ship was far off, a good 4 hours steaming away, and the sea between was strewn with the very ice that had done the harm. He turned her about all the same, and drove her north as hard as her engines would run, faster than was safe. He set extra lookouts along her rails to watch for the bergs looming up, and he swung the ship this way and that as they were sighted, threading her through the dark at speed. All the while he made her ready. He had the doctors standing by, and every hand aboard readied to receive the cold and the exhausted and the frightened. Through the small hours she ran on like that, a single ship racing across a black and dangerous sea toward a light that was slowly going out. Her people worked and waited and watched the horizon for the first sign of the stricken liner. And though she flew through that night faster than any ship of her kind was ever meant to fly, the miles were long, and the ice was thick, and the ship she was straining to reach had far less time left than the time it would take to reach her. Back on the great ship, the covers came off the lifeboats, and the crew began the strange work of handing the living down toward the sea. The order was for the women and the children first, and so wives were parted from husbands at the rail, some believing they would meet again by morning, and some knowing better. The early boats went down half-filled, for it seemed madness to many that the grand warm ship beneath their feet was in any real danger, and they were slow to leave her for a little wooden boat swinging over the black water far below. And through it all, near the top of the grand staircase, the ship's musicians played. The bandmaster had gathered his men together, and rather than seek a place in the boats, they took up their instruments and went on making music hour after hour, so that the sound of it drifted out across the crowded decks and softened the fear a little. What tune was played last was argued over ever after, whether some gentle waltz or an old and well-loved hymn, but perhaps it was fitting that no one could say for certain. There were partings that night that would never be forgotten. One of the richest men in the world, finding no more use for a lifebelt, went and dressed himself in his evening finery instead, and a steward who lived remembered what he said. "We've dressed up in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." An elderly couple who had shared a long life together were offered a place side by side, but the old woman would not take it. She gave her seat away and stepped back to stand at her husband's side, saying, as the story was always told, "Where you go, I go." The captain moved among it all in those last hours, and then, near the end, he walked the decks and released his crew from their duty, telling them they had done all that men could do, and the rest was every man for himself. What his final words truly were, no one could ever rightly say. There was an old and gallant phrase that would be handed down as his, though whether it ever left his lips was more than anyone could tell, and it may have been only a kindness the world told itself afterward. Toward the very end, she tilted down into the sea, and her stern lifted slowly, impossibly, up toward the stars. Her lights continued to burn almost to the last, a long bright row of them shining out over the water. And then the lights went out together, and with a deep and dreadful sound, the great ship reared high and slipped away beneath the surface, down into the cold and the dark, and the sea closed over the place where she had been. She had carried more than 2,000 souls out onto that ocean. When she was gone, the greater part of them were gone with her, lost to the freezing water under the calm and indifferent stars. The rest of that night belonged to the boats. They lay scattered across the black and glassy sea, a handful of little wooden shells under the enormous sky, and the people in them huddled together against the terrible cold and waited for a morning they were not sure would come. Some rowed slowly to keep warm. Most simply sat and watched the horizon and listened to the water lap against the sides. And then, at last, near the edge of dawn, a light appeared low in the distance. It was the Carpathia, come at the end of her long night's run, feeling her way in among the ice toward the drifting boats. One after another, they were rowed across to her, and one after another, the survivors were lifted up her steep black side, some climbing rope ladders, the smallest children hauled aboard in mail sacks, and the frozen and the fainting raised in slings and chairs. On her decks, they were wrapped in blankets and pressed with hot drinks and gathered in, while she searched the sea for any boat still out there in the growing light. Among the passengers of the first cabins, the great majority of the women and children had been saved. Among the men who had travelled in the crowded quarters far below, only a small handful ever saw the Carpathia's decks. The sea had made its choices that night, less by courage or by chance than by where a person had slept, and how near they had been when the moment came to the boats and the open air. Some who lived carried the strangest stories of all. There was a young stewardess who seemed almost beyond the reach of the sea. She had already been aboard this ship's elder sister when that vessel was struck by a warship and came limping home. She was aboard the great ship that night and went down into a boat and was saved. And some years afterward, she was aboard the third sister of the three when that ship too was lost, and once again she came through alive. 3 great ships, near enough identical, 3 disasters, and one woman who walked away from every one of them. In time, she was fondly nicknamed the Unsinkable One, which she wore with good humour to the end of a long life. And there was the smallest survivor of all, a baby girl of only a couple of months, carried down into a lifeboat, wrapped against the cold, while her father stayed behind. By the time the Carpathia turned at last for land, she carried some 700 souls, wrapped and warmed and safe upon her decks. Behind her, the sea lay smooth and empty and blue under the morning sun, giving back no sign at all of the great ship that had passed that way, or of the many who had gone down with her into the deep. Out of that one terrible night came a great many changes, deep and lasting ones, that kept countless other travellers safe in all the years that followed. Never again would a ship be sent to sea with boats for only half aboard. From then on, there had to be a place for every single soul who sailed, no matter the weight or the grandeur of the vessel. The wireless rooms, too, were changed forever, kept manned and listening through every hour of the day and the night, so that no call for help would ever again go into an empty room. And out upon the northern ocean, a patrol was set. A watch kept season after season over the great fields of drifting ice, charting the bergs and warning the ships away. That watch was being kept there still, far out on the grey Atlantic, through all the long years that followed. The ship herself passed out of the world and into legend. For more than 70 years she lay where she had fallen, lost and unvisited, far beyond the reach of any diver, and the sea kept her secret well. People wondered where exactly she rested, and whether she had gone down whole, and no one living could say. Then, at long last, she was found. Deep in the darkness of the sea floor, more than 2 miles down, where no light had ever reached her, the beam of a small exploring craft picked her out of the black at last. For a long while, the little craft moved over her in the blackness, its small lamp sliding along the vast rusted flank of her, past the rails where the passengers had once stood, and the great anchors still resting in their places. Everywhere about her lay a deep and perfect stillness, mile upon mile of dark water pressing gently down, and nothing stirred but the slow drift of specks caught in the light like falling snow. And there an old mystery was answered. The great ship had not come to rest in one piece. In her final hours she had broken in two, and her bow and her stern had drifted down separately through all that cold water to settle a good distance apart on the ocean floor, still and silent, slowly becoming part of the sea. She lay there still, tended by nothing but the deep, and though it was a sad place, there was something gentle in it too, for she had found a kind of peace at last, and the sea that took her had folded gently over her. Every ship that had crossed those waters safely since, and every family carried home to harbour who might once have been lost, owed some small debt to her, and to the souls who went down on that April night, whose loss had taught the whole world to take better care. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Pierre Picaud, a humble French shoemaker whose seemingly quiet life was suddenly shattered by betrayal, and whose methodical, deliberate path to revenge became the origin story for one of literature's most enduring legends, the Count of Monte Cristo. In the early 1800s, as the fires of Napoleon's ambitions flickered across Europe, Pierre was engaged to be married and full of hopeful dreams. But within the shaded corners of his life, jealousy stirred. Pierre was falsely accused by trusted friends, who out of envy denounced him as a spy for England. Picaud was arrested and left to languish in the shadowed depths of a remote fortress, high in the Italian Alps. His sentence would last for nearly a decade. His beloved fiancée would not wait for him, and though the world outside the prison forgot all about him, Pierre did not forget. He remained waiting and vigilant. But inside that cold stone prison, a chance meeting with a fellow prisoner, an ailing old priest, changed everything. In hushed voices, and over many months, the old man shared secrets of a hidden fortune and of a wider world beyond the cell. When freedom came at last, Picaud emerged a man transformed. He could have chosen a peaceful path. Instead, he set his mind to one thing: justice. What followed was a calculated unfolding, an intricate, unrelenting plan to settle the score with those who had tried to erase him from the face of the earth. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we follow the deliberate footsteps of a man once wronged, who emerged from the shadows not with blind fury, but with a plan. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Pierre Picaud was born in the southern city of Nimes. It was a place of Roman ruins and sun-washed stone, nestled between low, sun-baked hills and the Mediterranean winds. He came from modest roots, neither rich nor desperate, the son of an honest tradesman, raised among the narrow lanes and limestone facades of a city that valued hard work, diligence, and strong hands. From an early age, Pierre followed in his father's path, learning the gentle craft of shoemaking. His work was careful, his manner steady, and he moved through life with the simple grace of a man at ease in his station. But fortune, it seemed, had chosen him for more than tools and leather. In his mid-20s, Pierre became engaged to marry a young woman of significant wealth and elegance. Marguerite Vigarou was spoken of in her day with admiration, beautiful, poised, and from a family of far greater means than Pierre's own. And yet, she had chosen him, not for his coin, but for his kindness. The match surprised many, but it was genuine. Love in its rarest form had found them both, and for a time, life bloomed. Picaud's days were filled with gentle routine, shaping fine shoes for wealthier residents in Nîmes, tending to his modest home, and preparing for the life he would build with his beloved. Friends gathered often, sharing wine and conversation beneath the stone arches of the town's arcades. Pierre was well liked, trusted, admired, and considered fortunate by many. But even then, threads of envy had begun to curl through the edges of his happiness. Not everyone rejoiced in his good fortune. Among his circle were 3 men he called friends, men who had stood beside him through the years, whose smiles now masked something darker. Their names would soon be etched into his memory with unshakable weight. For in hushed conversations behind closed doors, they began to speak his name with suspicion, and imagine what it would mean to bring him down. Pierre, for all his sensitivity, did not see it. Or perhaps he saw and chose to believe otherwise. That friendship, once forged, could not so easily turn. And so, as the sunlit days of Nîmes carried him gently toward a future he could nearly touch, Picaud remained unaware that the world he'd built so carefully was already beginning to fracture. The men who would destroy Picaud's life had once shared his wine, his laughter, and his trust. There was Lupien, a fellow tradesman, bold, confident, and outwardly charming, yet restless in Pierre's shadow. Then Solari, the innkeeper's son, clever but always watching from the edges, where envy brews without noise. And finally, Sheppard, quieter than the rest, but no less moved by the slow, smouldering pull of resentment. All 3 had walked beside Pierre in easier times. They had dined at his table, toasted his engagement, and offered congratulations with smiles that were beginning to crack. To them, Pierre's engagement to a wealthy heiress felt like a leap too far, a challenge to the natural order. They did not see love or virtue in his success. They saw only what they believed had been stolen from them: wealth, honor, opportunity. And so it was that on an ordinary day, with no warning, their long-harbored jealousy gave way to action. They denounced Pierre to the authorities, accusing him of something deadly in the climate of Napoleonic France: espionage. They claimed that Pierre had been secretly working for England, passing information to France's ancient enemy across the Channel. It was a lie, of course. Yet the times were dangerous, and the state was on edge. France, still gripped by war and suspicion, took such claims seriously. A whisper could become a chain. And so the wheels turned quickly. There was no trial, no chance to plead his case. One moment, Pierre was walking freely through the market streets of Nîmes. The next, he had vanished. The betrayal struck Pierre with a force no stranger's accusation could ever match. To be accused by strangers would have been one thing, but these were friends, men he had trusted with his time, his thoughts, his loyalty. The pain of it, perhaps, outweighed even the fear. In the days that followed, no word reached his fiancée. No explanation was given. Pierre was simply gone. Taken under armed escort, he was moved far from the warmth of southern France, toward the looming mountains that marked the Italian border. There, hidden in the remote heights of the Alps, stood the Fenestrelle fortress, cold, isolated, and vast. Pierre Picaud had stepped into the long silence of exile, left to carry not only the weight of false charges, but the even heavier burden of betrayal. And his life, once so full of promise, now narrowed to stone walls, iron doors, and the memory of 3 familiar faces. Fenestrelle Fortress rose like a jagged crown against the grey folds of the Italian Alps, vast, brooding, and utterly detached from the living world. Built into the mountainside, it sprawled across terraces and stone ramps, its corridors echoing with the weight of generations. For Pierre, it would become his entire horizon. He arrived in shackles, tired and stunned, as if the world had suddenly changed languages and turned its face away. The fortress held no comfort, not in its stone cells, nor in the cold that seeped up through the walls at night. The seasons passed with little distinction. Summer's warmth barely reached the mountain heights, and winter came early, biting at the fingers and lungs of those trapped within. His cell was small, more hole than room, with only a narrow slit for light and a straw mat that smelled of damp years. There were no visitors, no news from the outside world, just stone, iron, and the long, slow ache of being forgotten. The days stretched without form. At first, Pierre kept count, scratching notches into the wall, trying to hold on to some sense of time. But after the 100th day, or perhaps the 200th, the numbers lost their meaning. Time had bent. Each morning arrived like the one before, each night just a darker version of the day. There were others in the fortress, murmurs from down long hallways, shuffling feet, an occasional cough in the dark, but no one to speak to directly. Isolation wrapped around him like a second skin. He did not know if his fiancée had searched for him. He did not know if she still believed in him, or if she'd been told he was dead, or worse, guilty. And then there was the cold. Not simply the weather, but a kind of internal freezing, a stilling of purpose. He had been a man on the cusp of a beautiful life, and now he was no one. A name on no list, a ghost who hadn't died. But even in that grey silence, something held. Pierre did not unravel. He endured. He turned inward. Memory became both wound and anchor. He thought often of the faces of the men who had accused him. Their betrayal had shaped his new world. And while the fortress held his body, it had not taken everything. Not yet, and not forever. Years had passed. The stone walls had grown familiar now, though never welcome. Picaud had learned to live within them, to breathe with the rhythm of the fortress, and to carry his thoughts like embers, silently, but no less alive. And then, one day, without warning, a new prisoner was placed in the adjoining cell. He was older, this man, gaunt, with a trimmed white beard and eyes that burned with a curious light. His name was Father Tori, a priest once, before the state had turned its suspicions even on men of the cloth. The guards spoke of him with indifference, but Picaud sensed immediately that there was something unusual about the man. In a place where time dragged and conversation was rare, the two began, cautiously at first, to speak. Their words passed softly through a small vent in the stone, a breath of companionship in the stale air of confinement. Father Torre spoke not only of scripture, but of politics, of cities Pierre had never seen, of ancient philosophers and old stories. He carried knowledge like a candle in the dark, and Pierre, long starved of conversation, leaned toward the warmth. As seasons shifted beyond the fortress walls, the priest began to trust Pierre with more than reflections. He shared a story, at first vague, then startlingly precise. Many years before his arrest, Father Torre had been entrusted with knowledge of a hidden fortune, a vast treasure concealed beneath a ruined house in Milan, left by a nobleman who died without heir or claim. The priest had never used this knowledge. His vows had bound him to secrecy. But in prison, with his health fading and death approaching, he felt that passing it on was the last thing left for him to do. At first, Pierre listened with measured disbelief. A fortune buried beneath a crumbling estate, spoken of by a dying man. It sounded like myth. But Father Torre spoke plainly, offering details with remarkable clarity, names, locations, markings on the cellar floor, and the twisted logic by which the treasure had been hidden. There was no boast in his voice, no feverish glow, just a slow, careful gift, given freely. And then, one night, not long after, Father Torre was gone. The guards said nothing, simply sealed the adjoining cell, as though its occupant had never been. Pierre sat awake in the dark for many hours, repeating the priest's words over and over, fixing them in his mind like sacred scripture. It was then, perhaps, that the shape of a new life began to form, not as a plan, not yet, but as a seed. He had lost nearly everything, but now he held something more than memory. He held a secret. By the time the 10th year neared its close, Picaud was no longer the man who had once walked the warm streets of Nimes, whistling as he stitched fine shoes, or smiled beneath the stone arches with his bride-to-be on his arm. That man had vanished with the first clank of the prison gate. What remained was leaner and more inward. Not broken, just changed. The years moved slowly in Fenestrelle. Some prisoners aged fast, worn thin by despair. Others faded in silence. But Pierre had found something else. A reason, however distant, to keep himself whole. With every passing day, the memory of Father Torre's words deepened their hold. And more than just remembering, he trained himself. Not physically, the cramped cell allowed little movement, but in mind and spirit. He began to recall every detail of those who had betrayed him, the words they'd spoken, the tone in their voices, their habits, their vices, their weaknesses. He imagined the world outside, where they still walked freely. He did not hate them loudly. He simply studied them. He also listened. To guards, to snatches of conversation between cells, to footsteps and patterns and silences. He became part of the stonework, unseen, unnoticed, but watching. Time for Pierre was no longer an enemy. It was a tool. He had no calendar, no clock. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he sensed the slow accumulation of years. A growing certainty told him that his release would come. Perhaps by decree, perhaps by oversight. And when it did, he must be ready, not just to survive, but to become someone altogether new. Someone with a name no longer spoken in grief or pity, but in wonder, perhaps even fear. He began to plan, and while the guards believed he sat idle in his cell, wasting away in obscurity, Picaud was building something, quietly and in the dark, planning his every move. After nearly 10 years behind stone and iron, the world beyond Fenestrelle had become, to Pierre, half myth and half memory. But one cold morning, without ceremony or explanation, the gate clanged open, and he was told he was free. The guards offered no reason. Perhaps the charges had been suddenly dropped, or lost in the shuffle of changing administrations. Perhaps someone in Paris had finally questioned the length of his detention. But no apology came, no compensation, just release. He stepped beyond the fortress walls, with little more than the clothes he wore, and the weight of years behind his eyes. The light hurt at first, not just the sun, but the color of things, the sky, the moss, the distant pines. Everything looked unfamiliar, as though the world had kept moving without him, leaving him to catch up at his own pace. The journey southward was long and solitary. He traveled on foot at first, avoiding major roads, taking work where he could, laboring under false names, listening more than speaking. The priest's map, etched into his mind, remained unshaken. The memory of Milan pulled at him relentlessly. When he finally arrived in the city, it had changed. Buildings stood where fields once were. Faces had turned, but the streets still bent in the same crooked lines, and he found, eventually, the neighborhood the priest had described. At the edge of the city, shaded by tall trees and flanked by walls grown over with ivy, sat the old house, now abandoned, its shutters weather-beaten and crooked, its gate rusted nearly shut. Pierre waited until nightfall before slipping through. The house groaned with age. He moved slowly, not out of fear, but reverence. Every creak beneath his foot was part of the priest's story unfolding. He found the cellar door beneath a cracked stone in the kitchen floor. The hinges protested, but it opened. In the flickering light of a single candle, Pierre descended into the damp, earthen dark. The air was thick with mildew and dust, and there, just as Tori had described, behind a false wall of rotting wood and loose stones, was a small, iron-banded chest. He paused. After all the years, the hunger, the silence, the betrayal, this moment should have felt grand. But it didn't. It felt quiet, certain, as if the world had simply kept its promise. He broke the lock. Inside were golden coins, fine jewels, silver plate, and scrolls of noble lineage, wealth that could carry a man into any life he chose. But Pierre did not smile. He only exhaled, long and slow, and sat there a while, his fingers resting on the edge of the open box. This treasure was not the end of his story. It was the beginning of something far more deliberate. In the months that followed his discovery, Pierre Picaud vanished, not in body, but in name, in trace, in presence. In his place, a new figure began to form, cultured, refined, and impossibly wealthy. He now had the means to re-enter society, not as a shoemaker, but as a gentleman of fortune. He moved like a chess player, thinking many moves ahead, patient with every piece. From Milan, he traveled north, adopting a new identity, drawn from the noble documents buried with the treasure. Titles once forgotten were revived. A name with roots in Italian aristocracy, not Picaud, gave him entrance into drawing rooms, banks, and business affairs. He acquired property under aliases, developed partnerships, wrote letters in fine hand to officials who never knew they were replying to a man once left to rot in a fortress cell. All the while, he gathered information. His betrayers had not scattered. Lupien, the most ambitious of the three, had married Marguerite, Pierre's own betrothed, who had long since believed him dead, and with her families standing behind him, secured a position in trade and lived handsomely. Solari had inherited his father's establishment in Paris, and Sheppard had faded into clerical life, the kind who folds easily into the grey corners of government service. None of them, it seemed, had ever faced question for their accusation, and none had thought Pierre would live to see the other side of a prison gate. But now, the pieces were in place. He traced their movements, their family connections, their financial vulnerabilities. Every step was calculated, not for cruelty, but for symmetry. The punishment, when it came, must fit the betrayal. He moved through the salons and back streets of Paris under a name that no one questioned, shielded by wealth and the practiced air of nobility. But he wasn't there to be seen. He was there to see. He watched them, Lupien, Solari, and Sheppard. Each man had built a life atop the lie that ruined him. Some threads took months to follow, others years, but he had time. The longer he waited, the more precise his understanding became. He befriended a merchant who handled Lupien's shipping contracts. He employed a servant whose sister worked in Solari's inn. He gained the trust of a clerk in Sheppard's office, who grumbled too easily after wine. Each step drew him closer, not to confrontation, but to comprehension. Pierre began to leave subtle marks. An anonymous letter slipped beneath a door. A whispered rumor passed to a banker. A single forged document, delivered at just the right time. Nothing to alarm, just enough to shift the balance. They began to feel it. Lupien grew anxious in meetings, his confidence fraying. Solari grew curt with guests, snapping at shadows. Sheppard began to look over his shoulder, pausing before he signed anything at all. Pierre watched as unease bloomed in their lives like a slow illness. He never appeared before them, never spoke their names aloud, but he was always there, in the letter that arrived without a sender, in the business deal that fell apart at the last moment, in the mirror that caught a flicker of movement, just a heartbeat too late. This was not vengeance delivered in fury. It was justice, orchestrated with care. The kind that arrives so slowly, one doesn't realize it's begun until it's already far too late. Lupien, once the most outwardly successful of the three, was the first to feel the cracks deepen. Pierre uncovered details of a risky business merger, one delicately balanced on unspoken debts and fragile trust. With a single forged note, traced to a banker's assistant Pierre had bribed, Lupien's reputation was called into question. The deal collapsed. Creditors, long patient, came knocking. His assets dwindled. His wife, learning of the financial ruin he'd concealed, left with their children. By year's end, Lupien, once a man of status, was selling off furniture to settle lawsuits he barely understood. His downfall came not in fire, but in dust. Solari had lived for pleasure, gambling, women, and a daily rhythm of excess. Picaud allowed that indulgence to bloom unchecked, feeding it gently from a distance. A tip passed to a crooked card dealer. A whisper dropped at the ears of Solari's lender. Pierre ensured that Solari's debts deepened faster than he could drink them away. One day, the inn changed hands, sold without Solari's knowledge, the paperwork long since transferred behind closed doors. He woke to find himself a tenant in his own home, with no money and no friends left to turn to. There was no confrontation, only a letter, unsigned, folded beneath the inn's new door, that read, "This is the price of a lie." Sheppard was the most cautious, the most dull, and yet the most corrupt of the three. Pierre had the hardest time reaching him. But corruption leaves a trail, and Picaud, ever patient, followed it. Over months, he gathered receipts, coded ledgers, falsified entries, small transgressions that, when collected, painted a far larger crime. With the help of an anonymous tip, Sheppard was summoned before a judicial inquiry. He denied everything, but the evidence was there, and it was undeniable. He was dismissed, fined, and disgraced. Not imprisoned, but publicly ruined. A man once hidden in paper, now buried beneath it. None of these men ever learned who had orchestrated their undoing. To the outside world, it was coincidence, a market shift, a scandal revealed, or a friend who talked too much. But to Pierre, it was justice. He had dismantled 3 lives with the same care he had once used to craft a perfect pair of shoes. And yet, as the final piece fell into place, he felt no triumph, only stillness. The work was done. With his purpose fulfilled, Pierre Picaud did not return to his old name, nor did he seek applause or recompense. He simply stepped out of the lives of the men who had once betrayed him, just as silently as he had entered them. Some say he moved south again, to the quieter corners of the countryside, far from Paris and far from the past. Others whispered of a final disguise, a nobleman who rarely spoke, who lived modestly in a small villa with more books than guests, and who watched the world with a kind of detached serenity. What became of him precisely is lost to time, but his story was not. In 1839, nearly 2 decades after Pierre's final act of justice, a Parisian police archivist compiled a report titled Memoir on the Revenge of a Betrayed Man. In its pages was the detailed account of a man imprisoned without trial, betrayed by those closest to him, and transformed by time, cunning, and an unlikely treasure into a figure of retribution. The story, striking in its twists and haunting in its tone, made its way into the hands of the writer Alexandre Dumas. Dumas, known for his appetite for adventure and deep curiosity for stories of transformation, was immediately taken by the tale. He saw in Pierre's life a structure far greater than mere biography. He saw poetry, he saw myth, and with the liberties of fiction, he would expand upon it, building castles, duels, escape tunnels, and shipwrecks, but always keeping the soul of the man intact. In 1844, The Count of Monte Cristo was published, the story of Edmond Dantes, falsely imprisoned, mysteriously enriched, and determined to right the scales of fate. Readers were spellbound, and though most never knew of Pierre Picaud by name, they came to know his journey. In time, Pierre's life faded into legend, his memory preserved not in records or grave markers, but in the pages of one of the world's most enduring novels. A man who never sought fame, whose vengeance was silent and precise, would be remembered forever, not as a shoemaker from Nimes, but as the shadow behind a literary giant. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Stonehenge, an ancient megalithic monument whose creators and their purpose for building it have remained shrouded in mystery since these massive stones were raised to the heavens many thousands of years ago. Our story begins with a grieving king called Aurelius, lamenting over the graves of his noblemen, all murdered under a broken truce. A wizard called Merlin tells him of a collection of great stones in Ireland that would make a monument worthy of his fallen warriors, for the stones were carried out of Africa by giants in the deep past and held miraculous healing powers. These are just stories, of course, though the truth is much stranger, because the sick really did come for healing. Dig up the bones of the people who traveled here, and you find the lame and the ailing. All around the monument, the ground is scattered with chips, hacked from the stones by desperate hands obsessed with whatever lay inside. But they were not the only ones who believed it. The 6-ton altar stone at the heart of Stonehenge came from the far north of Scotland, much further away than the legends suggest, and brought to Stonehenge by ancient methods that predate the wheel and remain unsettled to this very day. Then there are the Druids, those robed figures with their fire-lit solstice rituals and white beards, their mistletoe and magic. Hold on to this imagery if you like, but know these supposed sorcerers came along thousands of years after the stones were already raised, and their association with this sacred ground is one of the strangest turns in the whole story. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll uncover the centuries of human hands transforming the landscape at Stonehenge. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Under a wide, pale sky, the plain lay open, the new grass coming green over the mounded earth, and the wind moving across it in slow waves like ripples on a pond. The larks came back to that plain before the king did, and they were singing over the 460 men who lay beneath the sod as though the ground held nothing but roots and stones. His name, as the old legend goes, was Aurelius Ambrosius, and the men in that ground had been his. They had gone up onto the chalk unarmed, under a flag of truce, to sit down with the Saxons and talk terms. The Saxons had come with long knives in their boots. It was finished before the British lords understood what was happening. But before it was over, they all lay dead. The king had spent the years since taking the country back, and he had taken it. The Saxons were beaten. The crown sat steady on his head, and he stood over the burial ground, with none of it worth anything to him, and he wept, and he asked how a man might mark such a thing, so that it would never be forgotten. The masons had nothing for him. The archbishop had nothing either, though he had a name. There was a young prophet in the west, known as Merlin. The king sent for him, and when he arrived, Merlin announced that the monument was already made. It only needed fetching. There were stones in Ireland, on a mountain called Kilaraus, standing in a ring that was old before anyone alive could remember it. Giants had brought them up out of Africa and set them where they stood. There was a power in them. Wash water over the stone, and pour it into the baths, and the sick would come out well. Mix that water with herbs, and it would close a wound that would not heal. The king laughed at the idea of shifting them. The wizard did not. So Uther Pendragon, the king's own brother, sailed for Ireland with 15,000 men. The Irish king met them in the field, but it was over before the afternoon met evening. So the road up the mountain lay open, and there, in the grass in front of the ring, these 15,000 men came to a full stop. They ran cables round the uprights. They raised scaling ladders against them. They built winches and hung their whole weight on the ropes, and hauled and swore and hauled again, but the stones sat exactly where the giants had put them. They simply would not budge. The wizard stood at the edge of the field and watched an army fail and laughed at them. Then he had them stand aside and took the stones down as easily as a man lifting plates from a shelf. Then they sailed home. On the plain above the graves, he raised them again in the same pattern and the same order they had held on the mountain, and it was done. In time, the king was buried inside the ring, then his brother. Then, long after Uther's son Arthur was gone, a king called Constantine, laid in the same ground within the same ring of stone. A churchman called Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote all of that down about 900 years ago, and every serious man who came after him called it a fairy tale, and they were right. He invented the wizard. He invented the giants and the 15,000 men, and nearly everything the king ever did. And then he put 4 things down about those stones that no man alive in his century had any way of knowing. He said they came out of the west. He said they were lifted from a ring that already stood. He said people believed the stones healed the sick. He said kings were buried inside them. And the strange part, the part that comes later, is how much of it turned out to be true. 5,000 years ago, there was nothing standing on that plain at all. The chalk lay a few inches under the turf, white as bone, and men opened it with the antlers of red deer. They prized them off the skull or gathered them in the woods after the stag had dropped them, and they used the points as picks and the shoulder blades of cattle as shovels, and they cut a ditch in a great circle 100 paces across and threw the earth inward to raise a bank. When it was finished, it could be seen for miles, a white ring glaring on green grass like something dropped out of the sky. They dug it badly. The ditch ran deep here and shallow there, and stopped and started, as though gangs had been handed a stretch each and had gone at it their own way and met in the middle. Inside the bank, they cut a ring of 56 pits, evenly spaced all the way round, and into the pits, and into the ditch, and into the bank went the burnt bone of the dead. They had been burned somewhere else and carried here. The pieces were small and clean and white, and they went into the ground in tidy heaps, hide or leather or something like it, holding them together, long since rotted off. Something in the order of 150 people ended up in that ring, and some counts run higher. 150 is not a population. Britain held tens of thousands. Whoever went into that ring, somebody chose them. For a long time the ashes said nothing. Burnt bone was a dead end, and everyone knew it. Then somebody tested them anyway. A metal called strontium seeped out of the rock and into water and grass, and whatever ate the grass, and it settled into a man's bones and stayed there. Fire was supposed to burn that away, but it made it permanent. 25 of the Stonehenge dead went under the machine. 15 had lived on chalk, on the plain, and at home. 10 had not. Those 10 carried old, hard rock in them, the sort that did not exist within 100 miles of Salisbury, and the nearest match to it lay far west, in the hills of Wales. The wood gave them away as well. Part of the signal came out of the pyre itself, out of whatever timber had burned that day, and that timber was not local either. They had been burned in the west, and gathered up in the west, and carried the whole way east as ash. That was all it was, at the beginning. A white ditch full of ashes, brought in from a long way off by people who thought the walk worth making. And it stayed that way, with not one great stone standing in it, for about 500 years. Nobody had used a spade or a pickaxe inside Stonehenge since 1964, and in the spring of 2008, 2 men were handed permission and a fortnight, and they went in with a television crew standing over them. The trench was 8 feet by 11. Timothy Darville and Geoffrey Wainwright had spent the best part of a decade walking the Preseli Hills in the far west of Wales, out where the small dark stones at the heart of the monument had been quarried, and what they had found out there was water. The outcrops were ringed with springs, and those springs had been held to cure the sick for as long as anyone in that country could remember. The rock and the healing came up out of the same ground. The blue stones were easy to miss in a photograph, and so named because when wet or freshly broken, they turned a deep blue-grey with white flecks all through. Smaller than the great grey sarsens around them, darker, and standing in the middle where the eye slid past them. The earth around them was full of chips, thousands of them, knocked off with hammerstones by people who wanted a piece to carry, and they had been at it for centuries, one after another. 3 miles away, under a housing development, a digger turned up the man who sat at the middle of it. He went into the ground rich, gold worked into his hair, copper knives at his side, archery gear laid at his hands. The chemistry in his teeth said the Alps. He had grown up hundreds of miles east, in the cold, across a sea and a continent. He had been injured years before he died. He had lost his kneecap, and the bone had grown a great ugly knot where it had once been. The man had apparently walked, or limped, or been carried the whole way. Every step of it hurt. He died around 2300 BC, within a couple of centuries of the blue stones coming east. Darville and Wainwright said it plainly, and both of them had reputations to lose. The place had been a prehistoric Lourdes, a place the sick went to be made well. Men and women had come to it broken and gone away, believing they were mended, and some of them had crossed half of Europe to do it. 80 stones came out of the Preseli Hills, the lightest of them a ton, and every one of them had to cross 150 miles of Britain to reach Salisbury Plain. There was no wheel on the island, no horse to pull anything, no metal at all. Between the hills and the plain lay rivers, estuaries, marsh and hill country under heavy forest, and however it was managed, on sledges and rollers overland, or by boat around the Welsh coast, or by some mixture of the two, it was managed roughly 80 times, and whoever did it walked home afterwards and went back for the next one. There is a hollow up in those hills called Wan Morn, and 4 stones lie in it. They lie on the arc of a circle that is not there any more. Dig round them, and the sockets come up empty, evenly spaced, running out on a ring 100 paces across, near enough to the pace, the same ring as the white ditch on Salisbury Plain. One of those sockets was cut to take a stone with an odd 5-sided foot. There is a blue stone standing at Stonehenge with an odd 5-sided foot. The shape fits. The rock, when they went back and tested it, did not. They did not quarry a monument. They pulled one down. Whether these particular stones went east is still fought over, and the men who dug the hollow now say probably not. But somebody up in those hills was taking a circle to pieces in the same century Stonehenge went up. The great grey uprights had a shorter road and a heavier one. 15 miles north, up on the Marlborough Downs, in a wood, and nobody knew which wood until 2020. They only found out because a man had drilled a core out of one of the stones during the repairs in 1958 and kept it and carried it to America and handed it back 60 years later. They read the chemistry off that core, and it came up westwards. 25 tons apiece and 15 miles of it, and nothing to pull with but people. The blue stones were the light ones. Then there was the slab in the middle. 16 feet of grey-green sandstone, 1.5 feet thick, 6 tons of it, lying flat on its face and pinned under a fallen upright, so battered and so plain that a man could stand on it without knowing. Somebody in the 17th century looked at it and guessed it was an altar, and the guess stuck, and it was the altar stone from then on. For 100 years, everybody agreed it was Welsh. It was in the books. It was taught. In 2024, a doctoral student in Perth, Australia, got hold of 2 small fragments of it and had the grains dated. His name was Anthony Clark, and there was a nice piece of chance in him, because he had grown up on a farm in southwest Wales, in the country the bluestones came from. Sandstone was built out of the wreckage of older rock, and every grain in it carried the age of whatever it had broken away from. The grains came back staggeringly old, well over 1 billion years. Nothing in Wales looked like that. Nothing in England did either. The match was a red sandstone that ran from Inverness up to the top of Scotland and out under the sea beyond it. The team said afterwards they had not believed it. The numbers did not move. 430 miles in a straight line, and no stone was ever known to have travelled further to any monument in Neolithic Europe. A glacier could have dragged that slab south and dropped it in a field, and then it wanted nothing more than somebody finding it lying there. 2 years later, they tried this theory. They fingerprinted the mineral grains washed down by the rivers around Salisbury Plain, hunting for the mark a glacier left after it had ground a country flat, and the mark was not in them. Then they built the ice sheets inside a computer and ran them, and watched where the ice went. It reached a drowned country out in the North Sea. It could have carried the stone that far. It could not carry it 1 mile past. It never came near Wiltshire, not once, and not in any run of it, which left men, on foot or by boat or both, the length of an island, hauling a thing that weighed as much as a lorry. Nobody did that for a calendar. Whatever they believed was inside that rock, they believed it hard enough to spend lives on. 2 miles from the stones, on a slope above the river, 38,000 animal bones came out of a rubbish heap. 9 in every 10 were pig. Most of the rest were cattle. There was next to nothing else in there, hardly any deer, barely a fish out of a river running past the door, and very little grain, and none of it was the leavings of people getting on with their lives. It was meat, in a quantity that only made sense if an enormous crowd had arrived at one moment and eaten. They had lived on top of the heap while they did it. Hundreds of small square houses with chalk floors packed along the hillside. More people gathered in one place than anywhere in Northern Europe at the time, thrown up and gone again inside a generation. It rose while the great stones were rising. The people in it were the people who put them up. The pigs gave up the season. A pig's teeth came through in a known order at known ages, and a jawbone would tell the animal's age at death within a month or 2, and almost every jaw in that heap said 9 months. Pigs were born in the spring. 9 months on from spring was the black of the year, and it was the same answer in jaw after jaw after jaw for centuries. They came in the dark. That was the point of it. And the pigs had not been reared on the plain. Their teeth had grown on rock that was not the plains, north and west and north again, to Wales, to the northeast of England and to Scotland. Some had come the better part of 500 miles. Somebody drove a herd of pigs the length of Britain in winter, and a pig did not drive. It wandered, it rooted, and it lay down in the road and declined. Every family that came brought its own regardless, on foot, in the cold, because it mattered enormously that the animal was theirs and had walked from home. The fires went up on the bank, and the feasting went on for days. Then they came down off the hill and along the river and up the avenue and stood at the ring. In 2022, engineers built Stonehenge, a 1/12 of full size, every stone printed and set where it had stood when the ring was whole, and they put it in an acoustic chamber and made a noise inside it. The ring held the sound. Voices came back off the uprights stronger and clearer than they went out, and hung in the air a moment, and made a small warm room out of open ground. And none of it got away. It did not carry to the bank. It did not carry to the field. It did not carry to the crowd. So they walked from Scotland in midwinter with their pigs, and stood in the cold and the dark on the edge of the greatest gathering of their lives. And whatever was happening in the middle of that circle, they could not hear a word of it. 1,000 years went by, and the stones stood. Nobody living had known a world without the ring. It had always been there on the plain, the way a hill is always there. Whoever had hauled it up out of Wales and Scotland and the Marlborough Downs had gone into the ground and out of the talk, and the men walking up to it now carried bronze on their belts. They came anyway, and they brought hammers. Into the face of the Sarsens they cut axe heads, the flat-bladed sort, wide at the mouth and narrow at the handle, the shape a man saw every day of his life hanging at another man's side. Over 100 of them, and daggers among the axes, hammered into the grey stone by hand, until the outline sank clear into the surface. Weather closed over the marks, and lichen came in behind, and the whole thing went flat to the eye, and men leaned on those stones, and photographed them, and wrote books about them, and never knew. 3,500 years, and one man ever caught them, a dagger, on stone 53 in 1953. The other 100 stayed in the rock for another 60. Then lasers went over the surface, reading it down to fractions of a millimeter, and the axes came up out of the rock, like writing coming up in a fire. Weapons, cut into a monument by people who had not built it, and had walked there to leave the mark anyway. And after the carving, there was one last idea. Outside the ring, out where the ground opened away toward the burial mounds, someone began digging pits, 2 great rings of them, wide circles set beyond the stones, dug deep and dug properly. Whatever was meant to go into them was going to be enormous. It was the last rearrangement Stonehenge was ever going to have, and somebody had planned it, and got the gangs together, and got them started. The holes never took anything. The picks went in instead. Antler, stacked neatly at the bottom of the pits, laid down the way tools are laid down by men who mean to come back for them in the morning. Then nobody came back, and the chalk washed in on top of them on its own. No burning, no wrecking, nothing thrown down. The last men to work that ground for 1,500 years put their gear away tidily and walked home. The first men on that plain had laid their picks down in the bottom of the ditch, the same way, 1,400 years before. It was the first thing anyone ever did on that ground, and it was the last thing done on it for 1,500 years. It wasn't long before the grass came. It came up through the chalk and over the old diggings and around the feet of the stones, and the paths that ran to the river went soft and closed, and the great houses on the hill above the rubbish heap had long since rotted into humps in a field. The plain went back to being a plain. Sheep worked across it. Rain got into the sockets, and the frost split what it could. One upright leaned and stayed leaning. For 1,500 years, nothing new was raised there, and the ring stood on the hill in the weather. The Romans came up the plain in the 1st century and found it standing there, and to them it was already older than they are to the world now. 2,500 years lay between the men who raised the stones and the men in hobnails walking past, longer than the whole run from the legions to the present day. Rome looked at Stonehenge the way a modern eye looks at Rome, and further back still, and none of it explained. When the 20th century got its trowels into that ground, it pulled out Roman artifacts by the sackful. 1,500 objects and more, so many that the diggers took them for granted and shoveled past them to reach the prehistoric ground beneath. There was more Roman material in Stonehenge than prehistoric. Some of it was dropped by people wandering up for a look, no doubt. But a coin here and a brooch there does not run to 1,500. And in the last decades of Roman Britain, with the province coming apart and the coast under raid, somebody went into that circle with tools and cut deep shafts down into the ground. Sightseers do not sink shafts. Whoever it was had intent. Then there is the hole in the record. Every age at Stonehenge left something: Neolithic ash and antler, Bronze Age carvings and abandoned pits, Roman coins by the hundred, Saxon graves, medieval breakage, Georgian souvenir hunters with hammers hired from the village. Down through 5,000 years, the ground holds the fingerprints of every century that passed. There is always something, that is, in all but one, several centuries of nothing, not a shard, not a coin, not a scrap of charcoal, not a single object anybody has ever pulled out of that chalk. The record goes clean and stays clean, and then it picks up again, straight through the age of the Druids. Whatever those priests were doing in Britain in those years, they were not doing it here. These Druids, the one people in all of history whose name is welded onto these stones in the popular mind, are the only people who left no trace at them whatsoever. The Saxons came, and they looked at it, and what they saw was a hanging. The upright stood in pairs with a beam laid flat across the top, and any man who had watched a criminal go up at a crossroads knew that shape at once. 2 posts and a lintel. They called it, after the thing it resembled, the stone hangings, and the word went into the language and stuck fast, and it is the word still, worn down by 1,200 years of tongues into Stonehenge. The name was not idle. In the 7th century, they brought a man up onto that plain. He was in his early 30s. He had grown up on the chalk of southern England, near enough that somebody had walked him there rather than shipped him in. He was put on his knees inside the earthwork with his head forward. One blow did it, from behind, and it was clean, which says something for the man swinging it, and there was no second cut, and no sign of any struggle before it. Then they buried him badly. The hole they had dug was short. His body would not lie flat in it, so they folded him to make him fit and push the earth in over the top. He came out of the ground in the 1920s and went off to a museum in London, and in 1941 the bombs came down on the store where he was kept, and he was written off as lost with everything around him. He stayed lost for 58 years. Then, in 1999, somebody going through a collection found a box that should not have been there, and the Stonehenge man was in it, and the science that had not existed when he was dug up went to work on him at last, and gave back his age, his home, and the manner of his going. It gave back nothing about why. Whether he was a thief, a traitor, a killer, a man on the wrong side of a bad year, or a man simply owed to somebody, the ground kept that to itself. Only that, for a stretch of years, the Saxons of Wiltshire had a place they took men to be executed, and the place they chose was the old ring on the hill, standing there since before anyone's reckoning, with a name on it that meant gallows. In August 1905, 650 Druids came up the road to Stonehenge in coaches and motor cars, and they meant business. They brought wagons of food, barrels of drink, a tent big enough to hold the lot of them, an anthem composed for the occasion, and they strung barbed wire round the ground and put sentries on it who would not let a man pass without the password. A reporter from the Morning Leader turned up and was refused at the wire. He argued. He was told that the ceremony was for initiates only, and then, after a pause, that if he happened to have the money about him, they might strain a point and initiate him on the spot. 258 novices went in blindfolded that day, led by the elbow into the circle, and one of them was the man who owned the place. 5 years before, he had set the police on the Druids and had them thrown off his land. Ronald Hutton put his finger on it long afterwards. The archaeologists were at that very moment turning the ancient Druids out of Stonehenge for good, and the modern ones walked in through the front gate as it happened. They never left, and 70 years on, a crowd that had never heard of them turned up at the same fence and wanted in too. It became a free festival on the plain, and the free festival became a city, 30,000 people in the fields at midsummer, and the state decided it had gone far enough. On the 1st of June 1985, 1,300 police stopped 600 travellers 7 miles short of the stones in a bean field, and what happened in that field was bad enough that English Heritage's own account of it now calls the policing overzealous. Then came the wire. 4 miles of roadblocks round the monument, every solstice, razor wire, helicopters up, exclusion zone. For 15 years, nobody walked to the stones in June. And for 15 years, every single solstice, one man walked at them anyway and was arrested for it. He had been a soldier and a biker and a builder, and he had legally changed his name to King Arthur Uther Pendragon, and he carried a sword, and he came back every year without fail, and every year they took him away. He took his government to court over it, then to Europe. His argument was that the stone circle was his church, and that a man may not be fenced out of his church, and he argued it in a courtroom, in a robe with the sword left outside. The wire came down in the year 2000. They opened the stones at the solstice, and the people walked in, and they have every year since. And now we return at last to where this curious story began, with the wizard called Merlin. He had said Ireland. It was Wales, the wrong island, the right direction, and closer than a man inventing the whole thing had any right to be. He had said the stones were lifted from a ring that already stood, taken down and carried off, and raised again somewhere new. And far out west, in the hills, the small stones came from. The ground still held the empty sockets of an older circle, its stones pulled up and long gone, as though something there had indeed been taken apart and moved. He had said they healed, and the lame and the sick had come to that plain in their hundreds, and hacked splinters from the stones to carry away, and laid their broken bodies down in hope of it. Nothing in the rock ever cured a soul, but the belief was real and old, and already ancient by the time the first stone went up. He had said kings lay buried in the ring, and the ring was full of the dead, brought there burnt and carried from a very long way off, though whether any of them had ever worn a crown, no spade will ever say. 4 things, set down 900 years ago by the man who made up a wizard to explain them. Not one of them quite true, not one of them quite false. And the strangest thing was the one he never claimed at all. that the grey slab lying at the heart of it had come from the top of Scotland, hauled the length of an island by hand, from so far away that the men who finally proved it were sure their instruments had broken. 900 years on, the ring still stands on the plain, and the man who made the whole thing up is still the nearest anyone has come to explaining it. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Álvar Núñez, Cabeza de Vaca, a Spanish nobleman and explorer whose journey across the wild interior of 16th century North America became one of the most astonishing feats of endurance in history. Born 2 years after Columbus first set sail, de Vaca grew up in a world that, for Europeans, was suddenly larger, wilder, and ripe with promise. He began with grand intentions, seeking fortune and fame to claim the vast and uncharted lands of what the Spanish referred to as La Florida. But what was meant to be a glorious conquest unraveled into a nightmare. Storms scattered his ships, starvation set in, and almost all of de Vaca's 600 men were lost to the swamps, the heat, and disease. From the low, marshy shores near present-day Tampa Bay to the rugged highlands of northern Mexico, de Vaca and his 3 remaining companions traveled more than 3,000 miles over 8 long years, unarmed, half-starved, and often at the mercy of strangers who spoke a language they could not understand. Along the way, de Vaca shed the trappings of a conquistador and began to see the world differently, eventually returning to Spain, not as a triumphant conqueror driven by greed, but as a man utterly transformed, humbled, and determined to speak for those whose stories were seldom told. But what did he discover out there, so far from everything he knew, that the conquerors before him never could? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in his footprints, through tangled forests, vast plains, and sun-scorched canyons, tracing the quiet strength of a man who crossed the unknown through patience, learning, and a curious grace. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the final years of the 15th century, Europe stirred with the thrill of new discovery. Maps were being redrawn, old certainties were loosening, and rumors of distant shores reached even the quiet stone lanes of Castile. Into this shifting world was born Álvar Núñez, Cabeza de Vaca, just 2 years after Columbus had been commissioned by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to sail westward. De Vaca came from a family of modest nobility, proud of its lineage, but not wealthy. His forebears had earned honor on the battlefield, and that legacy followed him throughout his youth. As Spain expanded its reach across oceans and empires, men like De Vaca were taught to believe in their own destiny, as if greatness might be found simply by stepping into the unknown with the king's seal in one hand and a sword in the other. He served briefly in Spain and abroad, learning discipline, gaining rank, and proving himself as both a soldier and a man of courtly bearing. But behind the formal training and polished manners, a restless energy stirred. He was not born to idleness, nor content to wait for glory to come knocking. When an opportunity arose to join an expedition bound for the unexplored reaches of La Florida, he accepted without hesitation. It was to be a grand conquest, a sweeping claim over lands unseen, with riches whispered on the wind and honors sure to follow. De Vaca was named treasurer and second in command under the appointed governor. It was, by all accounts, a respectable post for a man of his standing. In 1527, they set sail from Spain with nearly 600 men, several ships, and dreams that gleamed too brightly to question. There were dangers, of course, unknown peoples, treacherous waters, and the ever-looming spectre of failure. But such hunger for glory tends to silence such concerns. The journey was slow. Weeks at sea gave way to months among the islands, repairing and resupplying, until at last they could press on. From the Caribbean, they turned north toward the unsettled lands along the Gulf. De Vaca stood on the deck, watching the green ribbon of the Florida coast grow near. If only he had known what lay beyond it. The shoreline was deceptively tranquil as they stepped ashore near present-day Tampa Bay. The sea behind them lapped gently against the sand, but the land ahead breathed a different rhythm, dense, humid and humming with life. They arrived in early spring of 1528, guided more by royal orders and ambition than by any real knowledge of where they were. They stepped onto the shores of La Florida, a name given years earlier by the famed explorer Juan Ponce de Leon, who had only briefly explored its mist-covered, unfamiliar coast. They expected the land to bow before them, but nothing here would come easily. The landing was followed by confusion and delay. Governor Narvaez made a fateful decision to split the expedition, sending the ships along the coast, while the majority of the men, including de Vaca, marched inland in search of a fabled native kingdom said to be rich with gold. It was a decision that would sever them from their supplies, their communication, and any real hope of reunion. They pushed into the interior, into cypress swamps and tangled forests, through sharp palmetto and ankle-deep mud. The heat clung to them, their food spoiled, and the native communities they encountered did not cower. They resisted. They vanished. They offered false directions, or none at all. The Spaniards, with their fine titles and polished steel, were now intruders in a place that refused to be claimed. Weeks passed. Their supplies thinned. So did their resolve. The land gave little. The rain came hard, and yet they marched, searching for something they couldn't name, and slowly realizing they had no true idea where they were headed or how to get back. At last, when their bodies grew too weak and their spirits too thin, they turned southward, hoping to find the coast again. But the sea, like the land, had become elusive. By midsummer, the once proud expedition had become a scattered procession of hollow-eyed men, trudging through knee-deep water and mosquito-thick air. Their polished armor, so carefully strapped on in Spain, now hung rusted and slack. Rations had long since vanished. Horses, once symbols of command and prestige, had been eaten. The forest closed in around them, green, endless, and unforgiving. They had expected resistance, perhaps even battle, but they had not expected this, a landscape so vast and unknowable that it swallowed maps and swallowed men. Each turn led to more confusion. The rivers curved in ways they hadn't imagined, and the inland terrain offered no landmarks they could understand. De Vaca kept careful records, trying to impose order where there was none, but even his notes could not hold back the disintegration. Illness soon followed. Fevers rose quickly and took men without mercy. In the morning, a man might march without complaint, keeping pace with the rest. By evening, he would fall wordless and sweating into the muck. Others simply walked away into the trees, silent and lost. Some drowned trying to cross swollen streams. De Vaca tried to hold them together. As treasurer, he had little authority, but he bore himself with steady discipline. He knew the cost of letting fear take root. Still, Even he began to question whether survival was possible. When they finally stumbled back toward the coast, the ships were nowhere to be seen. The agreed rendezvous had passed. Either the ships had moved on, or they had been lost to the Gulf, and in their place stood only the wind and the rising tide. There was no shelter, no food, and no way to send word. They could not stay where they were, but they could not go forward as they had. They worked in silence, or close to it, bones showing beneath their skin, hands blistered and shaking. Vaca and the remaining survivors felled trees with rusted tools, stripped bark, and scavenged nails from broken gear. There was no true shipwright among them, no canvas and no tar, only desperation and the slow understanding that if they stayed on land, they would perish. 5 rafts were built in total, lashed together from green wood. It was a final gamble. Now they would try the sea. The men had very little food and water, and no real means of navigation. They loaded what they could and pushed off into the Gulf, hoping the current might carry them to Spanish settlements in the west. What followed was a drifting unlike any they could have imagined. The sun beat down during the day, merciless and absolute. Salt dried on their skin, lips cracked. They rationed water in thimblefuls. At night, the wind would rise, and the rafts creaked and groaned as waves lifted and dropped them like toys. One by one, the rafts fell out of sight, lost to currents, to storms, or to the slow collapse of their makeshift frames. Among them was the raft carrying Narvaez himself, swept out to sea and never seen again. On de Vaca's raft, they caught fish with bare hands when they could. They chewed leather to keep their hunger at bay. Some slipped quietly beneath the waves, too weak to hold on. Others whispered prayers and clutched their knees until the sea took them. Then one day, land suddenly appeared. Not the rolling coastlines of civilization, but a thin, low ribbon of sand. The raft broke apart in the surf, and the men dragged themselves ashore with what strength remained. Only a handful were left. They had reached an island near present-day Galveston. Which way the mainland lay, or how far, none of them could say. All they knew was that they were still alive, and that this strange new land would offer no welcome. The place was desolate. Low dunes, scattered brush, and the cry of gulls overhead. They had washed ashore weaponless, starving, and lost. They could no longer imagine rescue. The waves had given them back to the land, but at a cost few could bear. Soon they were found. The people who emerged from the forest were cautious, watching the strangers from a distance. They spoke no Spanish, and the men had no words for them in return. But the island's inhabitants knew what starvation looked like. They offered them food and a little warmth. and in return they observed. The Spaniards, proud men who had once marched under the king's banner, now bent their heads and ate without speaking. But survival came with terms. Over the coming days, the balance shifted. The survivors, too weak to leave, were absorbed into the rhythms of the people around them. Some were taken in, while others were enslaved. Vaca, separated from his companions, now lived as a captive, stripped of the command he once held, subject to new customs and dependent on others for his life. The land was unfamiliar, but it was not empty. He was now a guest, or perhaps a prisoner, in a world that had no interest in the titles he once held. Over time, he would learn its patterns. He would come to understand the language, the cycles of food and weather, and the expectations placed on him. And though he would suffer still, through illness, isolation, and grief, he would not die. Something in him had begun to change. In time, he learned to carry what was needed, to gather what was useful, and to disappear when it was safer not to be seen. He moved between groups along the Texas coast. Sometimes he traded, sometimes he was allowed to stay, but always he was aware of how little control he truly held. He thought of escape, but there was nowhere to go. The interior was vast, and the coastline stretched endlessly in both directions. Vaca observed carefully. He learned to distinguish plants, to follow water, and to read the weather in the trees. And slowly, his presence shifted from burden to asset. He became a trader of goods between communities, trading shells, hides, pigment, and flint. He knew who had what, and what could be exchanged. He was allowed to move more freely, and in that movement, he found a kind of deep purpose. But more than that, he began to heal. Not just in body, but in the way he was seen. He learned of herbs and rituals, and when he treated the sick, however humbly, some recovered. News of these recoveries traveled between camps. In places, he was welcomed not as a prisoner, but as a healer. People came to him with ailments. He blew gently across wounds. He spoke soft blessings over the fevered. He did not know whether it worked, only that those who believed it did. And perhaps, in that belief, something sacred stirred. He moved with them, ate with them, slept under the same wide sky, and came to understand that survival was not something one did alone. It was a lesson he would carry for the rest of his life. Years had passed. He no longer dreamed of galleons or gold. Instead, he thought of water sources, safe shelter, and which direction the herds were moving. The empire he had once served felt impossibly far away. And then he met others like himself. It happened far in the interior, perhaps by chance, or perhaps, according to them, by providence. Vaca crossed paths with 3 other survivors of the Narvaez expedition. Like Vaca, They had lived among various indigenous groups, surviving because of their usefulness and humility. Their reunion was not triumphant, but it was profound. Together, they resolved to try for Mexico, not by sea, but overland, through thick forests, vast plains, and sun-baked deserts. They relied on the goodwill of those they encountered and the growing reputation that followed them. Word had spread far ahead of 4 strange men who healed the sick, who came unarmed and asked only for passage. They followed rivers when they could, used mountain ranges as guides, and stopped only when the land demanded it. And always, Vaca walked at the center of it. By now, the 4 men were no longer seen as outsiders. They were travelers of great renown. Their Spanish names meant little to the people they met, but their presence stirred whispers. They were said to carry healing with them. They spoke many tongues, or at least enough to be understood. And unlike the soldiers who had come before, they brought no harm. They crossed vast stretches of what is now northern Mexico, Durango, Chihuahua, and Sonora, where the land rose and fell in dusty ridges and scattered thornbrush. In some villages, people came forward bearing gifts, woven mats, handfuls of maize, or gourds filled with water. Their journey became less a flight and more a passage. At times, they were joined by small bands of people, moving alongside them for a day or two, sometimes longer. It was a far cry from the expedition they had begun with, now just a slow movement through land that no longer seemed foreign, and among people who no longer seemed strange. Vaca saw these communities not as subjects or obstacles, but as stewards, keepers of knowledge, survival, and of memory. He listened closely. He watched the way children were taught, the way disputes were settled, and the way plants were gathered only with thanks. And somewhere deep within, he began to understand that the world was not shaped solely by those who held power, but also by those who held patience. They were drawing nearer now to Spanish territory. The mountains whispered of it. The language began to shift. But Vaca was no longer sure what return meant. He had traveled so far, in distance and in spirit, that he no longer knew if he could step back into the life he once claimed. Still, they kept walking. It was in the foothills near Culiacan that they met the first Spanish settlers, armed men on horseback, their helmets gleaming beneath the sun. The moment should have felt like salvation. And yet, Vaca hesitated. The soldiers were stunned. Before them stood 4 figures draped in woven garments, sun-darkened and barefoot, with no armor, no horses, no sign of rank, only the slow, sure bearing of those who had endured. They were not what Spain remembered. The men were taken in, given food and clothing, and ushered toward the colonial outposts of New Spain. From there, they were sent to Mexico City. There were questions, there was disbelief, and in the months that followed, Vaca gave his account to the authorities. He described the journey, the suffering, and the deaths of all but 4 of the 600 who had set out. But he also spoke of the people they had lived among. He spoke of their kindness, their customs, and their strength. He told of healing, of cooperation, and of the land's unyielding rhythms. Eventually, de Vaca sailed back to Spain. The crossing was smoother this time, but his heart was unsettled. Home felt altered, or perhaps it was he who had changed. The court received him with some respect, but also with suspicion. He had not returned with riches. He had not claimed new territory. He had only survived. He would later be sent to govern in South America, but even that post ended in controversy. He never again wielded real authority. His last years were lived in the shadows of greater names, and his death passed without much notice. In the long annals of conquest, Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca remains an anomaly. There were no cities named in his honor, no empires built upon his return. He left no monuments, but he left a voice. In La Relación, the account he later wrote, de Vaca reflected on a journey that had tested him, reshaped him, and taught him what power could not. And perhaps that is why we remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well.